Preface of the Life and Works of Joseph Wright. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Life and Works of Joseph Wright, A.R.A., commonly called Wright of Derby, by William BEMROSE, with a preface by Cosmo Monkhouse. Preface. The name of Joseph Wright of Derby, once of high repute among English artists, has, during the last half-century and more, sunk altogether undeservedly into a state of semi-oblivion. The exhibition at Derby in 1883 did indeed something to restore its fame, and it is to be hoped that the present work may do yet more. Both book and exhibition owe their existence mainly to the exertions of Mr. BEMROSE, who in this matter may be said to have been moved by a triple love: the love of art, the love of family, and the love of locality. By his kindness I am allowed here to aid in doing justice to an artist of whom not only Derby, but England should be proud. Even if such a feat were possible, I should have no wish to compare accurately the merits of Wright with those of his forerunners and contemporaries. It will, however, be generally acknowledged that between such names as Hogarth, Reynolds, Gainsborough, and Wilson, and such as West, Northcote, Barry, and Hamilton, there is a gap sensibly to be felt. In this gap, but nearer to the greater than to the lesser men, a place has of late years been found for Romney. It is but a modest claim for Wright that the same distinction should be accorded to him. As a painter, his method, in relation to that of Reynolds and Gainsborough, may be said to have been old-fashioned. His pure, precise touches, his level surface, and clear enamelled colours have not, indeed, the variety of texture or the inspired freedom of a Frans Hals. His practice was nearer to that of Van der Helst, and a host of other illustrious artists to whom clear, clean work was dear. Through Kneller and Hogarth and Hudson it came to him from Holland, and if he did not reform it, he mastered it and left his mark upon it. As a colourist he was scarcely an innovator, but he was still less of a copyist. In this and most other respects a naturalist. He did not allow a preference for certain harmonies to dominate his work, but though his colour missed the charm of inspiration, it never failed in harmony. He had the colour sense and a command of the whole scale. In his candlelight pieces, the prevailing hues were determined by his subjects, but the way in which he united the blazing reds and yellows of the central glare to the rich browns of his transparent shadows warmed and cooled these shadows with gleams of red coat and glimmers of blue sash and white dress, and from the ruddy glow of the chamber to the cool night outside, led the eye untired, showed rare taste as well as skill. If we take his portraits by ordinary light, we find the same fine power. The group of Mr. Newton's children, with its blue boy, its olive-green boy, and its girl in white and gold, set off with rich green foliage and clusters of ripe cherries, is a masterpiece of colour. In these daylight portraits, all the favourite colours of the dress of the period are introduced and reconciled. The hues and textures of the buff waistcoat, the nankeen breeches, the puce slip, the cinnamon coat, and the pink shoes are imitated with the same sure skill, the same artistic impartiality. Only in regard to one colour do we find a decided preference, and this is neither the blue of Gainsborough nor the red of Reynolds, but what may be called the green of Wright. Probably no other artist has treated this colour with such variety. It tinges those bladders of which he was so fond. We find it lightly in the stone-coloured coat of Mr. Cheslin, and deeply in the arm of his chair. In pale cucumber the artist robed his pitiful Maria, And from that fine picture of himself in the National Portrait Gallery, we'll learn that it was green that he elected to wear in his youth when he wished to look particularly spruce. Of his effects of artificial light, there is the less need to speak, since what reputation he now preserves is founded upon them. The engravings after Wright by Earlham J. R. Smith, Val Green, Pether, and others are still sought after, and the air pump is in the National Gallery for all who wish to see. It may, however, be doubted whether due recognition has as yet been given to the largeness of design and the dignified simplicity of pose and gesture which lend an almost classic style to such pictures as the Orrery, the Air Pump, and the Gladiator. The exhibition of 1883, while it confirmed the reputation of such pictures, showed also that his rank as a portrait painter was much higher than was supposed. In this branch of art we find him submitting himself to his subject and seeking rather to express than to adorn it. He brings you, as few artists do, into the presence of his sitters, as if alone and at ease, unconscious of observation. They, whether men, women, or children, are all engaged with their own thoughts and employments, just as they might have been seen any day in library or garden. Many men of celebrity, not only local, he painted, Arkwright and Whitehurst, Darwin and Strutt. But the charm of his portraits does not depend on the fame of the sitter, but on the power of the artist to seize a distinct individuality and to make each likeness forever interesting as an authentic image of a fellow man. Unsophisticated by fashion or affectation, Wright's portraits are history in its simplest and truest form. Of the pure charm of his children, some of the illustrations to this volume, especially Mr. Seymour Hayden's painter-like etching of the twins, will speak. Sir Joshua painted children with more spirit and with a livelier eye for fleeting charms of expression, but no artist has painted them more freshly and truly than Wright. Another admirably suggestive etching by Mr. Hayden shows us the elegance of mien and grace of sentiment which he could infuse into his more poetical designs. His versatility was remarkable, but his culture, partly perhaps on account of his secluded life, partly from his ill health, left many of his faculties undeveloped, and his imagination was crossed by a vein of ingenuity which made him delight rather in resolving problems than in indulging fancy. Nevertheless, the Minstrel and the Maria are as good reflections as exist of that somewhat thin but elegant strain of poetic sentiment which was in vogue in his day. He has in these pictures preserved its gentleness and grace without its falseness. A deeper note of pathos, and pathos unstrained, is touched in the once famous Dead Soldier. In his Death and the Woodman we find extreme terror depicted with all the force of the most modern realist, and if he did not, who did, prove himself equal to the interpretation of Shakespeare, there is in Boydell's gallery no finer head than that of his Prospero. It will seem strange to many that Wright should, in his day, have ranked even higher as a landscape painter than as a painter of men, but his fireworks and conflagration effects were a novelty and were executed with a skill which must have then seemed astonishing. Now, perhaps, even if they were done with the superior genius of a Turner, we should not care overmuch for them. His more ordinary scenes from nature were sometimes almost as good as Wilson's, but generally wanted the warmth and the air of that fine artist, and his composition was apt to be too palpably ingenious. Nevertheless, all abatement made, he was an original and able landscape painter, and when we add this to his other claims, and remember how thoroughly sincere his art was, how distinct his personality, It seems hard that the latest history of English art should not even mention his name. True, it was written by a foreigner, and it is probable that if Monsieur Chesneau had visited Derby 2 years ago, he would have awarded Wright an honourable place among those artists whom he calls the old masters of England. Cosmo Monkhouse. End of preface. Chapter 1 of the Life and Works of Joseph Wright by William BEMROSE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1 The Family of Wright. Joseph Wright, like his famous contemporaries Reynolds and Wilson, belonged to the great middle class, as may be seen from the pedigree appended to this chapter. Wright could reckon amongst his progenitors men of some consideration in the three professions of law, physic, and divinity. The family appears to have settled at Sayford, county of Stafford, in 1662, and from thence to have migrated about the year 1673 to Longford in Derbyshire. The earliest ancestor of Wright whom I have been able to trace is the great-grandfather of the painter, and I am indebted to the Reverend J. Charles Cox, LL.D., the present rector of Enville, Stourbridge, for the following interesting information respecting him. On February 17, 1662, in the rectory house of St. Andrew, Holborn, Bishop Hacket of Coventry and Lichfield instituted Johannes Wright, clericus, into the vicarage of Sayford, Staffordshire, vacant through death of last incumbent, on presentation of the king. On the 5th of the same month, at an ordination held in the parish church of St. Andrew, Holborn, by the same Bishop Hacket, Johannes Wright, a colleague, Dublin, in Regno Iberiae, was ordained priest. On September 12, 1671, Bishop Wood instituted John Nash to the vicarage of Sayford on the resignation of John Wright. On leaving Sayford, the Reverend John Wright became rector of Longford, county of Derby, where he died in 1681. His death is thus recorded in the parish register, quote, 1681, John Wright, rector of Longford, an orthodox and worthy son, buried January the 10th, unquote. This exemplary clergyman left a widow and 8 children. The maiden name of the former I have not been able to discover, but her Christian name was Elizabeth, and those of his surviving children, he had lost one, Sarah, during her childhood, are written on the back of the inventory of his goods thus: Richard, John, Thomas, Jonathan, Matthew, Elizabeth, Mary, Bridget. Letters of administration were taken out on the 28th of June, 1682, and some of the items of the inventory are so interesting as to be worth transcribing. It is to be remarked, in the first place, that his goods were valued at the low total sum of £205, and that the largest item was for corn, wheat, peas, and oats, £44, from which and from other entries it may be inferred that he farmed his own glebe. Among the latter may be quoted: hay, £25, 6 shillings, 8 pence. 2 mares, 1 nag, £18. 2 heifers, 4 calves, 6 cows and calf, 3 bullocks, £27, 13 shillings, 4 pence. 19 sheep and 4 swine, £6, 19 shillings, 4 pence. Of the modest establishment and simple habits of this country parson of the 17th century, this document affords evidence. His plate was estimated at £5 only, and the same sum was considered sufficient to represent the value of his purse and apparel, while the worth of the whole furniture of his parlour, consisting of 15 chairs, 2 tables, 1 carpet, is set down at £3. That he was studious as well as simple is attested by the comparatively large valuation of the contents of his study. These were one desk and lock, and shelves and books, which were assessed at £30 4 shillings, a sum exceeding the supposed equivalent in money of the entire furniture of the rectory. This assertion I must ask my readers to take upon trust, as the inventory of the contents of the kitchen, dairy, brewhouse, and 5 upper chambers is scarcely of sufficient interest to print in extenso. Of the 9 children of the Reverend John Wright, of Sayford and Longford, some information is given in the pedigree, but here we need concern ourselves only with his sons, Richard and John, from whom sprang 2 distinct branches of the family. It is from John that the subject of our biography is descended, but Richard claims precedence by right of seniority. Of this eldest son, Richard, little is known, except that he was born at Lodenhall, or Leadenhall, Pendridge, Staffordshire, in 1662, and that he was the father of Richard Wright, M.D. of Derby. This, the second Richard of this branch, was born in 1702, and was twice married, firstly to Dorothy Gell, of Wirksworth, who died childless, and secondly to Francis Wilcoxon, of the same place, by whom he had issue 1 son and 2 daughters. One of the daughters, Elizabeth, died unmarried in 1766, and Mary, the other, became the wife of Captain John Wilson, R.N., of Tamworth, and died in 1805. The son was named Richard after his father and followed the same profession. The third Richard in this branch was, like Joseph Wright the painter, the great-grandson of the rector of Longford, and must not be confounded with another Dr. Richard Wright, his second cousin and brother of the artist. For the sake of distinction, he may be called Dr. Richard Wright of London, where he settled and became distinguished. He was one of the physicians to St. George's Hospital, and being a man of high scientific attainments and a scholar of some eminence, he was elected a Fellow of the Royal Society. He married Caroline, only surviving daughter of Sir James Gray, by whom he had no issue. He collected one of the first libraries of his time, which after his death was sold by Messrs. T. and J. Egerton on Monday, April the 23rd, 1787, and 11 following days. This library, which numbered 2,824 lots at the sale, consisted of an elegant and extensive collection of books in every branch of learning. It was particularly rich in works of history, physic, criticism, and divinity, and in Greek and Latin classics. It also included many of the scarcest editions of the Old English poets, novels, and romances, and a remarkably singular assemblage of theatrical literature, including the rarest productions of the English drama. The dramatic works occupied 2 days of the sale, and amongst other rarities were copies of the first, second, third, and fourth editions of Shakespeare's works. The catalogue, a demi-octavo of 102 pages, forms a good textbook for the book buyer of today. Dr. Wright died at his house in Charles Street, Grosvenor Square, London, on Saturday, the 14th day of October, 1786. His remains were brought to Derby and interred in the family vault at St. Michael's Church. It is now time to turn to the younger branch of the family to which our artist belonged. John, the second son of the vicar of Sayford and rector of Longford, was born at the former place in the year 1664. He became an attorney and established a reputation for integrity which descended to his son. There is still in the possession of the family a letter addressed to him by the great Lord Chesterfield, dated April the 13th, 1704, in which his lordship says, quote, "I am much satisfied to find that Mr. Thacker and my daughter Wotton have employed in their affairs a character from whom everybody may expect fair dealing." End quote. He married Anne Dakin in 1649 and had issue Jane, John, and Elizabeth. John II was born January the 16th, 1697, and, like his father, became an attorney of good repute. From his upright conduct upon all occasions, he was known by the flattering name of Equity Wright. It is said that when applied to respecting any case, which he thought only required explanation, it was his wont to reconcile the parties as a friend, without making fee or charge. An attorney of Derby, speaking of Equity Wright some years after his death, said, quote, "He might have died very rich had he acted like the generality of his profession." Unquote. There can be no doubt that he was a thoroughly good lawyer, for on more than one occasion, when he waited on the celebrated Sir Eardley Wilmot of Osmaston for an opinion, Sir Eardley said to him, quote, "You are come to throw away a guinea with me, Mr. Wright, for you know the law as well as I do." Unquote. He filled the office of Town Clerk of Derby from 1756 to 1765. The sisters of Equity Wright died unmarried, but he, on September the 26th, 1728, took to wife a lady named Hannah Brooks, by whom he had issued 3 sons and 2 daughters. John, the eldest and third of his name, was born August the 29th, 1729, and like his father and grandfather became an attorney. He died March the 22nd, 1798. Richard Wright, M.D., the second son, already mentioned in the account of the elder branch of the family, was born November the 17th, 1730, and attained some eminence as a physician in his native town Derby. An old manuscript has the following lines relating to this Richard. Quote, "Cease, wonders, cease from this or that, since Dr. Wright has changed his hat. Corners 3 and wig profound, he now salutes his friends all round." Unquote. He married Sarah Wallis of Derby, by whom he had 2 daughters, Hannah and Anne. The latter married James Holworthy, an eminent artist, a member of the Old Society of Painters in Colour, and an intimate friend of the late J.M.W. Turner, R.A. Mr. Holworthy purchased the Brookfield estate near Hathersage and built Brookfield House. Hannah died May the 13th, 1867, unmarried. Joseph, the third son of Equity Wright, is the subject of this biography. His sisters, Hannah, the third child, and Anne Elizabeth or Nancy, the youngest of the family, died unmarried in the years 1810 and 1815 respectively. Joseph Wright, the painter, commonly called Wright of Derby, to distinguish him from another painter of the same surname, was born at Derby on the 3rd of September 1734 in the house No. 28 Irongate, and was educated at the grammar school of that town under the Reverend Mr. Ormond. Footnote: Richard Wright was a marine painter of Liverpool, born 1735, died 1775, who painted The Fishery, which was engraved by Wallet. End of footnote. Perhaps the ordinary affix to Wright's name has to some extent interfered with his reputation, but the localization of his fame is also due to the fact that a great number of his paintings have always remained in his native county and in the possession of the families for which they were painted. He was truly Wright of Derby, for there he was born and educated, and with the exception of 3.5 years under Hudson in London, 2 years in Italy, and a similar period at Bath, we find him located at Derby throughout his life. He was, however, well patronized, perhaps with the exception of Sir Joshua Reynolds, as much so as any of his contemporaries, for seldom, if ever, did a painting of his go into the hands of a dealer or remain unsold. Respected and honored by his townsmen, and enjoying the close intimacy and friendship of men eminent by their position and distinguished by their talents in literature and art, he passed his days in the midst of those he loved, industriously laboring in his profession, although at times suffering from long periods of nervous depression until his death in 1797. Wright's friend and pupil, Mr. John Moss Tate of Liverpool, told a gentleman who called upon him early in this century to see some paintings by Wright in his possession that, quote, he was always pleased to see a Derbyshire man, for that county had produced three most eminent men in the sister arts, Chantry the sculptor, Wright the painter, and John Harrison the singer. End quote. It is seldom that a better opportunity is found of obtaining a clear insight into the working and everyday life of an artist than that afforded by the material collected for the present volume. This consists principally of letters written and memoranda made long years ago, and numerous notes by the artist himself. Most of the last are contained in a book in which he carefully recorded the pictures he painted, the prices he obtained for them, and the names of his patrons. In it he was also wont to jot down memoranda, now full of interest, relating to his family and private concerns. Personal and other relics, religiously preserved by relatives and handed down to the present day, have also assisted in bringing before the writer a vivid picture of the man and his doings. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of the Life and Works of Joseph Wright by William BEMROSE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. Early life, mechanical pursuits, aspirations after art, love of music and society, studies under Hudson, returns to Derby, again studies under Hudson. Young Wright early manifested a taste for mechanics. His brother Richard, writing to a friend some years afterwards, thus alludes to his leisure employments. Quote, at an early time in life he showed great propensity to knowledge in several mechanical branches, and being of an active mind, would frequently spend his vacant time from school in going to different shops to see the men work. When he returned home, he would imitate their works and complete them in a masterly manner, such as joiners' goods, chests of drawers, clocks, spinning wheels, guns, etc. His genius afterwards turned to drawing and painting. If he saw a person once, he would draw the outlines of his face so strong as to be known at sight. Making great progress in those branches, he was determined to pursue those studies for his profession. Accordingly, his father, an attorney at law, inquired of his agents in London who were the most eminent masters, and upon inquiry he was recommended to Mr. Hudson. Having seen a raree show at a fair, he considered attentively upon what principle it could be formed, and, having discovered the manner of placing the glasses, completed a show about 3 feet high. Having done this, Wright went to the showman and told him he had made a show like his. The man would not at first believe him, but upon inquiring how he had made it, and finding it was quite correct, he earnestly begged that the boy would not tell anyone by what means he had effected it. This show, exhibiting some Italian views, was afterwards the delight of his children and nieces. When the Scotch army under Prince Charles Edward came to Derby in December 1745, the elder Mr. Wright, father of the painter, took his wife, 2 daughters, and Joe, as he was generally called, to Repton, thinking that the rebels could not cross the Trent, as there was no bridge there at that time. During the preceding July, his 2 eldest sons, John and Richard, had been placed at Repton School under the Reverend Mr. Ashley. Much to the surprise of the Wrights, 3 officers and 40 men were quartered in their house at Derby. During the soldiers' stay, they saw a small gun, with which they were so much struck as to make inquiries respecting it, and upon being told that it was made by Master Joseph, They wished they could see the little gentleman. They would take him with them, for they were sure he must be an ingenious boy to make that gun. At Repton, young Wright saw a Christmas piece which belonged to one of the boys. For a long time this piece so engrossed his mind that he could think of nothing else, and he dwelt upon it until he determined to try to draw. Thus, at 11 years of age, he took to art and gradually left off his mechanical pursuits. This love for mechanics showed itself later in life by the introduction of an air pump and an orrery into two of his principal pictures. He likewise invented a pair of proportional compasses. These were made of 2 strips of wood, with an opening down the middle of each, placed upon each other, and united by a screw, which, moving up and down, fixed the point of the compasses at any place that was desired. By this instrument Wright was enabled to accurately enlarge or diminish any drawing. His father, being averse to his devoting so much time to drawing, thinking it would never be of use to him, and might withdraw his attention from more necessary pursuits, young Wright used to draw, unknown to his friends, in an attic, where he spent much of his spare time. Having nothing from which to study, he copied the public-house signs in the town, which at that time exhibited more pictures than at the present day, and it is related of him that when he had completed his copy of the sign of Robin Hood and Little John, near his father's residence, he was highly delighted, as he was likewise when he had finished the Buck in the Park. The Buck in the Park, a sign by which an inn in the town is still known at the present day, means the arms of the borough of Derby, which are azure, a buck couchant, enclosed in park palings, all proper. His method was, after looking long and earnestly at the sign, to go home and draw as much as he could remember of it. When at a loss, he returned and examined the sign, and then ran back as rapidly as possible, so that he might not lose the impression produced on his mind. And thus he continued until the drawing was finished. His mother, noticing his conduct and wishing to know why he spent so much time in the attic spoken of, entered it and discovered his employment. The boy artist earnestly begged that she would not tell his father, and this request, fortunately for the world, was granted. His predilection for art is well illustrated by a life-size head of Councillor Noel in my possession, drawn upon blue paper in black and white crayons. On the back, in Wright's handwriting, quote, Joseph Wright, Fetched, September the 3rd, 1751, État 17. Councillor Noel, the head being unfinished, I was obliged to leave it so. End quote. There is little doubt he was in the habit of attending the courts of assize with his father, who was engaged there professionally and had amused himself by sketching the councillor in his wig, but from some cause had not time to finish it. The sketches of his early boyhood showed considerable skill and power in light and shade, and the treatment of drapery, and are thus prophetic of that command of chiaroscuro which distinguished the picture of his maturity. His delight in strong lights and shadows was very conspicuous throughout his life. He could never pass a blacksmith's shop or any striking lights in the streets without staying to study them, and the influence of this early passion of his is seen in a large number of his paintings, where remarkable fire, candlelight, and atmospheric effects are rendered with singular power and truth. At length, his father, finding his decided turn for painting, determined upon placing him with the most eminent artist of the time, and in 1751, when Joseph was 17 years of age, he, after careful inquiry amongst his friends in London, placed him with Hudson, the portrait painter, with whom he remained as a student for 2 years. Footnote: Sir Joshua Reynolds and Mortimer were also pupils under Hudson, who, Lord Oxford tells us, pleased the country gentlemen with his honest similitudes, fair tied wigs, blue velvet coats, and white satin waistcoats, which he bestowed liberally on his customers. Hudson, however, though an artist of little imagination, was a sound painter and probably a good master. End of footnote. Wright, however, appears to have soon become dissatisfied with the subjects which Hudson gave him to copy, which, if we may judge from the studies of this period still existing, stiff, formal portraits in black and white chalk upon blue paper, was not to be wondered at. Amongst them is a spirited resemblance of himself, and it is thought probable that the artist, tired of such copying, amused himself by studying from nature. Young Wright, like most young men, was fond of a frolic, but the effect of a practical joke which he played at Hudson's effectually cured him of these mischievous propensities. It appears that the lay figure at Hudson's was upon low wheels, and having tied a piece of string to it, which he conveyed under the door, Wright, the next morning, whilst the servant maid was cleaning the grate, stationed himself at the door, which was a little open, to amuse himself with her surprise at seeing it move. Having waited his opportunity, he gently pulled the string, and when the girl turned to look, suddenly stopped. She took no further notice of it until he drew it more decidedly, steadily forward. She then earnestly watched its progress, and at last, being convinced that it was moving, threw down her brush and rushed out of the room, and would, in her fright, have precipitated herself over the rails of the stairs, if he had not caught her. He was so much alarmed when he saw how greatly she was agitated, and thought what would have been the probable consequence of such a fall, that he determined never again to indulge in practical jokes, a resolution which he seems never to have forgotten. This circumstance made such an impression upon his mind that he could not hear with patience of any attempt to frighten people, as there was no knowing to what consequences it might lead. Upon the expiration of the period for which he had been placed with Hudson, Wright, at the age of 19, returned to Derby, and soon afterwards painted the portraits of his father and mother, his two sisters, his brother, and himself. These were probably the first portraits he painted, as, when they sat to him, he had only, it must be remembered, been 2 years at his profession. At this time he also painted the portraits of many of his friends, and members of the principal families in the neighbourhood. Being, however, dissatisfied with his progress, he returned to London, in 1756, to study under Hudson for the second time, and remained with him for 15 months, often lamenting during that period that he could not obtain better instruction, there being no master of eminence in England at that time. Painting was not Wright's only pursuit. He was a real lover of music, and was considered by those able to judge to be a first-rate amateur performer upon the flute, which he was taught by Tacit. Mr. Denby, the organist at All Saints' Church, at this time had weekly concerts at his house, at which Wright played the flute. Burdett, who published a map of Derbyshire in 1767, the violoncello, the Reverend Mr. Hope, thorough bass on the harpsichord, and the Reverend Mr. Blackwall and Mr. Charles Denby, first and second violins. Footnote: Denby published several music books, a collection of hymn tunes, sonatinos, and rondas for the harpsichord. End of footnote. These were cheerful evenings, and Wright took a prominent part in the mirth, for, though naturally shy and retiring, he was of a social and lively disposition. He is said to have been the life of the party. He also attended the balls and assemblies in Derby, Newark, Chesterfield, and other places, and from his handsome person and pleasant manners was a general favourite. Footnote: We here transcribe the rules of the Derby Assembly of about this period. They are interesting and curious. Rules to be observed in the Ladies' Assembly in Derby. 1. No attorney's clerk shall be admitted. 2. No shopkeeper or any of his or her family shall be admitted except Mr. Francis. 3. No lady shall be allowed to dance in a long white apron. 4. all young ladies in mantuas shall pay 2s. 6d. 5. No miss in a coat shall dance without leave of the Lady of the Assembly. 6. Whosoever shall transgress any of these rules shall be turned out of the assembly room. Several of the above-mentioned rules having of late been broke through, they are now printed by our order and signed by us, the present ladies and governors of the assembly, Anne Barnes, Dorothy Every, Elizabeth Eyre, Bridget Bailey, R. Fitzherbert, Esther Mundy. End of footnote. An old inhabitant of Derby, Mr. Hayden, used to relate that Wright once asked him whether he should teach him to draw or to play on the flute, and that he foolishly chose the latter. Wright, he said, was a very pleasant master, who held the agreeable theory that Madeira was the best medicine for the flute, and never gave him a lesson without ordering in a bottle of it. Mrs. Cade, Wright's daughter, has related that he used to play upon the flute in the evening, after he had prepared his palette for the next day, and that the Reverend Thomas Gisborne, who then resided in St. Helen's House, at the top of Bridgegate, and afterwards at Yoxall Lodge, Needwood Forest, was in the habit of drawing with him in the morning and playing upon the flute with him in the evening. She also recollected going with him to Darley Grove, adjoining St. Helen's, where he delighted to hear the echoes to his flute. After Wright's death, there was found a large box containing music for the flute, written very neatly by himself, which at last came to the ignominious fate of being used by the servants for lighting the fires. An early memorandum of Wright's states, quote, "My father paid Sandys the colourman for me. March 1759. £15, 17s. In March 1762, paid ditto £20, 14s. Lent me a guinea to send. Paid for cloth for shirts when I was in London, £4, 4s. For a German flute, £3, 3s." End quote. Having soon attained some local celebrity, Wright was allowed a room at the town hall when he wished to exhibit his pictures, and could not show them to advantage at his father's. It was in this room that he painted the portraits of the members of the Derby Hunt, which now hang in Markeaton Hall, where they were placed by Francis Noel Clarke Mundy, the poet. This gentleman, from an elegy written by him in 1765, appears to have been the life, the leader of the hunter train, and in Wright's manuscript book occurs the following memorandum in connection with the portrait of one of the Mundy family. Quote, "The letter in Mr. Mundy's picture to be dated from Umberley in Sussex. It must conclude with 'your friend Harry Deckham,' not Henry. The case upon the letter table, directed to Francis Mundy, Esquire, at Markeaton, near Derby." End quote. Amongst the portraits known to have been exhibited at the town hall may be mentioned that of Old John, head waiter at the King's Head Inn, which was raffled for 10 guineas, and won by Daniel Parker Coke, Esquire. This picture, which represents Old John, with roses in the buttonhole of his coat, and a smiling and intelligent face under his wig, is now in the possession of Lord Belper. Another local character, similarly distinguished, was Thomas Oliver, beadle at All Saints' Church, whose attentive attitude, whilst Mr. Winter or his curate, Mr. Hope, preached, had caught the artist's eye. The interest thus excited led the artist to obtain a sitting from the beadle, and the picture which resulted was exhibited at the town hall. Wright made a crayon drawing of his portrait and gave it to Mr. Denby. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of the Life and Works of Joseph Wright by William BEMROSE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. Candlelight Subjects, The Gladiator Picture, commences to paint landscapes in 1772. List of pictures exhibited at the Society of Artists' Rooms. List of pictures exhibited at the Royal Academy. Wright holds an exhibition in 1785 of his own works in London. Wright's generosity in giving pictures to his friends. Wright, a pioneer in watercolor painting. It is interesting to note in the life of an artist who showed such varied talents, at what periods he entered on the different walks of art, which he trod with such success. We know that Wright painted portraits only whilst under Hudson's tuition, and even for several years after his second period of study under that master, which was during the year 1756, he seems to have attempted nothing else. We are also able to all but fix the dates of many of his early candlelight and historical subjects because they were exhibited at the rooms of the Society of Artists. Footnote: the first exhibition was held in April 1760. The catalogue of 1761 has 2 satirical subjects after Hogarth, and that for 1762 has a preface from the pen of Dr. Johnson. There were no exhibitions in 1779, 81 and 82, nor were there any between 1783 and 1790. The last was in 1791. End of footnote. The first of these appeared in 1765 and was called 3 Persons Viewing the Gladiator by Candlelight. Footnote: the sitters in this picture were old John Wilson, an inmate of the Devonshire almshouses, Mr. Burdett, and the artist himself. End of footnote. In the same way, we can fix approximately the date of his first landscape as 1772. From such records we may also conclude with some certainty that it was Wright's own innate genius that impelled him to study those effects of artificial light with which his name is so strongly associated, for hitherto no English painter had attempted them, and he did not leave England till 1773. His visit to Italy in 1774-5, where he saw a grand eruption of Vesuvius, merely turned his natural predilection for strange effects of light into a new channel. This eruption may be said to have been the father of his numerous landscapes of volcanoes and conflagrations. Of the eruption alone he painted about 18 pictures, each of which was treated in a manner differing more or less from the rest. In his striking picture of sun and moonlight, which also began about this time, we see the same love for unusual and powerful effects of light. From a letter in the possession of Lord Lansdowne, the owner of the Gladiator, which by the courtesy of his lordship I am able to transcribe, we learn that this picture was not sold until the year 1772. In Wright's manuscript book, the price named is £40, and Dr. Bates is entered as the purchaser. This price must be an error, or only a part payment, as will be seen from the letter which is from Wright to Dr. Bates, and was sold with the picture. There is little doubt that this was the picture mentioned in the letter, although it is not referred to by name. Quote, Derby, 12th September 1772. Dear Sir, last night I received a letter from our friend Burdett, whereby I understood you consent to give me £130 for the picture. I must let it go at that price, as I am under a necessity of immediately raising £1,200 on a mortgage, and have only 1,000 by me. It was on this account I offered it to you at 125 guineas. I shall say no more on the subject, only desire for my interest you will never mention what you gave for it, as it might much injure me in the future sale of my pictures, and, when I send you a receipt for the money, I shall acknowledge a greater sum. I wish it may be convenient for you to remit me the money immediately, as Michaelmas is the time fixed for the payment of the money, and though I have lent more money than I now want, upon the person's bare note, and without interest, I know not a man that would lend me £100 without high interest and good security. You see how I am circumstanced, and have no doubt but you'll immediately assist me with the money if you can. I think myself much obliged to you for offering me the assistance any of your pictures can give me. I am, with compliments to Mrs. Bates, though not known, dear sir, your affectionate friend, Joseph Wright. End quote. Upon examining the following list of his pictures exhibited at the rooms of the Society of Artists, it will be noticed that for 10 years, from 1765 to 1775, only one landscape is mentioned, but on his return from Italy in 1776, he exhibited his first picture of Vesuvius, and from this date he evidently paid much more attention to landscape, and almost ceased to paint candlelight effects, which up to that date had with portraiture almost entirely engrossed his pencil. Whilst in Italy, he made many landscape sketches from nature, which supplied him on his return to England with the greater part of the material for the landscapes he produced, from 1775 to within a few years of his death, although these were interspersed with scenes from Scotland, Derbyshire, and the Lake District. Wright was at an early period elected a member of the Society of Artists, to whose exhibitions in the Spring Gardens he contributed many years, as will be seen from the following lists extracted from the catalogues. It is to be regretted that at this date it was not the custom to mention in catalogues the names of the persons whose portraits were exhibited, and in consequence of the lapse of time it is now often impossible to identify them. Pictures exhibited by Joseph Wright at the exhibitions of the Society of Artists of Great Britain. 1765. Number 163. 3 persons viewing the Gladiator by candlelight. Number 164. A conversation piece. 1766. Number 195. A philosopher giving that lecture on the orrery in which a lamp is put in the place of the sun. Number 196. A portrait of a lady, whole length. Number 197. Head of a gentleman. 1767. Number 188. Portrait of a gentleman, whole length. Number 189. A small candlelight. Number 190. Ditto its companion. 1768. Number 193. An experiment on a bird in the air pump. Number 194. 2 candlelights. 1769. Number 196. A philosopher by candlelight. Number 197. An academy by candlelight. Number 198. A lady. Number 199. A conversation. 1770. Number 154. Portrait of a gentleman painted by an artificial light. Number 155. A conversation of girls. Number 303. Child with a dog. 1771. Number 200. A lady and child, whole length. Number 201. A blacksmith shop. Number 202. A small ditto viewed from without. Number 203. A small conversation. Number 204. Portrait of an officer. Number 205. A young lady undressing by candlelight. Number 206. An old woman knitting by candlelight. Number 209. The alchemist, in search of the philosopher's stone, discovers phosphorus and prays for the successful conclusion of his operation, as was the custom of the ancient chemical astrologers. 1772. Number 369. A portrait of an officer, small, whole length. Number 370. A portrait of an officer, small, whole length. Number 371. a landscape. Number 372, a blacksmith shop. Number 373, an iron forge. Number 417, a moonlight. 1773, number 370, a captive king. Number 371, an iron forge viewed from without. Number 372, an earth stopper on the banks of the Derwent. 1774, number 321, the old man and death. 1775, number 223, a smith's forge altered from his first design. 1776, number 147, an eruption of Mount Vesuvius. Number 148, the annual Girandola at the Castle of St. Angelo at Rome. 1791, number 291, Antigonus in the Storm, from The Winter's Tale. Number 220, Romeo and Juliet, the tomb scene. Noise again, then I'll be brief. Footnote: Captain Salmon, who then lived at Bredsall Priory, near Derby, sat to write as Romeo. End of footnote. N.B. The above pictures were exhibited last year in the Academy, but having been placed in an unfortunate position, owing, as Mr. Wright supposes, to their having arrived too late in London, and have since received alterations, he is desirous they should again meet the public eye. Number 221, inside an Italian stable. Number 222, part of the Colosseum. Number 223, moonlight, view on the Lake Albano, Italy, Monteggiora in the distance. Total 43 pictures. Pictures exhibited by Joseph Wright at the exhibition of the Free Society of Artists. 1783, number 4, moonlight. Number 89, boy blowing a bladder. Total 2 pictures. In 1777, Wright does not appear to have exhibited at all, but in the next year he commenced to send pictures to the Royal Academy, a practice he continued with some interruptions until 1794. Pictures exhibited by Joseph Wright at the exhibition of the Royal Academy, 1778. Number 357, an eruption of Mount Vesuvius with a procession of St. Januarius's head. Number 358, a grotto by the seaside in the kingdom of Naples, with banditti, a sunset. Number 359, Edwin, from Dr. Beatty's Minstrel. Number 360, Sterne's Captive. Number 361, the Girandola, a grand firework exhibited at the Castle of St. Angelo in Rome. Number 411, Neptune's Grotto at Tivoli. 1779, number 358, the Girandola, or grand firework at the Castle of St. Angelo in Rome, companion to the Vesuvius he painted last year. Number 359, Virgil's tomb, with the figure of Celius Italicus, who bought an estate enriched with this very tomb. He was frequent in his visits to this monument of his master. Number 360, Neptune's Grotto at Tivoli. Number 361, two boys, whole length. 1780, number 158, eruption of Mount Vesuvius. Number 203, a cavern with the figure of Julia, banished thither by her grandfather Augustus. 1781, number 23, a philosopher by lamplight. Number 61, cavern in the Gulf of Salernum, sunset. Number 100, Maria from Sterne, a companion to the picture of Edwin exhibited 3 years ago. Number 112, cavern in the Gulf of Salernum, moonlight. Number 181, Portraits of Three Children. Number 224, Virgil's Tomb by Moonlight. Number 245, Portrait of a Gentleman. 1782, number 165, Two Young Gentlemen in the Character of Archers. Number 231, Old Man's Head in the Character of an Apostle. 1788, number 81, Maecenas Villa at Tivoli. Number 83, Cicero's Villa near Salerno. Number 96, View near Mare Chiare on the shore of Pausilippo. Number 98, the Convent of St. Cosimato near Vicovaro, and remains of the Claudian Aqueduct on the river Arno. Number 234, View in the Alps on the site next Italy in the Duchy of Milan. 1789, number 9, A Moonlight. Number 26, Cicero's Villa, an Evening. Number 67, The Prison of the Capitol. Number 74, Ruins of the Colosseo in Rome. Number 87, A Boy and Girl Engaged with a Bladder. Number 107, Ruins of the Colosseo in Rome with Banditti. Number 137, View of Cromford near Matlock. Number 153, A Girl Blowing a Charcoal Stick. Number 236, A Dead Soldier, His Wife and Child, vide Langhorne's Poems. 1790, number 1, Romeo and Juliet, Act 5, Scene Last. Number 221, Scene from the Winter's Tale, Act 3, latter end of the 6th scene. 1794, number 107, An Eruption of Vesuvius. Number 232, A Lake at Dunkeld in Scotland, Evening. Number 233, A Village on Fire. Total 40 pictures. From the foregoing list of Wright's contributions to exhibitions of the Royal Academy, it will be noticed that he did not send any between the years 1782 and 1788. This abstention was caused by his resentment at the conduct of the Academy, in consequence of which he refused the full diploma which the Royal Academy offers to him in 1784. From the following extract from the Athenaeum of January the 31st, 1885, it appears that Wright was not the only artist of distinction who, at that period, had to complain of the treatment of the Council of the Royal Academy. Quote, In the archives of the Royal Academy is a letter which has special interest. It is a complaint addressed by Gainsborough to the Council of the Academy about the manner in which his most important contribution to the gathering of 1784 had been treated, being placed in a position, he says, unbecoming its character as a group of royal portraits, and unjust to himself as a R.A. In the end, with several other works the artist left at the hanging committee's discretion, the picture was withdrawn so that the Academy gathering of 1784 comprised no Gainsborough. The artist abandoned the Academy altogether, and during the 4 remaining years of his life he sent no more pictures." End quote. The doors of the Academy being thus practically closed to Wright, he determined on another plan for bringing his works under public notice. In 1785, he opened an exhibition composed of 25 of his own pictures at Mr. Robins' rooms, Covent Garden, London. This is an early instance of those exhibitions devoted to the compositions of a single artist, which have of late become so frequent. In the catalogue of it, which we are unable to reprint, it will be noticed that 15 out of the 25 works exhibited were not for sale. A catalogue of pictures painted by Joseph Wright of Derby and exhibited at Mr. Robins' rooms, Late Langford's, No. 9, under the Great Piazza, Covent Garden. All have their brilliant moments when alone they paint as if some star propitious shone, Yet then, e'en then, the hand but ill conveys the bolder grace that in the fancy plays. Hence, candid critics, this sad truth confessed, accept what least is bad and deem it best, lament the soul in error's thraldom held, compare life's span with art's extensive field, and know that ere perfect taste matures the mind, or perfect practice to the taste be joined, comes age, comes sickness, comes contracting pain, and chills the warmth of youth in every vein. Mason's translation of Du Fresnoy's poem on painting, verse 697, etc. 1785, printed by J. Barker, Russell Court, Drury Lane. A catalogue, N.B. Such pictures as are marked with an asterisk are to be disposed of. Number 1. The Lady in Milton's Comus, verse 221. Was I deceived, or did a sable cloud turn forth her silver lining on the night? There does a sable cloud turn forth her silver lining on the night, and casts a gleam over this tufted grove. Number 2. Asterisk. A companion to the preceding picture, the widow of an Indian chief watching the arms of her deceased husband. This picture is founded on a custom which prevails among some of the savage tribes in America, where the widow of an eminent warrior is used to sit the whole day during the first moon after his death under a rude kind of trophy formed by a tree lopped and painted, on which the weapons and martial habiliments of the dead are suspended. She remains in this situation without shelter, and perseveres in her mournful duty at the hazard of her own life from the inclemencies of weather. Number 3. Asterisk. William and Margaret, from the celebrated ballad in Percy's Relics of Ancient English Poetry, Volume 3, 16. 'Twas at the silent solemn hour, when night and morning meet, in glided Margaret's grimly ghost, and stood at William's feet. Number 4. Asterisk. View of the Cascade of Tournai in Italy. Number 5. Virgil's tomb by moonlight. Number 6. The Lake of Nemi, a sunset. Number 7. Asterisk. Julia, the daughter of Augustus and supposed mistress of Ovid, deploring her exile by moonlight in a cavern of the island to which she was banished. Number 8. Asterisk. The happy meeting of Hero and Leander, after his swimming across the Hellespont in a tranquil night. Number 9. Asterisk. A companion to the preceding picture, the storm in which Leander was drowned. Number 10. A landscape, morning. Number 11. A seashore, evening. Number 12. Matlock High Tor, moonlight. And number 13. The Maid of Corinth, from Mr. Haley's essay on painting, verse 126, etc. O love, it was thy glory to impart its infant being to this magic art. Inspired by thee, the soft Corinthian maid her graceful lover's sleeping form portrayed. Her brooding heart his near departure knew, yet longed to keep his image in her view. Pleased she beheld the steady shadow fall by the clear lamp upon the even wall. The line she traced with fond precision true, and drawing, doted on the form she drew. Number 14. Asterisk. A companion to the preceding picture, Penelope unravelling her web by lamplight, from Pope's Homer, the second book of the Odyssey, verse 99, etc. Allusive of the bridal day, she gives fond hopes to all, and all with hopes deceives. Did not the sun through heaven's wide azure rolled for 3 long years the royal fraud behold, while she, laborious in delusion, spread the spacious loom and mixed the various thread? Where us to life the wondrous figures rise? Thus spoke the inventive queen with artful sighs. Though cold in death Ulysses breathes no more, cease yet a while to urge the bridal hour, cease still to great Laertes I bequeath, a talk of grief, his ornaments of death. Lest when the Fates his royal ashes claim, the Grecian matrons taint my spotless name, when he, whom living mighty realms obeyed, shall want in death a shroud to grace his shade. Thus she, at once the generous train complies, nor fraud mistrusts in virtue's fair disguise. The work she plied, but studious of delay, by night reversed the labours of the day, while thrice the sun his annual journey made, the conscious lamp the midnight fraud surveyed. Number 15. A distant view of Vesuvius from the shore of Posillipo. Number 16. The companion in the Gulf of Salerno. Number 17. A landscape, moonlight. Number 18. A view in Dovedale, morning. Number 19. Ditto, its companion, evening. Number 20. Portrait of an artist. Number 21. Guy de Lusignan in prison. Number 22. Portraits of 3 of Mr. Newton's children. Number 23. A wood scene, moonlight. Number 24. A view of Gibraltar during the destruction of the Spanish floating batteries on the 13th of September, 1782. It may be proper to inform the spectator that the painter's original plan was to execute 2 pictures as companions to each other on this event so glorious to our country. In the first, which is now exhibited, he has endeavoured to represent an extensive view of the scenery combined with the action. In the second, which he hopes to finish hereafter, he proposes to make the action his principal object and delineate the particulars of it more distinctly. Number 25. Portrait of a gentleman. Finis. Wright so far forgave the injury he considered the Royal Academy had inflicted upon him as to contribute to their exhibitions in the years 1788, 1789, 1790, and 1794. Though from the correspondence printed in Chapter 6, it will be seen that his paintings were not treated with much consideration. One characteristic worthy of notice in Wright's portraiture is the lifelike and liquid look that pervades the eyes. He was also particularly happy in his treatment of the hands of his sitters, which are very different to the misshapen forms that often do duty for hands in paintings by popular artists. An exhibition in which his pictures were an important feature appears to have been held in his native town some 2 years afterwards, for the Derby Mercury of October 3rd, 1787, contains the following advertisement. Exhibition from the numerous and genteel company who have visited this exhibition, the inventor will continue the same for 1 week longer, and to the effects already shown will add various others from some of the justly much admired paintings of Mr. Wright of Derby, the effects of which beggar all description, and for which purpose Mr. Wright has politely sent the inventor his paintings. It is hoped none will miss the present and only opportunity of gratifying their curiosity. Admittance from 10 in the morning till 1, and from 4 till 8 in the evening, at Mr. Wood's, confectioner, in the Court Market, at 1 shilling each. While, however, Wright appears to have had a proper sense of his own merits as a painter, and not to have lost sight of the advantages of keeping them before the public, and though on certain occasions he held out for his price, he was neither conceited nor ungenerous. Of his liberality sufficient proof is afforded by his numerous gifts of valuable pictures to individuals among his private friends, and to persons to whom he thought himself under obligation. In various instances these gifts were manifestly disinterested, and that they were often, and probably always, conferred in a very pleasing manner, which declined rather than sought the expression of gratitude, the following records will sufficiently vouch. Quote, Mr. Hayley to Mrs. Hayley. As I love to make you a sharer in every pleasing occurrence of my life, I cannot let a post depart without dispatching to you an account of a circumstance which has given me no little delight. Berridge last night committed a box to my care, declaring it contained something for me, but requesting that I would not open it till he arrived here today. After spending an agreeable morning at Hampstead, I met the dear physician in Cavendish Square, and while I was dressing he displayed his skill as a carpenter in opening the packing-case. When I came from my dressing-room to the dining-room, he surprised me with an exquisite picture of Virgil's tomb by Wright, putting into my hand a letter from that amiable artist, requesting my acceptance of this poetical scene, and added that the splendid frame which contained it was the gift of Dr. Berridge. End quote. The following is part of a letter written on the margin of a pencil and wash-sketch of St. Peter's at Rome, with the bridge and tower of St. Angelo, to someone in Derby, in the year 1774, when Wright was in Rome. Quote, The coloured drawing I will do for you must be upon a larger scale and sent by a friend, as I don't wish to do them as letters, but I presume the enclosed sort as sketches of observation, or possibly to remove any doubt in regard to particular objects, as I take them as faithfully as I can, and shall do the others also. In the meantime, I beg you will make no scruple in mentioning any particular objects that you wish, as I have justly every reason to have the greatest esteem for you, and having experienced your sincerity and friendship, I beg you will mention no more about the prices. End quote. In the exhibition of Wright's works, held in the Art Gallery at Derby in 1883, was the latest portrait of the artist. Footnote: The frontispiece plate in this volume is taken from this painting, now in the possession of the Honourable Mrs. Griffith, Yoxall Lodge, Staffordshire. End of footnote. This picture was also a gift, and was painted at Yoxall Lodge, the residence of his intimate friend, the Reverend T. Gisborne, when Wright was there on a visit. On the back of the picture, in Wright's handwriting, is the following: Joseph Wright, Anno Domini 1793, Etat 59, Manu propria, tabulam hang, amico suo T.G., dono detit pictor. At Oxton Hall, another inscription of the same class is to be seen, in Wright's handwriting, on the back of a portrait of John Holland, who was a very intimate friend, viz. John Holland, painted by his friend Joseph Wright, A.D. 1787. However odd the fees portrayed, what artist has a better made? Again on the back of a landscape, now in the possession of Godfrey Wedgwood, Esquire, is written the following, quote, The gift of Joseph Wright to his friend, Jos Wedgwood, Esquire, the patron and encourager of living artists, 1787, end quote. In the appendix, amongst the list of pictures, will be found many more instances of such gifts, thus, given to my friend Tate, for Mr. Hayley, mem. not paid, etc. As a watercolour painter of the English school, Wright must be ranked as one of the earliest. Whilst he largely used chalk, pencil and oils in his sketches, he also used watercolours in not a few of his Italian sketches taken in 1774. He evidently little thought then that watercolour painting would advance and take the high position as an art that it occupies today, when he, as a pioneer, made those early watercolour sketches. For he, in his correspondence, remarks, quote, 1795, I am glad to hear my friend Tate succeeded so well in watercolours. I dare say, when the application of them is well understood, it is pleasant work. 1793. I am sorry I cannot fulfil my engagement with Mr. Morland. Mr. Gisborne does not think himself at liberty to divulge Smith's mode of washing with watercolours. In 1795 he writes, I am glad to hear my good friend Tate has laid hold of his brushes again. Paper and camel hair pencils are better adapted to the amusement of ladies than the pursuit of an artist. The Messrs. Redgrave, in their Century of Painters, say, We have heard of, but not seen, works in this medium by Wright of Derby. It is gratifying to know that there are in existence some interesting landscape sketches and portraits in watercolours by Wright that tend to show that Wright could use the new medium with great effect and brilliancy. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of the Life and Works of Joseph Wright by William BEMROSE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. Wright marries and visits Italy. Letters. Extracts from diary. Birth of his daughter Anna Romana in Rome. Influence of the old masters. In July 1773, Wright marries Miss Anne Swift, and in November sets sail in the Jupiter for Italy with his wife and Mr. Halston. Footnote. The Mr. Halston who went with Mr. Wright of Derby to Italy in 1773 was my great-uncle. He was a very promising young artist, but immediately after his return to this country was killed by lightning while riding across Salisbury Plain in a storm. His name occurs in the early catalogues of the Royal Academy. Unquote. Extract from a letter from F. Y. Halston, President of the Incorporated Society of British Artists, August 1850. End of footnote. Before leaving England, he wrote the following letter to his brother Richard Wright. 1773. Dear Brother, by the wagon yesterday I sent you in a box 4 pillar candlesticks called Tooth and Egg, to be cleaned as silver. They are what they seem to be, which, if I mistake not your temper, will be more pleasing to you than a refined outside, with a base inside. They are such at least as best suit my taste and pocket, and I sincerely hope you'll receive them as a pledge for the love I bear you. I shall be glad to hear you have got 'em safe. Thursday last I got on board the Jupiter all our baggage and a case with the 2 pictures of the alchemist and captive king, for so my friends advised me. The ship is sailed for Exeter. When she will arrive is as uncertain as the winds that blow her. However, I hope the captain will soon send us a summons to embark. The winter approaches fast, and will, I fear, blast those joys I promised myself at a more agreeable time of the year. However, I flatter myself matrimony has improved my constitution, and I am better able to bear the rude winds than heretofore. Last week my sister Nancy and this family went on board the Jupiter. Afterwards we were conducted by the captain to his house, where we dined with the rest of the passengers. A good thought this of the captain, that we might not, when we met on board, wear the awkward faces of strangers. I shall be very happy to hear again from you ere we leave English ground, and if you write on Saturday night, it will, I think, get here in time. Tell Mr. Greenwood the drawings will be ready whenever he sends for them. I received the raffle safe. Make my affectionate compliments to Mrs. Fox and Mrs. Shelton. I dreamt she was got so well as to visit her friends, would she was really so. I am, with love to my sister, and affectionate compliments where due, your loving brother, Joseph Wright. P.S. I hope Dick's heart failed him not at his departure. Footnote. This has reference to the first voyage of his nephew, Richard Wright, in the service of the East India Company. 2 other members of the family were previously in that service. End of footnote. Mr. Halston's compliments to you and sister. Tuesday night, London. End quote. He evidently proved a bad sailor, for in his first letter home, written from Nice, he says, quote, "The continual agitation of the ship soon rendered us very sick, and we not only lost sight of land, but of everything save our cabin, and the vessel into which we discharged the contents of our sickly stomachs." End quote. He spent many months in Rome, studying especially the works of Michelangelo in the Cappella Sistina of the Vatican. He here made faithful drawings upon a larger scale than had generally been attempted, as he considered those subjects but ill adapted for pocket-book sketches. Quote, "These treasures of art," footnote, now in the possession of the writer, with many other sketches, end of footnote, "these treasures of art have hitherto remained in a great degree lost to the world, having scarcely been seen except by Mr. Wright's particular friends, to whom he showed them, when his imagination was warmed with a description of the divine originals." End quote. Footnote, Simpson's History of Derby. End of footnote. In Haley's Life of Romney, we read, quote, "In 1773, Romney went to Italy, where he acquainted himself with all the artists of his country, for I recollect his having repeatedly lamented that our amiable friend Wright, the painter of Derby, had laid the foundation of those cruel nervous sufferings which afflicted his later years by excess of application during his residence in Rome." End quote. His letters from Italy are very interesting, especially for his opinions on various celebrated works of art. A few extracts must suffice. Quote, "And on Sunday, 5th December, 1773, came into port at Nice amidst thousands of spectators of all ranks, who were placed on steps, their heads rising one above another, had a very pleasing effect, like the crowded galleries of a theatre. It was on the Jupiter's account this large assembly were gathered together, she being the largest vessel that has sailed into this port, and I fancy I may add the best. She weathered without any material injury many storms." Rome, February the 4th, 1774. "As I know my dear brother and sister will be better pleased to have a speedy account of her safe arrival here, from an hasty and irregular letter than from a more accurate one with delay, I embrace the first minute to tell you we got here last night in tolerable spirits, considering the tedious journey we had from Leghorn, which is not 200 miles. We were advised as the best mode of travelling for those who speak not the language of the country to engage with a man to take us to Rome for so much money and to accommodate us with every necessary on the road. The carriages have only 2 wheels, like our one-horse chairs, drawn by the same pair of horses all the way, which travel about as fast as our stage wagons. We were obliged to rise by 3 in the morning to go betwixt 20 and 30 miles a day, to arrive at night at a poor house with large cold rooms and bad accommodation, very unpleasing to the English traveller. By the advice of Mr. Caesar, Mr. Heathcote's friend at Pisa, I provided myself with a large cloak, such as the Italians use, which kept me tolerably comfortable by day and night, in which I lay, for I durst not undress, the beds being seldom lain in. Captain Difting's delay threw us into the winter, which has been attended with much cost and many inconveniences." Rome, February the 12th, 1774. "My dear brother, I fully intended sending this letter according to the first date, but was prevented by the visits of the English, and many more occurrences has since happened to prolong my silence beyond my wish, as I know you will be anxious to have a second letter, though I wrote to Mr. Coltman from Genoa, who would, I hope, inform you I was well. I am, entre nous, surprised he should think of quitting the close till he has it brought into as good condition as he found it. If he leaves it so, he must have gained much by it. If Mr. Brentnall has it, who, according to your account, I have no objection to, care should be taken that he does nothing to the disadvantage of my clothes to benefit his own. I am sorry poor Dick has been so unfortunate at his first setting out. It was enough to give him an insurmountable prejudice,
for the sea is terrible in stormy weather. I am sorry he is still likely to be expensive to us, only because I can't now so well afford it as formerly. This tour has and will cost me much more than I expected. My wife has been but indifferent. The storms by sea and the violent shaking by land, for some parts of the road is very stony, have been too much for her. I called in a doctor who said it was necessary she should lose blood. Accordingly, the next morning was appointed for the operation. The doctor and his surgeon came. Never did I see such parade. They talked of Galen and Hippocrates, and abundance of stuff, to conceal, I fear, their ignorance. However, Mrs. Wright is better. They are against purging, and have ordered her to drink a small liquor, which they call sherbet, to thin her blood. I have not wrote to Mr. Shackelford. I did not think it necessary, and his behaviour to me required it not, I am sure, for whatever he may say of generosity and gratitude, I never saw the least shadow of it. I was very fortunate in getting both yours and Nancy's letters. My wife has not heard from her friends, nor has Halston, nor Danman, who came with us, received any letters. Footnote. There is little doubt that this is John Downman, R.A. End of footnote. I shall be glad to hear from you as soon as your business will permit. The air here is not so cold as in England, but it is very thin and searching. Nancy tells me she has heard the Empress of Russia has taken a picture of the iron forge, but does not like the hermit. Footnote. It is recorded that Catherine, Empress of Russia, purchased pictures by the most eminent masters in every capital of Europe, and when she died in 1796, she left at the Hermitage 1,383 valuable paintings. Of this only 8 belonged to the English school. End of footnote. I hope by this time you have heard from Bardet, and to some purpose. Make my affectionate compliments to Coltmans, Hopes, Denby, etc., etc., etc. I am sorry to hear you have been indisposed, and that my sister is no better. Give my love to her. Make my compliments to Colonel Heathcote, his lady, etc. Tell them I have seen Captain Heathcote. He is well. When I write again, I hope we shall be settled, when you shall hear more particularly from me. It is now carnival time at Rome. The Romans are all mad. Mr. Coke, our member's son, has done me the honour of a visit. Mrs. Flint's death alarmed me much, though I thought before I left Derby she declined fast. Mrs. Clayton's indisposition surprised me. What great alteration does a little time make in a small circle of acquaintance! Pray, how does Mrs. Shelton, our good friend Mrs. Fox? I hope for their mutual happiness they both are well. Pray, has Miss Fowler received the colours she gave me a commission for? My respects attend the family. Adieu. God be with all. I am, with sincerity, your loving brother, J. Wright. Rome, 13th of April, 74. For Miss Nancy Wright, at Mr. Halston's in Carey Street, Lincoln's Inn Fields, London, England. What havoc, my dear Nancy, does a little time make in the small circle of one's acquaintance, and how weak and tottering is the basis on which human happiness is founded. Poor Mrs. Van! I left her a happy wife, smiling amidst a joyous family, but now, by one fatal stroke, suddenly involved in bitter calamity, in deep affliction, a sad, disconsolate widow. I hope to God Mr. Van has left her so circumstanced that she will feel no additional sorrow on that consideration. He was a good man, and has no doubt done what he could for his dear family. When you see them, or write to them, give my love to them, and say I let fall many a sympathetic tear. While I am in this gloomy scene, let me inquire after the afflicted. Pray, how does Mrs. Shelton? I fear from your expression she's relapsed into her old malady. Our good friend Mrs. Fox, amidst the calamities of this world, with her usual good sense and fortitude, I hope keeps up her spirits and is tolerably happy. How does our friends do at Chester? And to go a little further, How is Mr. and Mrs. Clayton? Is he got well of his indisposition? Remember me to all my friends in terms agreeable to the esteem you know I hold them in. In your first letter you mentioned something of my brother's indisposition, nor is my brother more particular about it, from which I judged it was slight. But a letter from Tate and yours, which now lies before me, sadly convinced me to the contrary. My suspicions made me uneasy, and the proof has made but little abatement in it. However, as it is now only the effect of his illness, I hope he will make daily advancements to health. I am pleased to hear Mr. Meynell has behaved so well to my brother, and that Mr. Greasley, to whom our compliments, is so ready to assist him and is kind. Tate will have a letter from Halston while in town, but as he was not so civil as to ask me if I had any commands, or give me an opportunity of writing a word or two, I must desire you to tell him I shall be glad if he would look after the picture of the hermit, see whether any accident has happened to it, and deliver it safe to Sotheby, to keep till I return to England. Mr. Halston, to whose family give our respectful compliments, will inform Tate concerning the picture. I should write to Tate, but he must excuse me at present, for I have so much employment for my eyes, which by the by are not so good as they have been, in the art I am in search of, that I cannot afford to use them otherwise. Hence the reason I have never wrote to my good friends Pether, Rawson, Captain French, R. Tate, Turner, etc. We are now fixed in very good apartments in the most healthful part of this city. The house stands upon the highest ground, and we have 109 stairs to ascend to them, which I fear will be very inconvenient in hot weather. Here are upwards of 40 English students, and many cavaliers, which makes Rome a much dearer place than I expected. Rome answered my expectations at first, but my love and admiration of it increased daily. 'Tis a noble place to study in, and if so many years had not passed over my head, I should be tempted to stay longer. Tell Tate to take notice whether my picture is hung advantageously in the exhibition, and it may be sold in the catalogue, and whether mention is made that I am at Rome. I have set 80 guineas upon it, but I would take 70 rather than not sell it. Footnote. Number 321. The Old Man and Death. Society of Artists Exhibition. End of footnote. Rome, May the 22nd, 74. Dear Sister, after waiting many a post-day with great impatience and anxiety, I at last received a letter from my dear brother. From my sister and Coltman's letters, I had reason to have expected one much sooner, which made the delay intolerable, and filled me with many a doubt and many a fear lest he should have relapsed into his grievous illness. I have felt much on ye occasion, and the account he has given me of it, though the danger I hope to God is over, is even now very alarming, from the reflection of what might have happened. You, my dear sister, being witness to the malady, must have suffered much. I sincerely wish him a speedy and perfect re-establishment of his health. Ill health is one of the greatest evils that can befall man, in my opinion, the truth of which both you and myself have had woeful experience, and I am sorry to hear you still labour under the affliction. Mine, thank God, is much better. This climate is certainly very salutary, and would, I think, perfectly restore me, was not my attention and application continually engaged with the amazing and stupendous remains of antiquity. And so numerous are they, that one may scarce move a foot, but the relics of some stupendous works present themselves. When I consider the immense size of the whole and the beauty of the parts, I cannot help reflecting how trifling and insignificant are the present operations of mankind. We are no better than infants, and ought to wear dating strings. I have no time to enter into a particular detail of the fine things this country abounds with. Let it suffice to tell you at present that the artist finds here whatever may facilitate and improve his studies. The antique remains of art, as I said before, are wonderful. The natural scenes are beautiful and uncommon, with an atmosphere so pure and clear that objects 20 miles distant seem not half the way. The women are in general handsome, they walk admirably, and have a gentility and ease about them peculiar to themselves. 'Tis not in the costliness of their habits that they out to the English, but in the form and manner of wearing them. Vast quantity of fine hair, elegantly disposed of, with sometimes a very small cap, with jewels, etc., are the ornaments of their head, and when they go out, instead of putting on a hat, they wear black gauze, which is gathered behind and hangs from the upper and back part of the head over the face. Of a beautiful woman, or rather face, one sees so much as to make one wish to see more. Of a plain one, it partly conceals the defects. They all wear long trains to their gowns, however ordinary the stuff, which has a grand effect. The common people dress in the same manner, though with worse materials, and from the mutual intercourse one with another, for in the summer months they sit in the streets and pursue their occupations, they have an easiness of deportment that is amazing. Their dress, too, which is perfectly easy and picturesque, contributes much to it. J. Wright. Rome, August the 10th, 74. My dear brother, the thermometers are now at 97 degrees. My wife received the letter you mention, and has answered it by post. As Tate has left Manchester for the present, desire he will write to his brother to wait upon Bardet for the pen and ink drawing he has of mine, which Mortimer gave me, and which I would not lose on any account. I suppose I shall suffer much by him. We have had but little society here, none with the Italians, for the want of language cuts off all intercourse. Learning a new language at my time of life is a very arduous task, and would take up more of my time than I can spare. It is astonishing how little I have got of it, and yet, when I consider my time is entirely spent amongst the antique statues and paintings, the wonder ceases, for they speak not the language. Since we came here, we have seen St. Peter's and the Villa de Medicis, of which I can say nothing. They beggar all description. They abound with objects for the artist's contemplation. It is now carnival time. The Romans seem to me all going mad. The gentlemen and ladies parade in their carriages up and down a long street, whimsically dressed in masks, the most beautiful of which was young Mr. Coke, our member's son. You know he is very handsome, and his dress, which was chiefly white, made him appear charming indeed. The lower class walk up and down the streets practising their wit one upon another, consistently with the character they put on. J. Wright. Rome, August the 11th. To Miss N. Wright. A post or two ago I wrote to my brother, by which letter you will learn my dear Nancy was safely delivered of a fine little wench, who is now 7 weeks old, hearty and bony. I watch with infinite pleasure its infant state, and slow advances to sensibility. I pray God it may prosper. It will make me happy. Our mode of dressing it is so different to the Italian, it raises their admiration. For instead of the loose, light, and easy dress we have, they swaddle their children from head to foot like so many Egyptian mummies, and have neither use of their hands nor feet. In hot weather it is filthy and intolerable, and I observe when the little creatures are let out of prison at night, they discover a pleasure which condemns the practice. J. Wright. Rome, August the 14th, 74. To Miss N. Wright. I am heartily sorry, my dear Nancy, so many uncouth circumstances have happened to embitter your life and ruffle that bosom which I know is so well formed for peace and sweet repose. The world, you know, is made up of good and ill, and would exist not but for contrarieties. Every individual that helps to compose the whole has his portion, and happy it is for him whose scale of good fortune makes light the adverse one. Minds there are, my Nancy, so fraught with fortitude, patience, and philosophy, as blunt the edge of ills, and bear sharp fortune with a degree of composure, as is astonishing. But this, my love, is a power, a faculty of mind few can boast of. Yet I flatter not when I say you possess these virtues in a desirable degree, and now, sorry I am for the occasion, call them forth, and soothe as much as may be your troubled breast. Well I know how grievous the indisposition of your lover must be to you, yet consider a little time may make a great change in him. He is young and has naturally a good constitution, which doubtless will soon overcome the present malady. May I prove a good prognosticator, and may you both be happy. My pictures are in great estimation here. I am shortly to be introduced to the Pope. It is thought he will honour me with his medal. J. Wright. Rome, 11th of November, 74. To Richard Wright. My dear brother, I am just returned from an excursion to Naples, which I made partly to satisfy my curiosity for seeing one of the most wonderful parts of the world, and partly to improve my health impaired by the intense heats and too close application to study. There has not been known at Rome so hot a summer as the last these many years past. In the month of August the thermometer in the sun was 120 degrees, in the shade 96. At Florence the heat was so great as to affect many with a kind of delirium, and others it proved fatal to. I never before experienced such intolerable heat, so great was the perspiration occasioned by it, notwithstanding we have one of the most airy situations here, as made it necessary to sit still and constantly wipe off the sweat as it distilled. This relaxed the mind and body so much as to render them unfit for study and application. I am surprised Sir William Meredith is not punctual in his payment. If he has not paid when you write to me again, tell me so, and I will write to him about it. I am glad my tenants like their clothes. I hope their pains and expenses will be rewarded. Give my compliments to them. The 19th of November, the day you intend to celebrate your nuptial, now draws very nigh. May health, long life, and every joyous circumstance of the marriage state attend you and yours, is your sincere wish of yours, etc. Mrs. Wright begs to be remembered to you and your intended lady with every good wish for your felicity. She is, thank God, well, and the little Roman is very bony, and the admiration of all that see her. A day or two before the time appointed for my introduction to the Pope, he was taken with an indisposition, which in a short time robbed him of his life and me of my honours. Remember me with respect to all my friends. When you see Whitehurst, tell him I wished for his company when on Mount Vesuvius. His thoughts would have centred in the bowels of the mountain, mine skimmed over the surface only. Footnote. J. Whitehurst, a celebrated machinist and author of the Theory of the Earth. End of footnote. There was a very considerable eruption at the time, of which I am going to make a picture. 'Tis the most wonderful sight in nature. Adieu. God be with you and my friends, to whom remember me with most cordial love. I am your affectionate brother, Joseph Wright. Rome, May the 4th, 75. For Miss Wright, at Mr. Wright's, Surgeon, Derby. Dear Sister, I thought I should have dated this letter from Florence, but I am, like all other artists that come here, who much outstay their intended time, and at last leave the noble and renowned city, Rome, with reluctance. Notwithstanding, I have been very industrious, more so perhaps than has been consistent with my health, yet shall I leave undone many things that I covet much to have. I have stayed a month longer than I intended, to have an answer from Mr. Baxter, the Russian consul, concerning the picture I have painted of Mount Vesuvius in a great eruption. 'Tis the grandest effect I ever painted. If the Empress is to have it, it must be shipped from Leghorn to St. Petersburg, and I must wait here to see it off. I wish she may take it. 100 guineas will not be unacceptable, for it is not so cheap living abroad as generally represented. We pay for a floor consisting of 6 rooms at the rate of £40 a year. The tour of Italy is now become so fashionable, and the English cavaliers so profuse with their money, that the artists suffer for their prodigality. I should have finished this letter according to the date, but have again had inflamed eyes, and have been much indisposed with sore throats and colds. The weather this spring has been very awkward, always varying from hot to cold, sometimes harsh, dry winds, at other times violent rains. In short, the air of Rome is by no means good, and when I consider my health only, and the many indispositions I have had here, I am not sorry we are to leave on Sunday, 10th of June. We go from hence to Florence, where I suppose we shall stay a month or 6 weeks, and then to Parma, where the most famous picture of Correggio is. If the picture answers to its character, I shall make a copy of it. It will improve me, and if I choose to sell it, it will be advantageous. When I have finished at Parma, we shall go to Venice to study Titian's colouring. These engagements will detain me in Italy the hot weather, and to return to England in the cold will not be advisable for me. If I can get over the Alps before the snow falls, and pass the winter advantageously at Bordeaux, in the south of France, it will, I believe, be the best scheme for my health. It has been said, if I chose to paint portraits at Bordeaux, I might be employed all the winter. Give my compliments to my good friend Coltman, to whom I wrote some 7 or 8 weeks ago, and tell him of my intention. But I should not choose to go there on an uncertainty, as it is not a place of art. Perhaps he will write to some of his friends there, to know what encouragement I might meet with there for a couple of months. Make compliments to Mrs. Fowler and to her most ingenious and agreeable daughter. In a word, to all friends whom I have in my heart but cannot particularize. Dear little Nancy is a fine little wench. An Italian gentleman who saw her in the street some time ago said, what a fine girl she was, but was absurd enough to say at the same time it was a pity the English should have fine children, they use them so cruelly. Mine goes almost naked. The Italians load theirs with dress. Your affectionate brother, J. Wright. Parma, July the 24th, 1775. Dear Sir, in conformity to your request, I am sat down to give you my opinion of the famous picture of Correggio, of which how shall I dare speak, but in the current terms of exalted praise? You know the world's opinion of it, and if mine does not exactly coincide with it, it is not from any affectation of being singular in my opinion, but the result of such judgment as I have, divested of everything that has been said for or against it. As to the composition and light and shadow, you are as well acquainted as myself from the copies you have seen. The picture is beautifully coloured, has surprising brilliancy without whiteness, and is very harmonious. The parts are very round and forcibly painted, but is laboured as to beget tameness. I had almost said woodiness in many parts. The faces are wonderfully soft, but they want those beautiful turns and spirited touches we see in nature, and which keeps high-finished pictures from looking heavy. The flesh is finely coloured, is very clear, and has a sanguine appearance that is very pleasing, but withal not so true as Titian's Venus. The draperies are neither very finely set nor painted, nor had Correggio the finest eye for shapes, yet, after all, the whole together is wonderfully sweet, and one cannot help being charmed with the effect. Romney only painted the Magdalene's head, the picture answered not his expectation, and Mr. Parry left his quite unfinished, as the picture did not appear so fine to him a second time as it did the first. Mr. Copley has been hard at it 5 weeks, and says he will spend twice that time more over it, but he will get it like the original. It is with infinite labour he produces what he does, and that is entre nous. I have left my outline with 2 English 3/4 cloths, which you seemed to admire, with a custodio of the Academy directed for you. I am quite tired of seeing pictures. The general run of them are so indifferent. Even Venice answered not my expectation. Titian's works are so changed and damaged, and when Mr. Romney said he was not to be seen out of Venice, he meant in grand composition and expression. In the sacristy of the Salute are 3 ceilings, the one of David and Goliath, Abraham offering his son, and the third I don't know your subject. These are finely painted and designed in a Michelangelo-like style. Romney did not copy the St. John. A disaster happened which you will hear of at Venice, and which I have not now time to relate. He painted a half-length of Montague and 2 or 3 heads, which he will finish in England. Mr. Jenkins was so obliging to ship my cases for me. I had desired poor Mr. Stevens to pay Mr. Jenkins any charge there might be upon them. I wish you would be kind enough to settle it for me. I will repay you when I have the pleasure to see you in England. If you will indulge me with a line directed to me at Germany, Girardeau and Company, bankers in Parma, I shall be very happy to hear from you. Mrs. Dunman and Mrs. Wright send their best compliments to you, as does little Bob Herta. I am, dear sir, your friend, Joseph Wright. A Monsieur Humphrey, Pittore Anglois. A Monsieur Varini, Firenze, N. Footnote: Ozias Humphrey, miniature painter and R.A., was in Italy about this time with Romney. End of footnote. Extracts from Wright's journal during his travels in Italy in 1774-5. Naples, St. Martino del Monte. In a chapel belonging to the castle of St. Elmo is the famous picture of Spagnoletto, of a dead Christ. This picture is esteemed his best. Mr. Forester bought one of the same in Rome, which is now in the possession of and thought equally good. 'Tis well painted and coloured, has great expression and force. In the church, in compartments over the arches, are single figures, painted also by Spagnoletto, some of them very fine indeed. I admire his manner, 'tis forcible and natural. This church of St. Martino del Monte belongs to the order of Carthusians, which is the richest of all orders. Indeed, the riches of this church prove it. Such elegant things of gold and silver, set with all kinds of precious stones, I never before beheld. In the King's Palace on Capo del Monte is a very large collection of pictures, medals, cameos, and intaglios. The famous picture of Titian of Danae in the shower of gold is wonderfully painted, but time and varnishes have robbed it of its beautiful colouring. It is now too yellow and spotty. The action is fine and well adapted to the subject. It is better drawn than any I have seen of him. In the palace on Capo del Monte is perhaps the largest piece of rock crystal in the world. It is of an irregular shape. One way it is upwards of a yard in diameter, the other about a yard. 'Tis very transparent. Here are a great number of cameos, both single heads and compositions wonderfully fine. Here also is the finest and largest cameo I ever saw. It is an oval figure and upwards of 6 inches the longest way. An Holy Family by Raphael, small figures very highly finished, the picture very capital. Lord Scarsdale has a copy of it. That sweet little Magdalene lying along on the ground by Correggio is here also, as are many others by the same master. In the King of Naples' palace is a very capital picture of a Holy Family by Raphael. It is finely composed, the Virgin is lovely, and the expression of Jesus and St. John wonderful. It is in his best manner and in good preservation. The cartoon of it is at the King's Palace on Capo Monte, the size of the picture. At the same place is a very fine portrait of a Pope by Titian. He is sitting in a chair. It is charmingly painted with a full pencil, and as far as I can judge, the effect is produced without glazing. At the palace are 2 fine oval pictures of Sal Rosa. The subjects, Banditi, very highly finished and painted with great force and spirit. A picture of boys, very good, by Poussin. The city of Pompeii, 15 miles from Naples, which was overwhelmed by the eruption of Vesuvius about 1500 years ago, at which Pliny the Elder lost his life, and which was discovered 15 years ago, seems to me to have been small, at least the houses, rooms, and the street which remain indicate. They have, by the king's order, dug a good deal of the city, but much remains enveloped in a loose kind of lava. Parts of buildings entire, with the ornamental paintings on the walls perfect, in style not much unlike some Chinese painting I have seen, together with the skulls and bones of those that perished there, make a very interesting scene. There is to be seen in one of the rooms in which is fixed a stone vessel for washing in, an entire skeleton of a woman who perished at her work. Whatever is found here, curious or valuable, is deposited in the King's Museum. Herculaneum is at the foot of Vesuvius, on which Portici now stands, is 6 miles from Naples, was destroyed probably by the same eruption as Pompeii. The lava which overwhelmed it is much more hard and compact than that at Pompeii, owing perhaps to its vicinity to the mountain. The theatre is the only part which remains open, and that is partially so, that one has but little idea of the construction of the whole. They have dug much at Herculaneum, and found many paintings and other antiquities which are at the museum. As Portici stands upon Herculaneum, they dug but little at a time, and when they got out the valuables, filled up the parts again, that the city of Portici might not be endangered. The museum is the most interesting place I have seen, as it is filled with the ornamental and useful utensils of Herculaneum and Pompeii. Glad I am to find, from the observations I have made in these places, that the present age is not so degenerated, either in size or morals, as some imagine. The skulls of the old Romans were the size of the present, and from the chirurgical instruments which are in the museum, they were liable to the same disorders. Indeed, there is no doubt but nature was always the same, and will be so ad infinitum. But to return to the contents of the museum. There are many bronze heads, one of Seneca, very capital, the rest much inferior. The figures not of the first class. There is a satyr lying on a skin of wine, snapping his thumb and finger, the expression very good. Also 2 wrestlers in very fine action. A sitting figure of a Mercury, sweet attitude, sculpture good. Left Rome the 10th of June, 1775. Came to Florence on the 19th by the way of Narni, Terni, Perugia, etc. 180 miles. Part of it a most delightful and picturesque country, of which Claudio has availed himself much. Florence is a pleasant city. The Arno, with its bridges, add greatly to its beauty. The one consisting of 3 arches only is very beautiful. There are a few fine things in art. The Venus, the boxers, the little Apollo, the dancing faun and the grinder. Titian's Venus, Florence, did not answer my expectation. When one has seen Rome, other places suffer by the comparison. Left Florence 4th of July, passed over the Apennines, a very wild country, the surface of which is the most broken and irregular I ever saw. Came to Bologna, which is 66 miles, on the 6th. Bologna is a large and well-built city. Its piazzas are very spacious and beautiful, and not less convenient at all times of the year. In the winter it defends you from wet, in summer from heat, which is very great here. At St. Agnatis is a picture by Domenichino of the murder of that saint, not good, the expression weak, the lights of bad shades, and not well combined. At the Sampiere Palace is a picture of Guido of St. Peter and St. Paul, in his first manner, very forcibly painted. St. Cecilia, by Raphael, in St. Giovanni, in Monte, is much damaged and not so fine as I expected to have found it. The picture of St. Paul very fine. A large picture of Ludovico Carracci, and one of the woman taken in adultery, some parts of it very good. The Birth of St. John, by Ditto, very indifferent. At the Carthusian convent, which is a very elegant one, is the famous picture of Ludovico Carracci of St. John the Baptist. The character and expression of St. John's head seems to have been very fine, the other parts of the picture not very good. The whole is much damaged. At the same convent is a good picture of Guercino. Left Bologna on the 9th and embarked for Venice. Had a very fatiguing passage through the canals, arrived at Venice the 12th, was highly entertained with its first appearance, a city standing in the sea. The chief works in painting are by Titian, Paul Veronese, and Tintoret. The large picture by Paul Veronese of the marriage in Canaan has an ill effect altogether. It is a confused multitude. The personages are chiefly portraits, and he has introduced Titian and other artists, his friends, as musicians in the centre of the picture. There are in it some heads well painted. In Santa Maria Maggiore is the famous picture of St. John in the wilderness, by Titian. This picture, like most of Titian's, is grown very brown and dark. It seems to have been finely painted in a broad manner. The drawing is good, as is the action, and the head has a good character. The picture by Domenichino of the martyrdom of St. Peter in St. Giovanni e Paolo is much damaged, has been a very fine picture, the actions and expressions very natural and spirited. Salute, 3 compartments in the ceiling by Titian of David and Goliath, Abraham offering his son Isaac, and another which I don't know the subject. All these are finely painted and designed in a Michelangelo-like style, Church of the Ferrari, 2 altar pieces by Titian, the one on wood, of the Assumption of the Virgin, finely painted, but the colouring is become quite brown, discomposed in a sublime manner. St. Marciliano in the Sacristy Tobia, and the Angel by Titian, has been a fine picture, but is much damaged. The Angel, fine character. School of St. Roch, on the stairs, is a picture of the Annunciation, by Titian. Sweet idea of the Virgin. Jesuits' Church, St. Lawrence's Martyrdom, by Titian. The figure of the saint is very grand. The picture is become very dark, and I believe never had the effect of fire. Saw in Venice many pictures of Paul Veronese and Tintoret. Left Venice the 19th, embarked for Padua, had a very agreeable passage by water. The country is well cultivated and populous. Along the sides of the canals and river are a great number of handsome houses, which for miles have the effect of one town. We arrived at Padua, which is 27 miles from Venice, about 7 o'clock the same evening. In the sacristy of the Duomo at Padua is a very fine Madonna and Child by Titian, sweetly painted and in good preservation. The head of the Virgin is lovely, and the Child is beautifully coloured and painted with more than usual care. Saw several buildings by Palladio, in very good taste. In the antique Gothic church, anciently called Maria Maggiore, now St. Antonio, here lies the body of the great saint in a very fine altar. 'Tis a fine church with 3 or 4 domes. The great saloon is 110 paces long and 80 wide. The roof is of wood of an elliptical form. There are great numbers of Giotto's pictures here. The room has a noble effect. Left Padua the 20th. At Mezzogiorno set off for Vicenza. Arrived there at night, which is 18 miles. The next morning set off for Verona, which is 30 miles, where we arrived at night. At Verona is an amphitheatre, not comparable to that of Rome, but more perfect, having the seats of such part of the building as remains entire. In the centre of it is erected a wooden theatre, where they act by daylight. In the church of St. George is a picture of the martyrdom of that saint, by Paolo Veronese. 'Tis in good condition, but slightly painted, and in other respects nothing extraordinary. The next morning left Verona and arrived at Mantua at night. which is 25 miles. There is an academy for arts and sciences, lately built, elegant, and upon a good plan. Left Mantua on Sunday the 23rd, got to Parma on Monday morning. Here is the famous picture of Correggio. In Saint Sepulchre is a Holy Family, by Correggio, but so indifferent I could scarce believe it his. The figure of Joseph is as poorly drawn and the drapery as ill said as anything I ever saw. In short, there is nothing good in the picture, nor do I like Correggio in his great works. His figures are but ill drawn, the heads appear large and want character. Left Parma on Thursday morning, got to Piacentia last night, which is 36 miles. It was here that Hannibal, after having passed the Alps for the first time, engaged the Romans. Left Piacentia the next morning. Got that night to Avogadro, which is 32 miles. The next, 29th of July, dined at Alessandria. On the 30th at noon, got to Turin. 'Tis curious to be crying out with heat at the foot of the Alps, whose tops are covered with snow. In the King's Palace at Torino is a very large collection of pictures, many of which are very fine. A man in armour on horseback, as large as life, by Van Dyck, very fine. The armour is of dark rich colour, full of beautiful reflections, and the lights most spiritedly touched. By Ditto is a smallish picture of a Madonna and Child, the heads very sweet, but the body and legs of the child not fine. A fine head by Rembrandt. Here are a great number of Gerard Dow, very fine, among which is a composition of 4 or 5 figures of the doctor examining his patients. This picture is so wonderfully clear and brilliantly coloured, so astonishingly finished, that it seems to me to be perfection in that style of painting. Several charming pictures of David Teniers of Boors, and one piece of witchcraft or incantation, all delightfully painted with such sober clearness and touched with such truth and spirit, that one's pleased and surprised. I forgot to mention Van Dyck's picture of King Charles' 3 children, which is a capital one. The youngest has great relief without shadow, and such a sweet childish expression as I never before saw. The composition is simple, unaffected, and fine. So is the light and shadow, but the keeping is strong. The whole is very harmonious and has great effect. There is a reddish-brown dog, wonderfully painted, position fine, and accords charmingly with the fine red drapery of the boy by whom he stands. This drapery is finely painted, the light lies on the body and hips and graduates very sensibly downwards. The white satin of the middle girl is much kept down. The little girl is in blue satin with gauze linen. Several landscapes by Botts and Berkham, very fine. A small historical picture by Rembrandt, an old head in it of a most divine character. Commandeer Genevi Genevos at Turin has a very good collection of pictures, amongst which was a very fine half-length of a saint by Guido in his first manner. It is well finished, at the same time spiritedly painted. The head has a fine character. Left Turin, which is one of the most uniform and best-built cities I have ever been in, on the 1st of August. Crossed the Alps in our way to Lyon. This country is truly sublime. At the foot of Mount Cenis, we left our carriages and took mules to go over the mountain. Mrs. Wright, with little Pop, were carried in a chair by 6 men. We were 3 hours and a half or 4 ascending the mountain. About 2/3 of the way is pretty large plain, on which is a lake about 2 miles over. Here the sight was tremendous, the mountains still rising to an incredible height, hiding their lofty heads in the clouds, which the winds now and then dissipating showed partially their hoary towering craggy tops. Here it was very cold, and so it was all through Savoy. This country is mountainous and some parts picturesque. From thence to Lyon is a flat country." End quote. There is no further account of Wright's proceedings after crossing the Alps on the 1st of August 1775. Wright, his wife, and child arrived at his brother Richard's at Derby on September the 26th, 1775. The little Anna Romana was, with her cousin, who was a month old on that day, christened at St. Michael's Church, each brother being godfather to the other's child, and their two sisters being godmothers to both. Little Pop was a lively, active child, and did not approve of the proceedings, as she slapped the clergyman in the face. Footnotes: Anna Romana Wright, daughter of Joseph and Anne Wright. Hannah Wright, daughter of Richard and Sarah Wright. End of footnotes. My own opinion as to the effect of Wright's visit to Italy is that it increased his knowledge, widened his views of art, and enlarged his style. But this is a very different one from that expressed by the author of A Century of Painters. As this book has a position of considerable authority, I think it right to state my total disagreement with what appears to me the unjust opinion contained in the following extract from Mrs. Redgrave's work. Quote, "In 1773 he married and took that opportunity to visit Italy, where he remained 2 years, studying, it is said, the works of the great masters, especially those of Michelangelo, from which he made many copies on a large scale. But, however much the works in the Sistine Chapel may have impressed him at the time, they had little influence on his subsequent practice." End quote. The sketches here alluded to are 36 in number, bound in vellum, with Joseph Wright, Rome, 1774, written on the side by himself. The book measures 20 by 13 inches. The drawings are outlined by the pen, and broad washes of Indian ink affect the light and shade of the drapery. They are done in a bold and masterly manner and convey a very good impression of the grandeur of the originals. There is a family tradition that Wright injured his health by overwork when in Rome, and that for greater ease, when working these drawings, he lay upon his back on the cold floor of the Sistine Chapel and contracted an affection of the liver, which, as years went on, caused him much pain and prevented him from following his profession for months at a time. On comparing these sketches with various of his pictures, the influence of Michelangelo upon Wright, especially in design, is evident, and in other respects, such as his choice of subjects and method of handling, his art changed very much after his return from Italy. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of the Life and Works of Joseph Wright by William BEMROSE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. The Bishop and the Painter. Settles at Bath. Letter to his sister Nancy. Prices of portraits. Wright's method of making up his palette. Returns to Derby. Lodges with the Ellies. Removes to St. Helens. Wilson and Wright. Anecdotes. Soon after Wright's return from Italy, an Irish bishop bespoke a large picture of Vesuvius, and on passing through Derby, called at his painting rooms to look at it. Footnote: the Bishop of Derry. End of footnote. The mountain and burning lava were nearly finished, but the foreground being only laid in, there wanted the bold dark parts to give effect to the brilliant light. On seeing it, the bishop literally addressed him in the language used by Haley in the following lines, and in consequence Wright would not allow him to have the picture, nor would he ever sell it. It hung in his dining room during his lifetime, and is still in the possession of a member of his family. In the manuscript list of Wright's paintings, it is entered Vesuvius for Bishop of Derry, £105. But the indignant artist has dashed his pen through the entry. The Bishop and the Painter, a true story.
A bishop who wished to be ranked with a few, who are cried up by fashion as men of virtue, most wisely conjectured 'twould aid his desire to purchase from Wright a picture of fire. But his spirit, more mean than his gusto was nice, tried a singular trick for reducing the price, and his bargain to make either cheaper or void. He thus preached to the artist his pride had employed. Indeed, Mr. Wright, you mistake or neglect the true tint of fire and its proper effect. I wonder you think of employing your hand on a branch of your art that you don't understand. Hold meanness and pride, though you're mantled in lawn, ye shall meet due contempt, and your mask be withdrawn. You never shall wound, unrepaid with disgrace, a genius so modest with insult so base. You black dilettante, hence learn to your shame no mortal can give more expression to flame. If in flashes more brilliant your eyes wish to dwell, your lordship must go for your picture to blank. From the plan I propose, though not much to your heart, I think there might rise some advantage to art. Your lordship, by going those flames to inspect, might learn more of fire and its proper effect, and the devil, who often creates himself mirth by caricaturing odd beings from earth, would find proper hints for his pencil to sketch in a mitre bestowed on so sordid a wretch. Haley intended these lines to be inserted in the newspapers and sent them to Wright for his approbation, who thought them so very severe that he objected to their being published, and only showed them to a few of his most intimate friends. The original copy is now in the possession of the writer. Gainsborough having left Bath in 1774, it was thought by Wright that there would be a good opening for a portrait painter in that city, and accordingly in December of that year he left Derby with his family. At Bath, footnote, from a memo, quote, entered Mrs. Sproul's house 9th of November 1775. My horse went towards livery stable 29th of December 1775. End of footnote. At Bath, however, he met with but little patronage, as we learn from the following extracts from letters. Quote, Bath, January the 15th, 1776. Since I wrote the Within, Lady Ferrers has brought the Duchess of Cumberland to see my pictures, which Her Highness much approves of. Through Lady Ferrers' recommendation, Her Highness will sit to me for a full length. A good beginning this, though a late one, and I hope will prove successful. I am glad the conclusion of my letter is better than the beginning. Joseph Wright. Bath, 9th of February, 1776. I have now passed one season, the biggest of the two, without any advantage. The Duchess of Cumberland is the only sitter I have had, and her order for a full length dwindled to a head only, which has cost me so much anxiety that I had rather have been without it. The great people are so fantastical and whining, they create a world of trouble, though I have but the same fate as Sir Joseph Reynolds, who has painted 2 pictures of Her Highness, and neither please. I am confident I have some enemies in this place, who propagate a report that I paint fire-pieces admirably, but they never heard of my painting portraits. Such a report as this was mentioned to Her Royal Highness after she had given me the commission for a full length, as I was told by one of her domestics. This is a scheme of some artists here, who, to our shame be it said, seldom behave liberally to one another, to work me out, and certainly it proves at present very injurious to me, and I know not whether it will be worth my while, considering how little business is done here, and has been done these 4 or 5 years past, to stay to confute them. I have heard from London, and by several gentlemen here, that the want of business was the reason of Gainsborough's leaving Bath. Would I had but known this sooner, for I much repent coming here. The want of encouragement of the arts, I fear, is not only felt here, but in town also, and artists are become so numerous that the share which falls to each is small. I wish I had tried London first, and if it had not suited me, I would then have retired to my native place, where, though upon smaller gains, I could have lived free from the strife and envy of illiberal and mean-spirited artists. What I have seen since I have been here has so wounded my feelings, so disturbed my peace, as to injure my health, but I will endeavour to shake it off. Joseph Wright. Bath, April 15th, 76. My dear brother, I have sent my 2 pictures to the exhibition, footnote, number 147 in Catalogue of Society of Artists, 1776, An Eruption of Mount Vesuvius, number 148 in Catalogue of Society of Artists, 1776, the annual Girandolo at the Castle of St. Angelo at Rome. End of footnote. Where I hope they will meet with as much approbation as they have here, and better success with regard to the sale of them, or I shall be run aground with this year's expenses. I have only painted 4 heads yet. The prejudice still runs high against me. I am now painting a half-length of Dr. Wilson and his adopted daughter, Miss Macaulay. This is for reputation only, but you must not say so. The doctor is a very popular man, and is fighting in my cause stoutly, for he thinks me ill-treated. He wishes he had known of my being in Bath 5 or 6 months ago. He could have been of use to me before now, and I wonder my friend Coltman, if he knew, did not mention him to me. Indeed, if I stay, I shall have need of all the friends I can make. I know not what to think of it. Sometimes revenge spirits me up to stay and endeavour to triumph over my enemies. At other times, more peaceful reflections take place, and I am for retiring to pursue my old work of painting. I have some intention of coming to Derby, with your leave, to paint the sea engagement at the time when Bath is deserted by almost all, but will say more of this in my next. Joseph Wright. Bath, April the 30th, 1776. To Mr. Wright, Surgeon, Derby. From the month of June till the latter end of September there is no company in Bath. I intend to follow the fashion this year and go to Derby, and it will give me an opportunity, if the old room is disengaged, of painting the sea-piece or some blacksmith's shop, which will bring company to my rooms next season. But there is some advantage arising from their seeing only. There has been given at the doors £22 already, which more than pays a quarter's rent. Little Pop is well, talks a little English, a little Italian, and a little French. Joseph Wright. Bath, May the 8th, 1886. Dear brother, the season is almost over here, and there is but little company in town. Therefore have but little reason to expect any more sitters. Have in hand a small full length of Mr. Miles, brother to Captain Miles, I painted in Derby some time ago. He is now in town, but will be here, I expect, in a day or 2 to have his picture finished. A day will complete it, and if I have nothing more to do, shall leave Bath in a fortnight or thereabout. I shall go around by London, if the exhibitions are open at the time. There has been offered for my picture of the Girandolo 100 guineas, but the man who is appointed in the room for the transacting the business knows neither his name, place of abode, or anything about him, through which carelessness I shall in all probability lose the selling of my picture. If I do, I will never exhibit with them more. I am yours, Joseph Wright. Mr. Wright, Surgeon, Derby. Bath, March the 9th, 1777. Dear brother, from the cast of that part of your letter which relates to these rascally watermen, I plainly perceive they do not intend making me restitution. I think if Mr. Fallows would write them a letter telling them that I should not trouble myself any further about the matter, but had desired him to inform them of the damage done me, which if they did not immediately redress, to prosecute them, and advertise the affair in such papers as may most affect them. The threatening them with the prosecution, though I don't intend to throw away more money, may be of use, but advertise them I certainly will. Give my compliments to Mr. Fallows and tell him, as I spent a day over his picture, he will, I doubt not, do me this favour. The carrier that brought my things from Bristol is esteemed an honest man. He was present when the goods were weighed. That their weight was 300 weight, what they were at other places he has no account. I am confident the theft has been committed some time ere the things were delivered from this circumstance. I had occasion to pack in the hamper a piece of armour, which I had some trouble with on account of the fullness of the hamper, and could manage it no way but by putting it with the concave side upwards down by the side of the hamper. This I well remember, and Mr. Haydon will too. When I unpacked the hamper, the armour was in the middle of it, with the concave side upwards, and the hay where it lay fresh and green, an appearance you must have observed when anything was lain long and undisturbed upon hay. From hence, I doubt not, the mischief was done in the beginning of the voyage. But it matters not. I shall look to those people to whom the goods were first committed. Let them seek further. Pray don't trifle with them, that the affair may be made public while recent. The account of the things taken, which, upon proving the bottles, I find very different to that I sent before. 8 bottles of old rum at 13 shillings per gallon, 100 weight and 6 quarters. 4 bottles of brandy at 13 shillings per gallon, 13 quarters. 2 of shrub, 7 quarters and 6 pounds. 10 bottles of wine, 16 quarters and 8 pounds. 23 bottles, 4 quarters and 9.5 pounds. A cheese 17 pounds weight at 4 pence per pound, 5 quarters and 8 pounds. Basket for ditto, 4 pounds. Total, 300 weight, 13 quarters and 11.5 pounds. Note well, one of my bottles was returned unto ye hamper filled with water. Sent from Derby, 146 bottles, received at Bath, 22 bottles. You have heard the melancholy account of my good friend Holston's death. 'Tis a loss indeed to me. He was ever ready to serve me. I never heard his asthmatic complaint was so bad as to endanger his life. It used in the thick winter weather to be troublesome. Perhaps the fall he got last year, of which he complained at your house, hastened his end. Peace to his soul. Since Mr. Ward is dead, we are happy Miss Ward did not regard our importuning her to stay here. Pray make our compliments to her and all friends. My little boy and girl are well. Joe is about his teeth and cross at times. We expect to see his fourth every day. He has drove about his crete sometimes furiously, and can walk 4 or 5 yards with a slack gait. He grows very strong and handsome. His nurse, to whom we give our service, would be proud to see him. Pop is an engaging little girl. Everybody that knows her loves her. I have a sitter, the first this year, but, thank heavens, I have other employments which I will tell you of in my next. I am yours, Joseph Wright. End quote. There is no date or address to the following playful letter from Wright to his sister Nancy, but judging from its contents, it was written from Bath about 1775-6, as the second picture of the smith's shop was exhibited in the former year. Quote, "What can this lazy, idle, good-for-nothing brother of mine be about? Why, writing to you, if you'll only be civil, and not abuse me at this rate. I am not idle, I assure you, nor lazy, nor good-for-nothing, though I am sorry to say it myself, but that is because here is no one to say it for me, or I assure you, if I thought it worth convincing you, I could find vouchers enough. Are you satisfied, Miss Nancy? Am I good for nothing or something? "Oh, quite satisfied, my dear brother, that you are good for something. Nay, for that matter, very good. Well, now that is prettily said, and as becomes you, faith, you would always talk in that manner, if you knew what charms it diffuses over your countenance. I think that prettily said, too, and now I am even with you. I hate compliments, but to dispel a lady's frowns, and get out of the gloom, I would swear, lie, compliment, or do anything. Now we have shook hands, and are upon a good footing again, I must tell you I have had very good health of late, and have made too much use of it. Have worked very hard, have finished my smith's shop, 'tis as good or better than the last. Have upon the stocks the young nobleman, whose avarice caused him to break open the tomb of his ancestors, in hopes of finding vast treasures from an inscription there was upon it. Quote, "In this tomb is a greater treasure than Croesus possessed." Unquote. This, I think, will be a favourite picture. Burdette's tour to France proves highly advantageous to him. He is to etch plates for Wedgwood and Bentley to be printed upon their ware, an employ that in all probability will last him for life, by which he will, or may, make 400 or 600 a year. I know your honest heart will make your pulse beat high at the news." Farrington tells us that while Reynolds resided in St. Martin's Lane, his prices for portraits were 3/4 10 guineas, half length 20 guineas, whole length 40 guineas. Those of his master Hudson were rather higher, and were soon adopted by him. About 4 or 5 years later, both raised their prices to 15, 30, and 60 guineas for the 3 classes of portraits respectively. Footnote: Redgrave's Century of Painters. End of footnote. Wright's prices in 1754, when he was 20 years of age, were for 3/4 6 guineas, half length 12 guineas, and full length 26 guineas. In 1760 we find them raised respectively to 10, 21, 40, and 60 guineas. Later in life they were still further advanced to 90 and 120 guineas for full lengths. It has often been lamented that artists did not more frequently leave behind them a record of their method of working and the arrangement of their palette for the benefit of their brethren who follow them, so that after a lapse of time the good results from their method of working might be followed, and their failures by the use of certain pigments be avoided. We are enabled to transcribe from Wright's manuscript notebook the arrangement of his palette. As the present state of his paintings, where they have not been restored, is generally very good, after the lapse of a century, with the exception here and there of a change of tone not intended by the artist, his palette may be worth the attention of art students. The contents of your palette. First row. 1. Vermilion tint. Vermilion and white. 2. Vermilion. 3. Carmine tint. Lake and vermilion. 4. Carmine asterisk. 5. Lake asterisk. 6. Brown pink asterisk. 7. Dark shade to flesh. Brown ochre, brown lake, terratium blue. 8. Half shade. Dark shade Naples yellow and a little white. Quarter shade. 9. Olive taint. Half shade Naples yellow and blue taint. 10. Blue taint, ultramarine, Prussian and white. 11. Purple, Lake azure. 12. Dark shade, Indian red and black. 13. Burnt umber. 14. Black asterisk. The colors marked thus asterisk need not be laid ye first painting. Second row. 1. Rose taint, ye carmine taint and white. 2. Lake taint, lake and white. 3. Indian red taint, Indian red and white. 4. Light red. 5. Light red taint, light red and white. 6. Light red taint, lighter.
light red and white. 7. Complexion taint, Naples yellow and white. 8. Highlights, Naples yellow and white, very light. 9. Naples yellow. 10. Light ochre. In the same manuscript book, on the first page, is the following record of the palette of another artist, and it is probable that Wright may have used it in his early works. Quote, Mr. Phelps' way of making a palette. First, lay on Naples yellow, light ochre, brown ochre, Roman ochre, Indian red, lake, brown pink, ivory black, and Prussian blue. In the light part of the face use Naples yellow, light ochre, white, vermilion, and a very light lake. Observe that Naples yellow must be tempered with an ivory palette knife. For greenish shadows in the face use Naples yellow, brown pink, lake, and a little black. As blue-black is a color that will not stand, the following colors are the same when mixed together: ivory black, Prussian blue, and a little white. So for Collier's earth, use ivory black, Roman ochre, brown pink, and a little lake. End quote. Wright often used a twilled canvas for his portraits, and sometimes for his landscapes. He mostly painted very thinly, and it is perhaps partly in consequence of this practice that his pictures have stood the test of time better than those of many contemporary artists. He but seldom signed his pictures. When he did, he generally gave the initials I.W. Pinkseed and the dates. His early portraits partake very much of the hard handling and stiff style of Hudson, his master, but as time elapsed and experience was gained, he adopted more pleasing and original treatment. In the early part of this century, an artist, Rawlinson by name, who resided at Matlock Bath, copied some of Wright's pictures with some success. On October the 6th, 1777, Wright and his family returned to Derby from Bath, and went to lodge at Mr. Ellie's, which was opposite to his brother Richard's house, where he still continued to paint. There he lived very happily and cheerfully, being constantly employed in the evening. When not in the painting rooms, he would read, draw, play upon the flute, or romp with his children. He was so pleasant and accommodating to all the family, that though the Ellies were at first unwilling to receive him, they quite lamented when he left. In the spring of 1779, Wright removed to St. Helen's House. This house was built by the Fitzherberts, upon the same plan and apparently by the same architect as Somersall Hall, Staffordshire. Owain Fitzherbert, who was created Baron St. Helens in 1801, was born in this house, and from it took his title. The ground formerly belonged to the Abbey of St. Helen, and, on the old house being taken down, a skeleton and numerous bones were found under the foundations, which lead to the supposition that it was the burial ground of the Abbey. Its site is at the present time occupied by part of St. Helen's Street and Messrs. Hull's marble works. The present St. Helen's, now the Grammar School, is on the opposite side of King Street, and was built by Gisborne, Esquire. The comparatively retired situation of this old house on the outskirts of the town suited Wright. It had a large court before it, and the sitting rooms looked into the gardens, which were large. Wright always encouraged his children in the enjoyment of active amusements as being conducive to health. The broad gravel walk, the length of the largest garden, writes his niece, was a famous place for playing at ball, basket-ball, etc., in which his nieces used to join with delight, there being no fear of any injury being done. The old house was well calculated for all sorts of games. From the rooms opening into each other and into different passages, no place could be better for hide and seek, and the large hall for blind man's buff, and games that required space. Swinging was likewise a great pleasure. There was not any part of the house in which they might not play, and they could even whip tops in the room where the pictures were arranged all round, and upon the floor.
Wright would allow them to play in his painting room when he was not employed, and his niece does not remember him being afraid of anything being damaged, except when he was painting the portrait of Sir Richard Arkwright, in which the machine he constructed for spinning cotton was introduced. Then he would not allow anyone to go near the table, lest it should be injured. The painting rooms at St. Helen's House were not so convenient as those at his brother's, Dr. Wright's, in the Iron Gate, where one room opened into the other, so that by darkening the one room he could introduce the proper light and subject he intended to paint, and view them to advantage from the other room. His mechanical genius, however, enabled him to construct an apparatus for painting candlelight pieces and effects of firelight. It consisted of a framework of wood resembling a large folding screen, which reached to the top of the room, the two ends being placed against the wall, which formed two sides of the enclosure. Each fold was divided into compartments, forming a framework covered with black paper and opening with hinges, so that when the object he was painting from was placed within with the proper light, the artist could view it from various points from without. In a note to a poem on the Chauntry House, Newark, by the Rev. H. N. Busfield, B.A., the following anecdote occurs. Quote, "The banqueting or dining room of the Chauntry contains a strong but delicately handled lengthened portrait of the late Joseph Sykes, Esquire, by the celebrated Mr. Wright of St. Helens in Derby, the ancient residence of Mr. Sykes' family, at an early period of whose minority that venerable edifice was, to his deep regret, taken down, and which contained, among other characteristics of olden times, a compact chapel, part of which had a curiously wrought cedar wainscot. A remarkable proof of the success of the artist in giving to canvas face and figure was afforded by a favourite little terrier dog of the late Mr. Sykes unconsciously accompanying him into the apartment at St. Helens, upon the floor of which, in a very unfinished state, were arranged, with many others, this portrait and that of his first lady, the delightful sagacity of that interesting class of animals quickly displaying itself by an attentive survey of the picture, and by the most lively emotion of gratification, to the extent even of actually licking the canvas. The alarm and astonishment, however, so naturally felt by Mr. Sykes from this honest though uncourteous intruder, was strongly reproved by Mr. Wright as the most unprecedented and unflattering respect he could have received, adding that if the finish of the painting was as perfect as the compliment of the dog, his highest ambition must be exceeded, and if anyone took the trouble to write his life, that anecdote would necessarily form a prominent place. It has been aptly observed that it more than rivals the celebrated and well-known story of Alexander and Apelles." This dog was not singular in paying such an unintentional compliment to the artist, as the following authenticated anecdote shows. Quote, "In October 1782, Mr. Wright was engaged painting the portrait of a young gentleman named Carlyle, and to try the effect in a strong light, the picture was placed on the floor, with its back resting against the legs of a chair, when a favourite greyhound, belonging to the family, coming into the room, bounded up to the picture and began to lick the face. Hereupon Mrs. Carlyle, who was present, apologized to the artist for the animal's misbehaviour, but Wright, shaking hands with her, exclaimed, 'Oh, Mrs. Carlyle, I freely forgive the dog the injury he has done to the painting for the compliment he has paid me.' Nor were human beings exempt from similar deceptions. It is related that Mrs. Moorwood of Alfreton Hall went with her friend, Mr. Holland, of Ford House, to see some paintings at Wright's rooms, when looking at the portraits of the three children of Mr. Walter Sinnott, grouped in the act of letting a dove fly from a wicker-work bird-cage, which was introduced in the foreground, she desired Mr. Holland would remove the bird-cage as it obstructed her view of the lower part of the picture. It is almost needless to add that the cage was painted, and not of wicker-work, and that Wright thanked the lady for the compliment she had thus unconsciously paid him.
At another time, a man who had occasion to enter the painting room when the picture of the old man and his ass, from stern, stood upon the floor, tried to kick away the saddle so as to obtain a better view of the picture. And on another occasion, it is said, a gentleman on entering the room bowed to the full-length portrait of the late Mr. Charles Hurt of Wirksworth, which was placed near the fire to dry, thinking it was Mr. Hart himself who was in the room. With reference to his art enemies, alluded to in the early part of this chapter, it is a pleasant task to record the following pleasant anecdote of Wilson to show that artists may be great yet amicable rivals. Quote, Wilson was liberal to his brother artists, and reverenced the powers of Wright of Derby highly, with whom he was intimate. The latter artist esteemed highly the abilities of Wilson, and when he was in London, rarely failed to visit his great but amicable rival. In conversing familiarly one day upon the subject of their art, Wright proposed to exchange one of his pictures for one of Wilson's. The latter assented with the easy consciousness of his particular excellence, as distinguished from the particular excellence of his friend. With all my heart, Wright, I'll give you air, and you'll give me fire. It is known that in aerial effect Wilson considered himself above every rival, and the proposal of Wright may be supposed to imply on his part an ingenious acknowledgment of Wilson's superiority in this particular. I have never heard that Wilson imitated Wright, but we know that Wright avowedly imitated Wilson, and in such instances reached his glow and aerial effect to admiration. End quote. Footnote, Life of Richard Wilson. End of footnote. Mr. Holland, an intimate friend of Wright, and afterwards one of his executors, wrote the following intelligible but somewhat incoherent note on the margin of a catalogue of Wright's paintings exhibited in London. Quote, Richard Wilson is certainly the first in landscape, 1767. Joseph Wright should not be called second, because in a procession I would have them pair and go hand in hand, and were there two right-hand sides, they should both from their excellence have them. But this only in landscape procession. Wilson's forte was only landscape. Look forward to the variety of the latter, in all of which he excelled, and in an academy he should have not only one of the foremost, but a distinguished bench to himself. End quote. Another brother artist who became a patron of Wright's was Bacon the sculptor, who purchased a small Vesuvius which was exhibited at the Great Piazza, London, and afterwards engraved by Byrne. The following anecdotes and notes, though not relevant to Wright's remarkable imitative power, may as well find a place at the end of this chapter. The curator of the Derby Art Gallery tells a good tale of a North Derbyshire farmer's visit to the gallery when the Wright collection was being exhibited in 1883. The farmer and his wife were standing before the picture of a boy blowing a bladder. He was saying to his spouse in the Derbyshire dialect, I tell yer the blether is put behind the picture. That'n's a raw blether. The wife replied that it was only a painted bladder. He then turned round and appealed to the curator, who had just entered the gallery, who assured him that the bladder was painted upon the canvas, whereupon the farmer became most indignant and replied, Don't you think I knows a blether when I sees one? On one occasion Wright was vexed with a sitter so capricious and unreasonable that his patience and ingenuity were sorely taxed. She came to her second sitting in a different dress to that she had worn at the first, and desired the painter to represent her as she then appeared. Wright altered the picture to suit her whim. To his surprise and annoyance, when she next made her appearance, it was in a third dress. Again the pliant artist obliged her. When, however, she appeared in a fourth dress, Wright could stand it no longer, and flatly refused to make any further alteration. The lady replied in a threat to leave the portrait in his hands. Madam, retorted the painter, I do not wish you to have the painting. I shall put it into the first auction sale, and it will fetch more than I was about to charge you. This had the desired effect. The picture was taken, but the drapery was painted over by another artist, named Barber, to suit the caprice of the lady. A lady who was about to sit to Mr. Wright was told by her friends that Mr. Wright would arrange her hair, etc. She, to enable him to carry this into effect, spread out upon the table a large assortment of brushes, combs, pomades, bandoline, etc., much to the astonishment and amusement of the artist. A sitter, a lady who, though possessed of a fine figure and good arms and ankles, had but an indifferent face, puzzled Mr. Wright as to the position in which he should place her. After some thought, he chose to paint her extending her beautiful bare arm towards a branch of a hawthorn tree. Showing only sufficient of the lady's face to be recognizable, he brought the full contour of her handsome figure into view, with one pretty foot and ankle peeping out from under her dress, and thus produced what was at once a good portrait and pleasing picture. From the foregoing description, it is most probable that the following advertisement, which appeared in the Times newspaper of July the 25th, 1871, refers to the same picture, and that Mrs. Woodville was the sitter. To picture dealers and others, £50 reward. The above reward will be paid for the portrait in oil of the late Mrs. Woodville by Wright of Derby. The size is about 7 feet 6 inches by 4 feet 6 inches. She is attired in white and represented as climbing up a bank to gather hawthorn. Her feet and ankles are displayed, and her shoes ornamented with garnet buckles. The picture is believed never to have been framed, and from being constantly rolled up, to be considerably cracked. Apply to Messrs. Simpsons and North, Solicitors, 1 Romford Street, Liverpool. Upon further inquiry, I find that Major Ord of Tranmere and Weston, Cheshire, caused the reward to be offered, and succeeded in finding the portrait at a chemist's in Liverpool, but it was unfortunately mutilated by being cut down from whole length to Kit-Kat. In Moseley's Reminiscences, page 65, the following allusion is made to Wright, quote, "There are men who are interesting from their associations, but whom no associations can redeem. Such was Joseph Pickford. I first became acquainted with his figure and circumstances at Derby in 1815. His father had been an architect and builder, and the intimate friend of Wright the painter, remarkable for his illustrations of the varieties of light and their effects, and also of Whitehurst, a mechanician and author of a Theory of the Earth. It was a coterie contemporaneous and on friendly terms with a philosophical society founded by Erasmus Darwin, but with a different cast, for philosophers are, socially, as exclusive as other people. The father had built in the Friar Gate a house of some architectural pretensions, his chef d'oeuvre, people said. The sons had divided it. He occupied the smaller portion, entered by a side door, much as it had come from the builder's hands. The only pretty thing in his sitting-room was a charming picture by Wright of Pickford and his brother playing with a spaniel, of the date 1775, I should think, and in the gay costume of that period. It passed into the hands of a branch of the Curzon family. When I called on Pickford, it was a caution to see what a beautiful child might come to." End quote. Woodward, G.W., the caricaturist, himself a Derbyshire man, says in his eccentric excursions, quote, "It would be unpardonable to leave Derby without noticing the celebrated artist Mr. Wright, who has resided several years in a house facing the New Inn, overgrown with ivy, which, together with its high walls, proclaims an habitation sacred to study and retirement." Footnote, St. Helens. End of footnote. The result of his labours are always open to the inspection of the stranger, an indulgence characteristic of this gentleman's well-known affability, and those who depart unpleased after viewing his moon and candlelight pieces and other inimitable specimens of his pencil must indeed be void of taste and judgment in the imitative art. End quote. In Wright's account book is the following entry, quote, "An account of the trees in Windmill Pit Close in the year 1783, when 8 trees on Shaw's side, 6 on the Normanton Lane, and 10 on the roadside, in all 24 trees." End quote. From this entry, we learn that the historical Windmill Pit Close, where Joan Waste was burned at the stake in 1556, at that time belonged to Wright, and that he planted the trees which adorned that once pretty spot, but which have had to fall before the march of the mason and bricklayer. The annual rent of the close at that date was £20. Footnotes. Hatton, in his History of Derby, says, 1601, a woman burnt in Windmill Pit for poisoning her husband. From this it appears it was the usual place of execution for criminals for many years. Joan Waste, blind from her birth, the daughter of a poor barber, in the parish of All Hallows, All Saints, was, at the age of 22, burned as a heretic in Windmill Pit, just outside the town. She was a godly woman, learned in the Holy Scriptures, which she was diligent in getting read to her, and condemned for denying transubstantiation. And after being taken to All Saints' Church to hear a sermon on herself, she was burned on the 1st of August, 1556. End of footnotes. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of the Life and Works of Joseph Wright by William BEMROSE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. Wright's cessation from the Royal Academy. J. L. Phillips. The Messrs. Redgrave's criticisms on the cessation and upon Wright's works. Haley's poem. Anthony Pasquin. Letters from Wright to J. L. Phillips. The Air Pump Picture. I now propose to deal with the uncommon instance of an artist who, after having accepted the associateship, refused the full honours of the Royal Academy. In November of 1781, Wright was elected an associate, and in February 1784 a full member of the Academy, but for some reason or other he declined to become an academician. Much has been written upon this subject, and very different conclusions have been arrived at. One of his most intimate friends, J. Leigh Phillips, who possessed considerable artistic judgment, wrote in 1797, the year after Wright's death, the following account of Wright's treatment by the Royal Academy, and there is no doubt but that he was well acquainted with all the circumstances of the case. Quote, "His portraits are mostly confined to the immediate neighbourhood of Derby. This remark may likewise in a great degree extend to the generality of his works, as but few of his late pictures have been publicly exhibited, owing to their being frequently disposed of even before finished, and to a repugnance which he felt at sending his works to an exhibition where he had too much cause to complain of their being improperly placed, and sometimes even upon the ground, that, if possible, they might escape the public eye. As a proof of the truth of this remark, the last pictures he exhibited were placed upon the ground, in consequence of which they were so much injured by the feet of the company as to render it necessary to have the frames repaired and regilded. This narrow jealousy, added to the circumstance of his being rejected as an R.A. at the time Mr. Garvey was a successful candidate, did not tend to increase his opinion of the liberality of his brethren in the profession. The Academy, however, being afterwards made aware of the impropriety of thus insulting a man of his abilities, deputed their secretary, Newton, to Derby to solicit his acceptance of a diploma, which he indignantly rejected, knowing how little the institution could serve him, and feeling perhaps a satisfaction that his friend Mortimer and himself were both deemed equally unqualified to enjoy the honours attached to that royal establishment." End quote. The Messrs. Redgrave, in their Century of Painters, take exemption to this account of the treatment of Wright by the Academy, and say, quote, "We are inclined to discount the whole of the tale. upon the grounds that we have searched the records of the Academy to learn the facts connected with Wright's retirement. It was a safe place to search for what was sure not to be found, if Mr. Phillips' account were true. Against the authors of the Century of Painters are arrayed the writers and poets of the day, who took up the case where the circumstances were well known. If Wright felt aggrieved, he had a perfect right to decline the honour, and it appears to me that the story, as told by Mr. Phillips, has more claim to credence than the opinions of writers a century later, founded upon such purely negative evidence. The Messrs. Redgrave also state that, he then, when offered the full diploma, refused to comply with the law of the Academy, which requires a member to present one of his works to the Academy before receiving his diploma, and required his name to be removed from the list of associates. As Wright declined the proffered honour, it was not necessary for him to comply with the law of the Academy and present one of his works. The refusal was consequent upon his retirement, but there is nothing to show that it caused it. Again, Mr. S. Redgrave, in his Dictionary of Artists, states, on the foundation of the Academy he had entered as a student, and in 1781 he was elected an associate. His election as a full member followed in 1784, but we are told that, annoyed by another having been elected before him, he retired altogether from the Academy. The facts, however, do not bear out this statement, and it appears more probable that the nervous, irritable, ailing painter, settled quietly so far from the metropolis, was afraid of the duties and responsibilities which his membership would entail. It will be seen that Mr. S. Redgrave omits to state the facts to which he refers. The retirement of Wright from the Academy induced Hayley, the poet, to write the following ode, with a view to guard him from meek depression's chill control. Ode to Joseph Wright, Esquire of Derby. Away, ye sweet but trivial forms, that from the placid pencil rise, when playful art the landscape warms with Italy's unclouded skies. Stay, vanity, nor yet demand thy portrait from the painter's hand, nor ask thou indolence to aid thy dream, the soft illusion of the mimic stream, that twinkles to thy side with Cynthia's trembling beam. Be thine, my friend, a nobler task. Beside thy vacant easel see guests who with claims superior ask new miracles of art from thee, valour who mocks unequal strife, and clemency whose smile is life. Write, let thy skill this radiant Paris claim, give to our view our favourite scene of fame, where Britain's genius blazed in glory's brightest flame. Celestial ministers, ye speak to no dull agent sloth oppressed, who coldly hears in spirit weak heroic virtue's high behest. Behold, though envy strives to foil the artist bent on public toil, behold, his flames terrific lustre shed, his naval blaze mounts from his billowy bed, and Culp proudly rears his war-illumined head. In gorgeous pomp for ever shine, bright monument of Britain's force, though doomed to feel her fame decline. In ill-starred war's o'erwhelming course, though Europe envious realms unite, to crush her in unequal fight, her genius, deeply stung with generous shame, on this exulting rock arrayed in flame, equals her ancient feats and vindicates her name. How fiercely British valour pours the deluge of destructive fire, which o'er that watery Babel roars, bidding the baffled host retire, and leave their fallen to yield their breath in different pangs of double death. Ye shall not perish, no, ye hapless brave, reckless of peril through the fiery wave. See, British mercy's tears, each prostrate foe to save. Ye gallant chiefs, whose deeds proclaim the genuine hero's feeling soul, Eliot and Curtis, with whose name honour enriched his radiant roll, blessed is your fate, nor blessed alone that rescued foes your virtues own, that Britain triumphs in your filial worth, blessed in the period of your glory's birth, when art can bid it live to decorate the earth. Alas, what deeds where virtue reigned have in oblivion's darkens died, when painting by the Goths unchained no life-securing tints supplied. Of all thy powers, enchanting art, thou deemest this the dearest part, to guard the rights of valour and afford surviving lustre to the hero's sword. For this heroic Greece thy martial charms adored. Rival of Greece in arms, in arts, though dimmed in her declining days, Britain yet boasts unnumbered hearts, who keenly pine for public praise. Her battles yet are firmly fought by chiefs with Spartan courage fraught. Her artists with Athenian zeal unite to trace the glories of the prosperous fight, and gild the embattled scene with art's immortal light. Though many a hand may well portray the rushing war's infuriate shock, proud Cup bids thee right display the terrors of her blazing rock, the burning hulks of baffled Spain. From thee she claims, nor claims in vain, thou mighty master of the mimic flame, whose peerless pencil, with peculiar aim, has formed of lasting fire the basis of thy fame. Just is thy praise, thy country's voice loudly asserts thy signal power. In this reward mayest thou rejoice in modern labour's silent hour, far from those seats where envious leagues and dark cabals and base intrigues exclude meek merit from its proper home, where art, whom royalty forbade to roam, against thy talents closed her self-dishonoured dome. When partial pride or mean neglect the nerves of injured genius gall, what kindly spells of keen effect his energy of heart recall? Perchance there is no spell so strong as friendship's sympathetic song, by fancy linked in a fraternal band, artist and bard in sweet alliance stand. They suffer equal wounds and mutual aid demand. Go then, to slighted worth devote thy willing verse, my fearless muse. Haply thy feet and friendly note some joyous ardour may infuse in fibres that severely smart from potent envy's poisoned dart. Through Wright's warm breast bid tides of vigour roll, guard him from meek depression's chill control, and rouse him to exert each sinew of his soul. Footnotes: Cynthia, same as Diana, who by some is supposed to have presided over the moon, so called from her having been born at Cynthus. Culp, mound, synonymous with Gibraltar. Eliot, general, appointed to the command of Gibraltar in 1776 and defended it at the siege in 1783. In 1787 he was created Lord Heathfield, Baron Gibraltar. Curtis, Captain Roger, of the Marine Brigade, afterwards knighted for his gallant conduct in rescuing the enemy from the burning ships on September the 14th, 1782, to which allusion is made in verses 5 and 6. End of footnotes. The first 9 verses allude to Wright's picture of the Siege of Gibraltar. The last 3 refer to his having been rejected as an R.A. This ode is referred to by Wright in the following interesting letter to his friend Haley. And from what we learn of Wright's character from those who knew him, it is very certain that he would not have accepted as a very ingenious and very friendly ode a poem which contained such severe animadversions upon the treatment he had been subjected to by the Royal Academy, unless he had thought them justified by the facts. Quote, Derby, August the 31st, 1783. My dear Sir, it is recommended to the painters who wish to become eminent to let no day pass without a line. How contrary, alas, has been my practice! A series of ill health for these 16 years past, the core of my life, has subjected me to many idle days, and bowed down my attempts towards fame and fortune. I have laboured under an annual malady some years, 4 and 5 months at a time, under the influence of which I have now dragged over 4 months without feeling a wish to take up my pencil, till roused by your very ingenious and very friendly ode, in which are many beautiful parts, and some sublime. Perhaps, had I then been furnished with proper materials for the action off Gibraltar, I should have begun my fire, but for want of such instructions, I soon sunk into my wonted torpor again, from which, as the weather grows cooler, I hope to awaken. Mr. Wedgwood approves of your subject of Penelope as a companion to the Maid of Corinth. You mention the boy Telemachus being pale and feverish. Pray, is there any authority in history for it, or have you mentioned it to give more character and expression to his mother? When I know this, I shall make a sketch of it and consult you further about it. Some little time ago, I received 100 copies of your charming ode. Would I deserve that your warm friendship has lavished on me, some of which I distributed among my friends, but would it not be more advantageous to me to spread abroad the rest when my picture is finished, especially if I make an exhibition of it with some others? I am, dear Sir, with the greatest esteem, your much obliged friend, Joseph Wright. Another writer, Anthony Pasquin, footnote John Williams, end of footnote, in his The Royal Academicians, a Farce, 1786, gives this account of Wright's secession from the Academy, which he puts into the mouth of truth. Quote, The inimitable Wright of Derby once expressed an ardent desire to be admitted a member of the Academy, but from what unaccountable reason his wishes were frustrated remains as yet a secret to the world. But the sagacious, or rather the envious brethren of the brush, thought proper to thrust so eminent an artist on one side, to make way for so contemptible an animal as Edmund Garbage, Garvey. They had scarcely invested this insignificant mushroom with diplomatic honours, before they discovered that they had been committing a most atrocious, diabolical, and bloody murder upon 2 gentlemen of great respectability and character, eclipsed genius and justice, and the pangs of their wounded consciences became so very troublesome that it was resolved in a full divan instantly to dispatch Secretary Prigg to Derby with a diploma, and force these august privileges and distinctions upon the disappointed painter that he had before solicited in vain. But, alas, the expedition was inauspicious and unfortunate. The diploma was rejected with the most evident marks of contempt, and the secretary kicked as a recompense for his presumption. This account is no doubt a caricature of what actually took place, but it, to a certain extent, corroborates both Mr. Phillips's statement and the poet Haley's allusions to the same event in his ode. And we must remember that the poet was also one of Wright's intimate friends. Mr. F. G. Stevens has kindly called my attention to the following extract from No. 1, a liberal critique on the exhibition for 1794 by Anthony Pasquin, Williams, page 15. J. Wright, Derby, number 107, An Eruption of Vesuvius, number 232, A Lake at Dunkeld, in Scotland, evening, by the same author. Number 233, A Village on Fire, by Ditto. Quote, "This truly celebrated artist has honored the institution by condescending to mingle his choice labors with the harp alley excellence of a majority of the Royal Academicians." Footnote, Harp Alley, Shoe Lane, London, was the market for house signs before they were abolished. End of footnote. Feeling their importance so inordinately, it moves my wonder that these uplifted gentlemen do not eagerly contribute, by their own efforts, to the support of that order from whence they derive such prodigious importance, and not give the cavilling world occasion to remark that they have been honored without desert, and retain the memories of the institution without gratitude. When I was in Paris in 1787, they managed those affairs much better. The Royal Academy of Polite Arts there was conducted more nobly. Every person was admitted to view gratis what was meant as a free display of national genius for national admiration. With us the motive seems cupidity, and the end deception. With the richest monarch in Europe for their patron, the arts of England are literally kept from destruction by the votive shillings of a motley public, who pay the salaries of the professors, and find oil for the lamps in the plaister and living schools, though the king arrogates the character of being the high supporter of the system. But it is a provident assumption of dignity, unaccompanied with either risk, anxiety, or expense. He seems to possess the furor of patronage as highly as the 10th Leo, but I have as yet to learn that he is equally munificent." My own opinion is that the facts as recorded by these writers were in the main correct. There seems no reason to doubt that Wright's contributions to the annual exhibitions at the Academy had been systematically placed in bad positions, and that he felt his abilities deserved recognition before those of Mr. E. Garvey, his competitor at the time, whose works consisted principally of small pictures of gentlemen's seats. At this period the election of the Royal Academy were contested, and interest was all-powerful, and nothing would have been more repugnant to the sensitive and honourable nature of Wright than having to pass through the ordeal of canvassing for an election, where merit alone should have been the test. It is to be regretted that no letters or other memoranda are to be found amongst Wright's papers which throw any light upon his refusal of the diploma in 1784. I am, however, able to give, in Wright's own words, his version of his treatment by the Royal Academy during the years 1790, 1791, and 1794. From these letters we learn that Wright had again become an exhibitor in the Academy, but that his pictures were badly hung. This treatment calls forth these words from him, quote, "'Tis not the first instance of their base conduct. I have been driven from their exhibition before, and must again withdraw myself, unless I could brook such abuse." End quote. Again, in writing to Mr. Phillips in 1794, he says, quote, "Your picture of Vesuvius, and one at Dunkeld, which could have been at Manchester before now, had not the frames of the pictures which I exhibited been materially damaged at the Academy. Mr. Milburn has orders to put them into good condition and send them to you when done." End quote. This is alone sufficient to prove his retirement had some deeper ground than a disinclination to present a diploma picture. Quote, "Derby, 11th of June, 1790. To John Leigh Phillips. My good friend, for so I have reason to call you, is ever prompt and eager to redress as much as may be my wrongs. I have lately sustained a real injury from the most illiberal behaviour of the Royal Academicians, with which my dear friend Tate has made you acquainted. 'Tis not the first instance of their base conduct. I have been driven from their exhibition before, and must again withdraw myself, unless I could brook such abuse, for it is better not to exhibit at all than under such disadvantageous circumstances. To put my pictures in places they could not be seen, and then to decry them in rank villainy, and what an artist should sink under the reflection of. I wish the town had held together longer. I should have been very glad to have their behaviour publicly known, while it is recent, that if I should exhibit no more with them, the true reason may be known. I was prophet enough to foretell what would happen to me. I think I communicated it to Tate. Indeed, it required no divination to know the miscreants and their dependency on the alderman (Boydell) was to know the result of all. I am sorry the business is protracted from time to time. The editors stand much in awe of this great man. I heard the other day from a relation of the alderman's that the editor of the Morning Herald had a violent quarrel with him for rejecting the performance of a relation of his as unworthy of his gallery. There is an odd paragraph in the Leicester papers. The Prince of Pickpockets has given instruction to his attorney to prosecute a printer for a libel on his character. Can you guess who it is? I wonder Vasari has not yet come out with his statement of facts. Sure he has not plugged with gold the touch-hole of his great guns. At present I can but thank you for your very friendly service to me. I feel the weight of such solid obligations. My best remembrances to Mrs. Phillips, my friend Tate, Mrs. Hardman, etc., and believe me, very sincerely and with much esteem, your friend, Joseph Wright. P.S. Tate says you have so high an opinion of my two pictures that if I will join you, Heath shall be applied to engrave them. I hardly know how to reply, unless I knew something of the expense, and the likelihood of saving ourselves in such an engagement. Independent of these considerations, I should like it of all things, as it would be pushing the matter with the alderman still further. Perhaps you will indulge me with a line soon. 15th of April, 1791, to John Leigh Phillips. My dear Sir, I have just received a letter from the Secretary of the Incorporated Society of Artists, assuring me they will be happy to receive any pictures from me, but they wish to avoid inserting anything in the catalogue that may appear like altercation with the Royal Academy, and they conceive it sufficient to mention in the catalogue that the two pictures from Shakespeare were exhibited last year at Somerset House. Timely notice not having been sent of the exhibition of this society, but the subjects having received alterations, Mr. Wright wishes them to be exhibited here. However, in this respect, the committee will be wholly guided by me. I think nothing had better be said than the above. My wish was to have had something mentioned in the catalogue expressive of the slight and injustice shown to my picture last year by the Royal Academy, by the obscure places they put them in, which I hope will be an apology to the public for their second appearance. Pray, suggest something proper if you and my friend Tate think some observation of the kind should be made. Heath and Martin will have an opportunity of seeing these pictures. Whether they will approve of them is uncertain, nor do I know whether the two pictures of Romeo and Juliet and the Storm are to be marked in the catalogue to be sold. It would gratify my pride and resentment to the alderman to have them engraved by Heath, as the companion of the Storm would become more universal. The Society wished to have any single picture, beside the two from Shakespeare, which would preclude any unpleasant suggestions that might be started to the prejudice of the Society. Pray, give me your thoughts by return of post, as I must write as soon as possible. I am still unwell, no work going on. Adieu, my good friend, and believe me yours very sincerely. Joseph Wright, St. Helens, 15th of April, 1791. End quote. The note in the catalogue of 1791, the last exhibition of the Society, thus reads, quote, N.B. The above pictures were exhibited last year in the Royal Academy, but having been placed in an unfortunate situation, owing, as Mr. Wright supposes, to their having arrived too late in London and having since received alterations, he is desirous they should again meet the public eye. End quote. Quote, St. Helens, April the 23rd, 1791. To John Leigh Phillips. My dear Sir, as I have a very high opinion of your judgment, integrity, and friendship for me, I have the greatest satisfaction in asking your advice and regulating my conduct by it. I have implicitly followed your instructions relative to the Incorporated Society, who I believe would do anything in reason to accommodate me. They approve of the N.B. as it now stands. It entirely removes every ground of cavil between them and the R.A., yet, for my own sake, they wish me to consider it, as in their opinion it sets me in perhaps too pointed a view of opposition to the R.A., but I don't see that. They have repeatedly used me ill, and the public ought to know it, or my changing the place of exhibition might be deemed whimsicalness. The terms it is couched in are delicate, and the supposition of delay, being ye cause of the pictures being disadvantageously placed, is a very sufficient apology for the Academy, better indeed than my heart is inclined to make them. I consider the exhibition as my mart, and I have sent 3 small pictures. I wish they may make good head against the Royalists this year. Against another I hope to be better prepared. I like the Spring Gardens room very much. I am glad you like the addition to your grotto. In my opinion, 'tis much improved by it. There is a better balance of light and shadow. I would advise you to get it painted on the backside with a greyish colour, which will preserve it much. I mention grey because the paint works through like pin heads in any of the porous parts. That tint will be the least seen, and where they are seen, our dear friend Tate will touch them with the point of a pencil. The moonlight is 30 guineas. I thank you very kindly for a quantity of most excellent rags you were resolved I should never want again. I do not understand when you say, if we can see a second number of Boydell, we shall all be satisfied. Bray is the first out. I am glad you are recovered. Joseph Wright. 20th May, 1791. To John Leigh Phillips. My dear Sir, your account of the base situation of my friend Tate's pictures in the R.A. hurts me much, though, from repeated instances of this sort of behaviour, both to myself and pupil, I am not much surprised. 'Tis their duty to form the best exhibition in their power, by giving every picture the place its merit claims, but partiality pervades the whole, and I have frequently seen pictures unworthy of public exhibition possessing the most advantageous places. Who it is that misconducts this matter, I know not, but I have heard Farrington has much sway in the Academy. As you have given up the concern which Tate mentioned to me some time ago, I must also give up the flattering idea which I had entertained of having my picture engraved by Heath. Martin and he wished again to see them. Have you heard anything from Heath about them? Because the time of closing will be drawing nigh, and I must determine what to do with them. I think they will be the last pictures I shall exhibit. I am happy you like your pictures, and am obliged to you for the remittance of £31 10s. I should have wished for the ease of my own feelings to have excused the payment, for I stand much indebted to you, but I durst not offer it you for fear of wounding yours at this time. However, anon, I will place a centre picture between the two, to show how sincerely I think myself, dear sir, your obliged friend, Joseph Wright. St. Helens, May the 20th, 1791. In a biography of Wright, I am compelled to notice the unwarrantable attack made by the Messrs. Redgrave in their Century of Painters upon the reputation of Wright as a painter. Whether this arose from Wright's seceding from the Academy, and so committing an unpardonable offence in the eyes of the Messrs. Redgrave, or from the fact that they judged Wright by unimportant works, as I shall presently show, or from both combined, I must leave the reader to decide. Messrs. Redgrave state, quote, "Having made a journey into the county especially to see some of the works of this Derbyshire artist, we were shown many, both portraits, landscapes, and figure subjects, reported to be amongst his best, but always disappointing to our expectations." End quote. Soon after their publication of the Century of Painters, I was at the trouble to make enquiries as to what pictures had been seen by the Messrs. Redgrave on the occasion of this visit, and found that they had not seen his best pictures at all, but only a few which were either left unfinished at his death or had been tampered with by others, together with some unimportant works. They did not see the Orrery, the Gladiator, the Alchemist, nor any of his important portraits or conversation pictures. The air palm picture was apparently not seen by them until later, when a portion of their criticisms had been written, and it then received encomium from them, which I now place in juxtaposition with what they had written a few pages before. The italics are mine. Messrs. Redgrave versus Messrs. Redgrave. Joseph Wright of Derby. As a portrait painter, judged by his best works, he was merely respectable. There is a painful solidity of execution, a want of quality and texture both in the flesh and draperies, so that when placed beside the works of Reynolds or Gainsborough, his portraits remind us of the labours of the house painter. They show little variety of handling, flesh, drapery, sky, trees, all being executed in the same painful manner. Century of Painters, Volume 1, page 258. Criticisms on the picture called An Experiment with an Air Pump. We certainly should have placed Wright of Derby much lower as an artist, had we not seen this very clever work. The drawing and composition is satisfactory, and there is a great contrast in the expression and the varied attitudes of the several heads. The flesh of the faces is good in colour, and most carefully modelled. Indeed, the young woman on the right, in blue, and the lad drawing down a curtain to shut out the moonlight on the left, are worth special observation for this quality. The draperies are all carefully painted from nature, a merit apparent also in most of Wright's portraits, and are in this respect very different from the sloping negligence of some of the followers of Reynolds. There is a pretty little incident rendered with feeling and true expression, in the group of two young girls touched with childish sorrow and dread of what they are told is to be the result of the experiment, the death of the bird confined in the glass receiver of the machine. The colour of the whole is pleasant, the execution firm and solid, and the brown shadows, although dark, are sufficiently rich and luminous, the picture very agreeable in general tone. Century of Painters, Volume 1, page 264. Mr. R. Redgrave, R.A., in a letter to the writer, dated November 30th, 1861, wrote, quote, I have seen on my journey and since very many fine Wrights, and have reported to the Commissioners International Exhibition on 6 or 8, which they intend to ask or have asked for. End quote. It is a difficult task to reconcile this statement with the house painter theory. Yet the Century of Painters was not published until 1866. Of the picture of An Experiment with an Air Pump, which called forth such praise from the Messrs. Redgrave, I am enabled, through the courtesy of the proprietors of the Art Journal, to give an illustration. It was presented to the National Gallery a few years ago by Mr. Walter Tyrrell. End of Chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of the Life and Works of Joseph Wright by William BEMROSE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. Mention of some important pictures. The Custom House authorities and the captive picture. The Dead Soldier and Heath the Engraver. Destruction of the floating batteries off Gibraltar. The Orrery. Earl Ferrers as a patron. Mortimer. Peter Pindar. Dr. Darwin. Anna Seward. Wedgwood. Bentley. The Alchemist Picture. Haley the Poet. Thomas A. Haley the Sculptor. We have seen that Wright's visits to Italy caused him to turn his attention to landscape, and it is after his return from thence that we find him entering upon the treatment of poetical subjects. Edwin, from Beattie's Minstrel, and Maria, from Sterne's Sentimental Journey, were exhibited at the Royal Academy in 1778 and 1781,
and were portraits of living persons who were eminently fitted to represent the ideal of the authors. Before Wright commenced to paint Edwin the Minstrel, he wrote to Dr. Beattie to ask his opinion upon the treatment of the subject. The doctor wrote a very excellent letter in reply, and concluded by saying, "Edwin, from your pencil, will be all my pen vainly endeavoured to make him." A Derby gentleman, Thomas Hayden, surgeon, who was considered to be one of the handsomest men in the town at that date, sat for this picture. The lady who sat for Maria was a Mrs. Bassano of Derby. I am indebted to Mr. F. Seymour Hayden for kindly allowing me to embellish this volume with his admirable etching of Edwin the Minstrel. We may well attribute these and some other pictures of a sentimental character to the influence of Wright's visit to Italy. Wright was evidently indebted for the attitude of the figure in the picture of the captive to Michelangelo's Adam in the Cappella Sistina. This picture was painted in Rome and sent to England. A very good tale is told about it, which is here inserted from the Universal Magazine of June 1795. Quote, "When this celebrated painter, Wright of Derby, was at Rome, he painted that very fine figure, the captive, from stern, and consigned the picture to a friend in London, who, having advice of this being landed, and deposited in the custom house, presented a petition to the board, stating that it was a portrait painted by an English artist, and praying it might be delivered duty-free. In answer to this, he received an order to attend on a given day, and was brought before their honours. The picture was produced, and the first question asked was, 'Of whom is it the portrait?' The gentleman replied with truth, it was the portrait of a Roman, for it was copied from a Roman beggar, and the board seemed inclined to let it pass. But an old gentleman, who had long been a commissioner, made a shrewd objection, and remarked that this was such a portrait as he had never before seen in his life, and taken in a manner that he did not believe either Roman, Greek, Turk, Jew, or infidel would ever consent to see it. If, he added, any gentleman at this honourable board chose to have his picture drawn, would not he put on a clean shirt, and have his wig fresh powdered, and be clean shaved? Answer me that. To be sure he would. Now, is it here pretended that this fellow sat for his portrait, who had hardly a rag to cover his nakedness? Gentlemen, if he could have afforded to have paid for painting his picture, he could have afforded to buy himself a pair of breeches." He added by moving that the duty might be paid, and the duty was paid accordingly. End quote. Wright was more fortunate when he returned from Italy as to payment of custom house duties, as the following extract from a letter from Bath, dated 4th December 1775, shows, quote, "Through the interest and application of my friend Mr. Baxter, I have got my pictures, etc., duty-free, a thing so unusual the clerks could scarce credit it. I believe it an indulgence none have experienced but myself. Had I been charged with ye common duty, I should have had near £30 to pay, an object, this at any time, at the present, a very material one." End quote. From the pictures of this character, we must not omit to mention that of the dead soldier, from Langhorne's poems, which has become so familiar through the excellent line engraving by Heath. It is related that Wright said before he painted the dead soldier that he would depict the greatest possible sorrow, yet there should be a smiling face in the picture. The following lines by William Sotheby, F.R.S., bear testimony to the realization of his intention. "I, to yon lonely tent by pity led, view where the widow mourns her soldier dead, turns from her babe, whose careless smiles impart strange woe that harrows up the mother's heart, hangs o'er the body, bleeding on the ground, clasps his cold hand and faints upon the wound." The picture of the dead soldier was bought from the easel by Heath
for £105, who afterwards sold it to J.L. Phillips. It was sold in Manchester when the effects of that patron of the fine arts came to the hammer by Winstanley and Taylor in October 1814, and then realized £315. It is thus described in the catalogue: Lot 33, Wright of Derby, The Dead Soldier. This acknowledged chef-d'oeuvre of this admired master, uniting great knowledge of grouping, excellent drawing, and correct colouring with a fine feeling of sentiment, decidedly proves the assertion of Mr. Fuzeli in his biographical notice of Mr. Wright that he once eminently succeeded in the pathetic. The line engraving by Heath appears from the following correspondence to have been a great success. The following is a copy of the original circular issued by the engraver. London, July the 25th, 1795. Proposals for publishing by subscription a print to be engraved by James Heath, historical engraver to His Majesty, etc., from the celebrated picture of The Dead Soldier, painted by Wright of Derby. Conditions: that the plate shall be the size of the plate of the death of General Wolfe. The price of each print will be 1 guinea. Proofs 2 guineas. Have to be paid at the time of subscribing, and the remainder on the delivery of the print. Subscriptions are received by the proprietor, James Heath, at 42 Newman Street, where a proof of the plate may be seen. Received, blank, 1790, blank, of the sum of blank, being half of the subscription for blank, impression of the above-mentioned print, which I promise to deliver according to the proposals. The following correspondence relating to the print is also of some interest. Quote, October the 17th, 1796. To J.L. Phillips. I have sent a proof of The Dead Soldier, very near finished. Pray let me have your opinion and remarks upon it as soon as possible. I have sent one to Wright, and have asked him to paint a companion to it. If you will not, who would you recommend for that purpose? I have hopes of a great sale from the number of subscribers I already have, and the approbation the print has met with from everyone who has seen it. J. Heath. 1796. To J.L. Phillips. The prints you mentioned from Wright's I dare say I shall be able to pick up at the sales this winter. I have heard from Mr. Wright, in which he says, the effect of the picture is so well preserved, and the parts which compose it so true, that I have nothing to say, but that I am well pleased with it. He says that he began to paint again about a week ago, and that he will, if his health returns, talk to me about a companion picture. J. Heath. February 1797. To J. L. Phillips. I showed him, Lord Lansdowne, a proof of The Dead Soldier, which he liked exceedingly, and subscribed for a couple. I asked his permission to dedicate it to him, which seemed to give him great pleasure. I expect him to call to see the picture, and when he has seen it, I will immediately send it on to you. J. Heath. To Joseph Wright. Sir, as I am going to publish The Dead Soldier, I wish to announce The Shipwrecked Sailor as a companion. I should therefore be much obliged to you to inform me whether your health will permit your painting it. An answer will much oblige. Your most obedient servant, James Heath. March the 14th, 1797, Newman Street, London. April 1797. To J. L. Phillips. I have sent in a large tin case by tonight's conveyance, 4 dozens of the very first impressions of The Dead Soldier, and 1 dozen proofs. This number is more than you have at different times ordered for yourself and friends, but as I have raised the price to £2 2s from £1 6s, and as they are choice impressions, I should suppose they will not stick on hand. If they should, you can at any time return them. A few of them have the same date of publication as the proofs, and consequently in the earliest state.
I have met with more success than I had hoped for in such times as these. It is universally talked of, and I have orders for between 200 and 300 from the trade only. James Heath. August the 20th, 1797, to J. L. Phillips. A few days ago I sent an India proof of The Dead Soldier. I should have sent you one before, but as the India paper was not good, I did not take above 3 impressions, the best of which you have. I have sent by today's coach 7 dead soldiers. Respecting the 2 pictures of Wright's, of Hero and Leander, I mentioned it to Lord Lansdowne, who has promised to procure them for me if he can. Have you heard how Wright is lately? If he is not dead, I shall think there are hopes you may recover sufficiently to paint a companion for me. 1797, to J. L. Phillips. I received, 1797, yours with the bill enclosed. I am very sorry to hear of Wright's death, as I do not know now who to get to paint a companion to the dead soldier. I wish you would say who you think would do it best. I mean to get the pictures of Hero, etc., as soon as Lord Lansdowne comes to town, and with respect to Sterne's Old Man and Ass, I think it would be a good thing to engrave. Mr. Cordwold would be the man to put the background to it. J. Heath. June the 14th, 1798, to J. L. Phillips. I wish you would get the 2 pictures of Hero and Leander for me. I should like to engrave them very much. I have mentioned them to Lord Lansdowne several times, but he seems to hint that there is a family coolness which prevents him from asking for them. The Dead Soldier continues to sell very well, indeed so much so that I am very desirous of going on publishing for myself. J. Heath. July the 28th, 1805, to J. L. Phillips. Mr. Corbould desires me to inform you that he has finished Wright's picture. I should think it would be worth while to engrave it, and if after you have seen it you think so too, and would go halves in the speculation, I should like to do it. J. Heath. Russell Place. May the 12th, 1807, to J. L. Phillips. My next work will be a companion to the Dead Soldier. Mr. Smirk has nearly finished the picture. He had painted one 4 years ago, but it did not quite please him, and he has now succeeded more to his wishes. J. Heath. February 1810, to J. L. Phillips. I have often thought of mentioning to you the circumstance of Mr. Morland's having bought my landscape of Wright's for 16 guineas, and his never offering to pay for it, although it is so long ago. I wish for your advice, as you know his circumstances better than I do. J. Heath. End quote. It has been the custom to view Wright only as a painter of artificial light, and for picture dealers and some others to attribute all unknown pictures of fire in any form to Wright of Derby. We ourselves have seen many so attributed, which would not add fame to any painter's name. The exhibition of Wright's works in the Derby Corporation Art Gallery in 1883 tended to dispel this unfounded illusion as to the limits of Wright's art. Whilst the representation of firelight in some form or other was undoubtedly a speciality with Wright, this class of subjects, after all, formed but a small proportion of the numerous works then collected together. On reference being made to the appendix, it will be noticed that there were many other important works painted by Wright which were never exhibited, and as he did not always sign his paintings, they may possibly now be attributed to other artists, or to the great unknown. A picture that created considerable attention at the time it was painted was the destruction of the Spanish floating batteries off Gibraltar on September the 13th, 1782. Footnote: in the possession of the late Lord Overstone at the time of his decease. End of footnote. Which was bought from the easel by Mr. J. Milnes for £420, being the highest price Wright obtained for a single picture. This was one of the works included in the London exhibition of Wright's pictures in the year 1785, and a notice of the press of that date, thus alludes to it. Quote, "We shall, however, at different periods lay before our readers a particular account of these noble productions as they stand in the catalogue. Except that grand scene of the destruction of the floating batteries off Gibraltar, which we cannot resist the present impulse of mentioning out of its turn. In this picture, Mr. Wright has represented a view of the extensive scenery, combined with the action on the 13th of September, 1782, in which his design is sublime, and his colouring natural and brilliant beyond description. We never remembered to have seen shadows painted so little like substance as those in the foreground, which gain great strength and richness from the prodigious brightness of the grand explosion at a distance. But we feel ourselves inadequate to the task of pointing out the various merits of this phenomenon in the imitative art, which proves the painter is unique in the extraordinary line of the charming study he has so happily pursued." End quote. The following lines were written by Haley on Wright's picture of the Siege of Gibraltar. Culp's address to Britannia. With patriotic pride and national delight, ye Britons view me in the tints of right. My rock's the proof that British minds and hearts are honour's darlings, both in arms and arts. With double triumph, here let Britons say, Britons alone could rule this fiery fray. This miracle of art a Briton wrought, painting as boldly as his country fought. Extract from a letter from Buxton Wells, January 3rd, 1785. Quote, "Governor Elliott's successful defense of Gibraltar has, among the many essential advantages accruing from it, been productive of some of the noblest works in the fine arts, especially among the painters. On stopping at Derby a few days since, I was introduced by a friend to view the production of that great genius Wright, whose astonishing power of expressing artificial lights on canvas the world has long been acquainted with. His new picture on the Siege of Gibraltar, for composition, force, brilliancy, and prodigious effects of fire, exceeds, in my opinion, all his former labours. To attempt a description of it would be in vain. Whoever sees the picture must have such an idea of the action as no poetry can describe. Mr. Wright has not been in the exhibition, for reasons I cannot explain, for some time past, but that he will not withhold this sublime piece from general inspection, I most sincerely hope, as the attack on Gibraltar, with some other pieces on interesting subjects, would form an exhibition in every way worthy of the countenance of the public." End quote. The Orrery picture was exhibited at the Society of Artists' Rooms in 1766, so must have been painted when Wright was 30 years old. It was purchased by, and probably painted for, the Earl Ferrers for the sum of 200 guineas. £50 of this was paid on account, and the remainder secured by a bond, of which a copy is given on the next page. The figures in the picture are all portraits, and various persons have been mentioned as the probable originals who were thus honoured. A copy of the print, once belonging to the artist, has certain names written on the margin, with the date 1768, so that the following are identified: Joseph Wright, with his back towards the spectator; Mr. Burdett, taking notes; young Cantrell; Mr. A. Winterman; Mr. G. Snowdon; Mrs. Sale, and Mr. Denby as the philosopher. Mr. Burdett also figures in the Gladiator picture. The other boy sitter was a son of Earl Ferrers, as the following extract from the Stemmata Shirleyana shows. Quote, "Lawrence Rowland, second son of Robert VI, Earl of Ferrers, baptized at St. Alkmund's, Derby, November 3rd, 1757, died February 5th, 1773. His portrait, when very young, is preserved in Wright's celebrated picture of the Orrery, well known from the engraving." End quote. The picture passed from the hands of the Ferrers family and was sold by Mr. Thomas Rott of London to the late Mr. Francis Wright of Osmaston Manor by Ashbourne, for the sum of 50 guineas in 1853. In 1884, at the dispersion of Mr. John Osmaston's collection, to whom the picture then belonged, it was again in the market, and it is with pleasure that we are able to record that, being purchased by a few of Wright's admirers, singularly at the original price of 200 guineas, it was, on September the 4th, presented to the Derby Corporation Art Gallery as a memorial to the painter, where it will remain as a fitting record of the admirable powers he possessed, and be admired by his fellow townsmen in years to come. The bond mentioned above was as follows.
Know all men by these presents, that we, the Right Honourable Washington, Earl of Ferrers, Peter Perry Burdett of Stanton Harold in the county of Leicester, gentlemen, are held and firmly bound to Joseph Wright of the town of Derby, painter, in the sum of £160 of good and lawful money of Great Britain, to be paid to the said Joseph Wright, or his certain attorney, executors, administrators, or assigns, for which payment to be well and faithfully made. We bind ourselves, and each of us by himself, our and each of our heirs, executors, and administrators, firmly by these presents, sealed with our seal, dated this 11th day of July, in the 3rd year of the reign of our sovereign Lord George III, by the grace of God of Great Britain, France, and Ireland, King, Defender of the Faith, and so forth, and in the year of our Lord 1763. The condition of this obligation is such that of the above bounden Earl Ferrers and Peter Perry Burdett, or either of them, their, or either of their heirs, executors, or administrators, do and shall, and do well and truly pay, or cause to be paid, unto the above named Joseph Wright, or his certain attorney, executors, administrators, or assigns, the full sums of £80 of good and lawful money of Great Britain, with lawful interest for the same on the 11th day of July, which will be in the year of our Lord 1764. Then their obligation to be void, or else to remain in full force.
Sealed and delivered, being first duly stamped in the presence of W. Watty, Ferrers, L.S., Burdett, L.S. From the following extract of a letter written by Wright to his brother Richard, dated Rome, the 13th of April, 1774, we learn that Burdett's behavior caused Wright some anxiety as to his fulfillment of the bond. Quote, I have just received a letter from Mr. Tate of Liverpool, where he tells me Mr. Burdett has sold up his goods and is off. Mrs. Burdett and her dear Miss Friedrich are gone into lodgings over head and ears in debt. I stand no chance of being paid at present, well, if ever. I would therefore have you write immediately to Lord Ferrers and tell him how things stand between me and Burdett, that he has not paid a farthing of principal or interest of the £80 his lordship was bound for, which I lent him in the year 60 or 61, and he takes no notice of the letters I have wrote him lately concerning the debt, must therefore look to his lordship for it. When you write to his lordship, send the amount of principal and interest, and desire him to pay it as soon as he conveniently can. If it is not convenient for him to pay the whole, perhaps it will be prudent to take the interest only, as that will secure your debt and prolong the limited time for payment. Mr. Fallows will advise you with my respects to that family. Tell his lordship I would not apply to him at this time for your money, was I not much distressed for it. Travelling is very expensive. End quote. On the back of the bond, in Wright's handwriting, is the following, quote, August the 23rd, 1776. Memo. This day the Earl Ferrers accepted a bill drawn by me for £80, which, when paid, will be in full for the principal of this bond. Joseph Wright. End quote. Extract from Wine and Walnuts by Pine. Quote, Wright was celebrated for scenes that represented the effects of fire subjects, which he painted with more truth to nature than even Schalken, so far famed. Supper at Mortimer's. Quote, "Upon my word, a delicate little hen turkey. What a Christmas present already! This turkey is from my old fellow prentice, Joe Wright," said Mortimer, the painter, "who never forgets us at Christmas. Poor Joe, the valetudinarian. I'd be sworn he procured one of the least in old Derby out of sheer compassion to our evil habits. He knows we always dress his Christmas turkey for supper, and he has generally a hint by way of postscript to his letters touching the prevalence of apoplexy. Now Master Joe was one of your water-gruel disciples when we were youngsters together at Hudson's, and I would wager £10 to a crown piece he is just now sitting, Peter Grievous, over that wishy-washy, tasteless, humdrum, drivelling dish and calling to old Nan Watkins, 'Nanny, have you any nice live coals? Do pray let me have my bed warmed.' Are you a supper-eater, Mr. Gibbon?" "No, Mr. Mortimer, I am a single man, and a bit of valetudinarian like your friend Mr. Wright." "And a water-gruel eater, I presume?" said Mortimer. "Yes, indeed," said Gibbon, smiling, "though in truth I do not know that I am at all the better for these scrupulosities in diet." End quote. This playfully overdrawn picture of Wright's habits was probably written before Wright went to Italy. Wright was of very temperate and abstemious habits, which unfortunately cannot be said of Mortimer. Dr. Walcott, as Peter Pindar, in one of his poems called Mr. Wright's Moon's Silver Sixpences. Upon being remonstrated with, he said he had not seen any of his moonlight, but supposed the moon must look like a sixpence. Probably this was the passage that Mr. Holland disliked when he wrote the following lines, had them printed, and pasted them over the passage in his volume of Peter Pindar's poems. "Wouldst thou paint landscape, study Derby ride, where freedom, elegance, and truth unite? Rich sparkling tints, grand shapes, and masses show how fine his pencil marks the sunset's glow. Nor does his master hand less skilful seem, when silver Cynthia quivers in the stream. E'en envy, with approving smiles, must own, in all Wright paints, nature and Wright are one." Mr. Holland showed the book to a friend, who exclaimed, "Well done, Peter. I did not think you would have done Wright so much justice." The celebrated Dr. Darwin, who was on friendly terms with Wright, was often consulted by him respecting his imaginary complaints, as the doctor unjustly called them, and on one occasion told him he had but one thing more to recommend, and that was that he would not give, but he thought it would be to his advantage to be engaged in a vexatious lawsuit. The poet doctor alludes to Wright in his Botanic Garden, Canto the First, line 175, in the following lines: "So Wright's bold pencil from Vesuvius's height hurls his red lavas to the troubled night. From calp starts the intolerable flush, skies burst in flames and blazing oceans dash. On birds in sweet repose his shades recede, winds the still vale and slopes the velvet mead. On the pale stream expiring zephyrs sing, and moonlight sleeps upon its hoary brink." From the Memoirs of the Life of Dr. Darwin by Anna Seward. In the course of the year 1770, Mr. Day stood for a full-length picture to Mr. Wright of Derby. Footnote, now in the possession of Lord Belper. End of footnote. A strong likeness and a dignified portrait were the result. Drawn as in the open air, the surrounding sky is tempestuous, lurid, and dark. He stands, leaning his left arm against a column inscribed to Hampden. Mr. Day looks upward as enthusiastically meditating on the contents of a book, held in his dropped right hand. The open leaf is the oration of that virtuous patriot in the Senate against the grant of ship money demanded by King Charles I. A flash of lightning plays in Mr. Day's hair and illuminates the contents of the volume. The poetic fancy and what were then the politics of the original appear in the choice of subject and attitude. Dr. Darwin sat to Mr. Wright about the same period. The result was a simply contemplative portrait of the most perfect resemblance. Footnote, now in the possession of Reginald Darwin, D.D. End of footnote. Miss Metyard, in her Life of Wedgwood, says in Volume 2, page 442, Wedgwood, in the previous year, 1778, had bespoken a picture of Wright of Derby, who, neglected by his countrymen, would, as Wedgwood said, starve as a painter if the Empress of Russia had not some taste and sense to buy these pictures now, which we may wish the next century to purchase again, at treble the price she now pays for them. Soon after this, Wright tried enamel painting, and towards the close of 1779 he promised to visit Etruria and catch any help from its fires. But it is not till subsequently that we hear of the fine picture he painted for Wedgwood. Again, on page 508, Miss Metyard writes, in 1784, Wright of Derby painted for Wedgwood his celebrated picture of the Maid of Corinth, as also a portrait which was probably that of the very friend who had as far as possible replaced Bentley in his heart, Erasmus Darwin. After some critical remarks on female drapery, Wedgwood, in writing to the painter, said of the Maid of Corinth, I do not say I am satisfied with the lover, but that I think it excellent. I had almost said inimitable, and I should quake for any future touch of your pencil there. It is unfortunate, in my opinion, that the maid shows so much of her back. But I give my opinion only, with great diffidence and submission to your better judgment. In one word, you have been so happy in your figure of the lover, that almost any other must appear to disadvantage in so near a comparison. Make her to please yourself, and I shall be perfectly satisfied. 6 years previously, Wright had painted for Mr. Wedgwood one of his most celebrated pictures. Writing to Bentley, the latter says, I am glad to hear that Mr. Wright is in the land of the living. I should like to have a piece of this gentleman's art, but think Deputate's daughter would be a more apropos subject for me than the alchemist, though my principal reason for having this subject would be a scene against the costume. I mean the introduction of our vases into the piece, for how could such fine things be supposed to exist in the earliest infancy of the potter's art? You know what I want, and when you see Mr. Wright again, I wish you would consult with him upon the subject. Mr. Wright once began a piece in which our vases might be introduced with the greatest propriety. I mean the handwriting upon the wall in the palace of Belshazzar. Wedgwood to Bentley, May the 5th, 1778. Upon inquiry as to the present locality of the pictures Wright painted for Wedgwood, we regret to learn that they were all lost to the family early in the present century. It appears that they were sent to some person in London for exhibition, or for the purpose of being cleaned, and whilst there were distrained for rent. The pictures were dispersed and beyond recall before the Wedgwoods could interfere. One of these pictures, a portrait of Sir Richard Arkwright, was some years afterwards presented to the Manchester Royal Exchange by Edmund Buckley, Esquire, where it now hangs. On page 26, mention has been made of the friendship which existed between Wedgwood and Wright, exemplified by Wright giving a painting to his friend Joseph Wedgwood, the patron and encourager of living artists. This friendship and generosity Wedgwood emulated upon the occasion of the marriage of Wright's daughter, Anna Romana, to Mr. Cade by the gift of a dinner service of 150 pieces. Mr. F. G. Stevens sends me the following interesting copy of an autograph letter. Derby, 12th of October, 1788, to Miss Seward, Lichfield. Madam, I have repeatedly read your charming poem. The subject you hold out for my pencil, as you have treated it, is an excellent one. But how to paint a flaming sword baffles my art. However, as soon as I find myself stout enough, I intend to attack it. I admire the scenery. Would it strengthen or weaken the character to lay it near the sea, upon a rising ground, and through an opening among the trees, low in the picture to see the moon just rising above a troubled sea? The point of time is, when the sword is rising out of the tomb, what kind of tomb should it be? To make it a regular one would indicate Herver's father had the usual funeral rites performed, which the poem, I think, contradicts. Your reflections upon this point will greatly oblige, Madam, your most obedient and humble servant, Joseph Wright. P.S. Dr. Darwin, I hope, explained his mistake in returning the poem before I had done with it. May the 5th, 1789. Mr. Haley to Mrs. Haley. I shall beg you and Mrs. Berridge to call upon friend Wright and tell him, from me, that I and all the lovers of painting with whom I have conversed since my return to town consider his pictures this year as the flower of the Royal Exhibition. His Dying Soldier made me literally shed tears. His Moonlight enchanted. Towards the end of August, 1776, Haley and Mrs. Haley went to Derby for the pleasure of congratulating their friend, Dr. Berridge, on a most seasonable marriage that restored him from a state of perilous discomfort to health and happiness. This visit was productive of various delights. Haley not only sympathized in the happiness of the restored physician, but in the weeks that he passed under his friend's roof, he had the gratification of cultivating an intimacy with Wright, the admirable painter of Derby, who, having injured his health by too assiduous application to his art, had great comfort in the kind attention he received from the friendly physician, and took a pleasure in executing for Haley 2 hasty portraits in chiaro oscuro of Mrs. Berridge and her husband, after painting for the doctor the poet of Sussex and his Eliza. Footnote: these interesting portraits of Mr. and Mrs. Haley are now in the possession of the Reverend German Buxton. End of footnote. The following is extracted from the Life of William Haley, Esquire, by John Johnson, LL.D., rector of Welburn in Norfolk. Haley went to Cambridge in 1763. Here he formed an intimate friendship with Thornton, Berridge, and Clifford, whose custom it was to breakfast together in the apartments of each other. Haley devoted some months of the year 1772 to his highly valued friend Berridge, who had settled as a physician at Derby. Haley then copied in water-colours 2 bold sketches of scenery near Matlock, lent to him by the very amiable artist Wright of Derby, with whom he began this year an intimacy that lasted to the death of the painter, who frequently in his letters consulted his friend of Sussex on the subjects of his pencil. The following extract is from the Quarterly Review, Memoirs, etc. of William Haley. Haley's son, Thomas Alfonso, the sculptor, was then in his 13th year. It had been Haley's first intention to educate his son for the profession of physic, but many circumstances combined to give him a strong inclination for that of the arts. During a visit to Mrs. Haley, Wright of Derby perceived in him so much aptitude for painting that he took pains in instructing him, and upon the report of his progress, Flaxman wrote to his father, saying, "If you have not quite determined to make him a physician, and if you think he has talents for the fine arts, show yourself my friend indeed, and accept my offer as frankly as I make it." The offer was accepted, but this promising young artist died after a long illness a few years later. Extract from a letter from T.A. Haley to his father, the poet. Your letter to Mr. Wright I delivered to his daughter, who happened to be with us when it arrived, and he has been seen so good as to give me a few instructions in drawing. A cordial friendship had long existed between Wright, the admirable painter of Derby, and the father of Alfonso, but the latter, in writing to his friend, had only requested him to gratify the little traveller with the permission of sometimes passing a leisure hour in his painting room, and with the indulgence of seeing him exercise his pencil. The amiable artist, with that warm benevolence which formed a striking part of his character, went beyond the request of his old friend, and being more and more pleased with the intelligence, spirit, and docility of his little visitor, spontaneously bestowed on him such repeated instructions as perfectly awakened in him a passion and a genius for art, which, being afterwards inspired by the affectionate encouragement of his father, of Romney, and of Flaxman, ultimately changed his very early professional destination from medicine to sculpture. Mr. Hayley to Mrs. Hayley. I am infinitely pleased with the first fruits of the little man's northern pencil, and charmed with the kindness of my friend Wright in condescending to instruct such an urchin. T. A. Hayley to Mr. Hayley. I continue to draw, and you will be glad to hear, with the approbation of my great master. I shall have a great collection of performances to show when we meet. I hope it will not be long before that happy moment arrives. Mr. Hayley to T. A. Hayley. I did not, I believe, send your medallion of Romney to our amiable friend Wright. I wish you to present him such a becoming mark of your gratitude for the extreme kindness that we have ever received from him. Would to heaven I could send him a good portion of health and spirits to attend your interesting offering to the very amiable invalid. From all of him I collect from Mayer, I fear his pencil has been very inactive for some time. I always grieve when men of talents are condemned by ill health to involuntary indolence, and I doubly grieve when that misfortune falls upon a friend whose works I have often surveyed with delight. The following letter relates to the picture of the alchemist, now belonging to the Derby Corporation Art Gallery, having been presented to that town as a memorial to the painter by a few of his admirers in 1883. Dear Wright, Dr. Turner will in his letter be more particular than I can possibly be on a subject to which I am a stranger. I have conceived that the chemist should be sitting on this side the table, and turning his head towards glass upon his assistant, exclaiming upon the first appearance of the luminous exhalation from the retort into receiver of the phenomenon. The lamp is still under the influence of the blast of wind remaining in the bellows below, which the chemist has been using in another process. Whether this idea of the flame will in the least answer your purpose, you alone can judge. You will wonder when you are told that I am painting history without figure, landscape without trees, and shipwreck without water. Mrs. Burdett joins me in love, compliments, and everything else to your family. Yours sincerely, J. P. Burdett. Liverpool, February the 4th, 1771. From a letter on page 27, it appears that Wright took this picture with him to Rome in 1774, where it was much admired. Girl with a Bladder. Original picture in the possession of Mr. F. C. Arkwright, Willersley, Cromford, Derbyshire. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of the Life and Works of Joseph Wright by William BEMROSE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. Correspondence of Wright with Mr. Dolby and Mr. J. L. Phillips. The Shakespeare Gallery Pictures dispute about prices. Derby, December the 31st, 1779. To D. Dolby. The Empress of Russia has taken into her capital collection my 2 pictures of Vesuvius and the Girandola, and given me 500 guineas for them, which is a good reward accompanied with high honour. 40 guineas to a friend is as little as I can take for the picture you saw of the fireworks, if you mean that. If not, it will depend upon your size and finishing of any other. 4th June, 1780, to D. Dolby. Dear Sir, if nothing material happens to prevent me, I intend sending my showcross on Monday morning, directed by Mr. Tate, as you desire, the picture of the Girondola, which I hope will get safe to hand, and meet with your and your friends' approbation. It is one of the highest finished pictures I have painted. Cost me upwards of 6 weeks' study, and was put into your exhibition at 100 guineas. As you are only to send me 40, which I must beg you to keep secret, you must look upon it partly as a compliment on Mr. Tate's account, and in some degree a compliment to yourself, as a well-wisher to and encourager of the arts. With respect to the payment, I would wish you to suit your convenience. Any time in the course of the next year will be agreeable to me. I have made no alteration in the picture, as I could not with advantage, but most sincerely wish there had been such a rocket as you wish for. To add it now would destroy too much the unity of the picture. Derby, November the 14th, 1785. To D. Dolby. Dear Sir, the cavern with the picture of Julia, which I exhibited in the spring, is still in my possession. It was esteemed by the artists the most sublime picture I ever painted, and so I think myself. A rising moon always conveys to me great majesty. I think myself much honoured by your society. Pray, make my best compliments to all the members, and believe me your much obliged friend, Joseph Wright. I am going to have my picture of Gibraltar raffled for by 80 subscribers at 5 guineas a ticket. The subscription is not yet opened publicly, though I have several names down. Daniel Dolby, Jr., Esquire, Liverpool. My dear Sir, many thanks are due to you for the trouble you have had in negotiating the business between Mr. Hardman and myself, and of which I shall retain a grateful remembrance, as I have had repeated proofs of your attention to my best interest, and even in your last letter have anticipated my wish of making my intention of disposing of the picture of Gibraltar by subscription as much known as possible in the circle of your acquaintance, for it is not lawful without an act of Parliament to advertise a raffle. I must, therefore, be obliged to my friends to declare my intention of having 80 subscribers at 5 guineas. I hope your friend Mr. Hardman will not mention the price he gives for the pair of caverns, as I have always had 50 guineas apiece for them of that size. You say you hope I will excuse the free thoughts you have entrusted me with respecting the large cavern with the figure of Julia. 'Tis the privilege of friends to be open to each other, and if I knew what you really wished, I would most certainly accommodate myself to your inclinations. Will you have the picture sent to you? If you approve of it, keep it, and pay me for it as shall best suit your conveniency. If you do not like it, return it, and we shall both be pleased, for as it was esteemed by the artist the most sublime picture I ever painted, I doubt not but I shall one day or other dispose of it. And believe me, dear sir, with much esteem, yours sincerely, Joseph Wright. Derby, January the 14th, 1786. Daniel Dolby, Jr., Esquire, Liverpool. Derby, February the 7th, 1786. To J. Dolby, Jr. Dear Sir, by the time this reaches you, I hope Julia will be near her journey's end. I sincerely hope she will arrive in good condition, and that Abraham and Isaac will not be found to have lain too hard upon her. I did everything in my power to keep her untouched and spotless. I should have sent the picture off sooner, but the week the man who I trust to back my pictures was out, and the second Shawcross, after promising me to take it, neglected it. 'Tis directed to Mr. Tate, and to go by land carrier. I am persuaded by my friends to take the fashionable tour of the lakes next autumn. I sounded my dear friend Tate upon the scheme, but have not heard from him since. If we go, your company will be a happy addition, but I would have the party small, none engaged in it but draftsmen, for reasons too obvious to need mentioning. I am, dear sir, with much esteem, yours very sincerely, Joseph Wright. Daniel Dolby, Jr., Esquire, Liverpool. Derby, March 25th, 1786. Dear Sir, I was sorry to be informed by our friend Tate of your indisposition, and that you are still, by your own account, a cripple. Dr. Darwin, a very eminent physician of his town, is very much disposed to gout, and he told me, while he continued in the use of wine, he was affected with it. He left it off, and drank nothing but ale and small beer. Still he had fits of it, but much weakened. He then disused ale, drank nothing but small beer. Still he had a little gout about him. He has some time past drank nothing but water, and now he has no gout at all. If this practice does not coincide with your opinion, I know your good sense will excuse me taking the liberty of mentioning to you, as your well-being is the sole motive. To Daniel Dolby, Jr., Esquire, Liverpool. Derby, October the 5th, 1786. Dear Sir, Mr. Smith gives this description, which I have just received, of the parts of your little picture. The view is on the shore of Posillipo in particular. The houses nearest in view form part of the village of Mare Chiare, a place much frequented by the lower class of people in Naples to spend the summer evenings. They generally go by water, and are regaled with hard eggs and good Falernian wine, the usual repast brought from the neighbourhood of Pozzulli. The other house or palazzo on the hill in the distance is called the Palace of 9 Windows, but is inhabited only by servants. When you see my good friend Turner, make my best regards to him, and say how much I am obliged to him and his friend Mr. Wyatt for his accurate account of Shakespeare's scenes. I am, dear sir, with much regard, yours, J. Wright. To Daniel Dolby, Esquire. Derby, September the 4th, 1787. Dear Sir, how welcome are the good tidings of returning health to my dear Tate, which you have so kindly communicated to me. May Heaven speedily restore him to his former health and vigour. No disease more completely debilitates the frame than a nervous or putrid fever. And, if I have observed right, there is none, considering the state the body is reduced to, from which it is sooner reinstated. His premeditated attack upon the cold roast beef was, I think, a very favourable presage of the above observation. I sincerely hope he made an excellent repast, and feels the good effect of it. Make my love to him with every good wish for his felicity, in which this family most cordially joins with me, and hope to have the pleasure of seeing him here when convenient to him. I am going for 10 days, if it agrees with me, to Matlock. The baths served me some time ago, but from a particular circumstance, being obliged to ride 24 miles the day I left, which so fatigued me, my complaints returned upon me, nor can I wear them off. 'Tis now almost 4 months since I touched a pencil. Have no particular complaint but general debility, which has reduced me to so torpid a state, I feel no inclination to pursue my art. I am, dear sir, your most obedient servant, Joseph Wright. Mr. John Lee Phillips, Manchester. 5th of May, 1789. My dear sir, I did not intend fixing a price upon my picture in the exhibition till I got to town, but having just received a letter from Mr. Heath to know if the picture of the dead soldier was disengaged, and what value I set upon it, it becomes necessary at once to fix the prices of those you inquire after, and to have your answer by return of post, as I must answer Mr. Heath's letter. The picture of the dead soldier, framed, 100 guineas. Boy and girl with a bladder, 50 guineas. Girl with a charcoal stick, 40 guineas. I am very happy it was in my power to afford you and your friends rational entertainment while with me. The felicity was mutual, believe me, and I am very sincerely yours, Joseph Wright. St. Helens, 5th of May, 1789. My best compliments attend the triumvirate, in which Mrs. Wright begs to join. Derby, December the 4th, 1789. My dear sir, pray, how is my friend Tate? He has given of late but a bad account of himself. is obliged to live with great uniform temperance, and deny himself that conviviality he is so well calculated for. I wrote to him some little time ago, part of which letter I make no doubt, but you are acquainted with, as it was my wish you should. You see, I have enough of the devil in me to wish to retaliate upon the misguided alderman, Boydell, who I hear loses ground very fast, and will shortly have none to work for him but his half-starved creatures. I am engaged at present, and shall be for some time, with portraits, so that my historical pictures are, I fear, very distant. However, I do not lose sight of them, and as the hour's exercise I daily take on horseback seems to contribute much to my health, I hope to be a tiptoe by and by to attack 'em. However light my friend Smith made of the gout, when you was with him, it was proved a serious affair to him, subjecting him to much pain and a long disuse of his pencil. Pity it is a man's industry should prove an evil to him, and his laudable endeavours to provide for his tender offspring frustrate its own intention. Adieu, my good friend, and believe me yours very sincerely, Joseph Wright. St. Helens, 24th of June, 1791. My dear Sir, yesterday I received a letter from the Secretary of the Spring Gardens Exhibition to know the price I had fixed upon the picture of Antigonus, a gentleman having applied for it and desired him to write to me. Mr. Barrow, the secretary, told him the conditions which I meant to part with the large pictures, namely, that they should be engraved from by a capital artist, which was not strictly what I meant. To this he had no objection, and assured him if he purchased the picture it should be engraved by Mr. Midiman, or some artist of equal reputation. It should seem from hence the person who is about the picture buys it with an intent to have a plate made from it, which will preclude my having it done by Heath, though from what you said to me last on that head, there are little grounds for hope of that ever taking place. Pray, do you know the character of Mr. Midiman as an engraver? I should not have troubled my friend with this business, though I am at all times and all occasions happy to have his advice, had not my friend Tate, when last here, asked the price of the Storm for your brother, Mr. H. Phillips, at which time I did not give him a decisive answer. Therefore I think it incumbent on me, before I treat with the gentleman, to inform you the price is 100 guineas, and shall be glad of your answer by return of post, if convenient. The extremely cold weather, immediately succeeding very hot, has diseased me very much. I have had for some time past a nervous fever hanging about me, and am now much disturbed with an inflammation on my liver. Art stands still. Adieu, my good friend, and believe me with much respect, yours very sincerely, Joseph Wright. Derby, September the 24th, 1792. My dear Phillips, this morning I have sent off by Shawcross a case addressed to you, containing the book of drawings after Michelangelo, and a slight sketch of a wild scene which I painted some years ago. I looked it up the other day, and if you think it worth the place in your collection, please accept it with my esteem. The picture of the Ponte Salerno is in such a state I shall not be able to finish it at present. I retouched the sky some time ago, and some other parts of the picture, and the colours are changed in a most abominable manner. One never can depend upon fresh colours laid on old. I hope the little picture I have sent you will not share the same fate. I have finished the Storm except the figure of Antigonus. Your brother Frank seemed to like it much. Indeed, those who have seen it give it the preference to the other. I have brought your ship nearer, which heightens the distress of the scene, and, being much larger, the masts go above the horizon and make a balance to the other side of the picture. I am going to begin a cottage on fire for a gentleman at Bristol. He has offered me 50 guineas to finish it highly. I have also finished Tate's Moonlight, which is much admired. I think I shall send it with the Storm, not by way of receiving the cash, for that I forbid, but to give you taste and pleasure, for I flatter myself it will. Perhaps, if he has no place to hang it, you would give it house room till wanted? When I have thought a little more about manufacturing pictures, and have digested a plan for such business, I shall like it much if I can get a sale for them. I have got 2 or 3 on the stocks. The one is finished, the other far advanced. The finished one is on a panel which I had by me, but the smooth surface is not calculated for expedition. The subject is the Lake of Albano, sunset. Being done from one palette, there is great unity and harmony in the colouring. When you have received the case, pray give me a line, for I shall wish to know Michelangelo is safe in your possession. Adieu, my good friend. Give my respects to Mrs. Phillips and all my friends, in which compliments Romana wishes to unite. I am very sincerely yours, J.W. To J. L. Phillips. November 29th, 1792. My dear Sir, to have read such flattering accounts of my picture from all hands is highly satisfactory to me, and none more so than the last. With respect to the payment, as you are so kind to take my cash into your hands, I wish you would place it with the rest, and in a few posts I will remit between 500 and 600 pounds to be added to the other sums. I thank you for your friendly advice about the Indian widow, and tell our friend Tate, who I suppose will communicate it to Mr. Macniven, that in consideration of a little of his assistance to lay out my property to advantage, I will deduct 10 guineas. I sent it off by Shawcross last Monday, and hope it will be safe in Manchester ere these gets to hand. I have remembered the outline of Vesuvius for friend Tate, which I should think may be enveloped in smoke, but no fire should appear. Indeed, the hot lava does not show itself by daylight. I am glad to hear plates are in readiness for Michelangelo. I fear I shall never do my part. My hand is too unsteady now for lines. Adieu, my good friend. Romana wishes to join in best remembrances to you and Mrs. Phillips and your family, to our dear friend Tate, Mr. Morland, etc. Dear Sir, your much obliged friend, Joseph Wright. Derby, November the 29th, 1792. Pray, what is your opinion of the stocks at this time? I have a little property in, and have some thoughts of selling out. I bought in about 76. The little picture on panel is 2 square. The right measure of ye frame at the end should cover 1/8 of the inch, and ye top and bottom 1/2, which will bring the picture into better proportion. The plates for Michelangelo here alluded to evidently refer to the reproduction on copper of some of Wright's sketches from the Sistine Chapel, for we find Wright sending the sketches to Phillips on September the 24th, 1792. There is in existence an impression from copper of one of them, partly in aquatint, but whether from the hand of Wright or Phillips, it is now impossible to say. Derby, the 31st of December, 92. My dear Sir, enclosed I send you Messrs. Crampton's draft on Messrs. Ayton, Brassey, Lees and Company, their bankers, Lombard Street, for £460, payable in 14 days, which you will be kind enough to acknowledge the receipt of as soon as you can make it convenient. What you said in your last respecting money matters makes an apology on this account unnecessary. Nevertheless, I must say I feel the obligation very sensibly, and now let me thank you for a barrel of excellent oysters. Your brother H. spent part of a day with us. I was in a working humour, so I did not let his visit stop the progress of my pencil. He sat by me, and seemed pleased with the rapid advance of my picture, for it was one of my playthings or sketches that I was engaged with, which, with 6 others, I intend to send you next week for yours and my friend's inspection. A morning effect of the Lake of Albano is a companion to Wilson's evening effect, for my dear friend Tate. I wish it may be found a meet one. I have just prepared a canvas the size of Tate's Moonlight, for an evening effect on another view of the River Tay at Dunkeld, which, if care and study will accomplish it, I intend it to be the best picture I ever painted. I know not how it is, though I am engaged in portraits, and made a complete dead colour of a half-length yesterday. I find myself continually stealing off and getting to landscapes. Joseph Wright. Derby, 17th January, 1793. My dear friend, I am glad to find, by my friend's date, the box of sketches are got safe to hand, and that you approve of them. They ought, as my friend may see by the direction, to have been delivered almost a week ago. I can't help doing too much to them as sketches, and if any other person than yourself was to have the culling of them, I should certainly charge something more for those that were selected. You are then indebted to me for 30 guineas, and if Date cannot get more for the remaining 4, they must go at that price. I am sorry your brother H. did not fix the price for Antigonus, as he knew all the circumstances. He was certainly the proper person to have done it, but since it is left to me, I must observe, I have no claim upon him for more than 100 guineas, as I offered him the other picture for that sum. But in justice to myself, I must say it deserves more, considering the pains I took with it, and the charges of the frame, etc., amounting to near £13. But whether he chooses to give me the advanced price, 120 guineas, must be at his option. Very sincerely, Joseph Wright. I am sorry I cannot fulfill my engagement with Mr. Morland. Mr. Gisborne does not think himself at liberty to divulge Smith's mode of washing with water-colours. To Mr. J. L. Phillips. February the 26th, 1793. My dear Sir, Mr. William Hartman called last night. I showed him the pictures by candlelight, but I don't think he could see them well. They did not seem to reach his feeling, except a small one of an effect of fire, seen through a dark group of trees, with a large piece of water reflecting the objects about it. Had he not in his possession the cottage, I believe he would have purchased it. 'Tis a new subject, and rather a favourite with me. If there should be an exhibition this year, independent of your Royal Academy, I perhaps may show it to the public, as also the Companion to the Moonlight in my friend Tate's hands, which now being near finished, and if I flatter not myself, will be a tolerable picture. 'Tis full of air, and has depth, 2 necessary requisites for a landscape. I have a great inclination to send you this fire-piece to look at. I think it would give you pleasure. If Manchester was nearer, I certainly would. How goes Michelangelo on? Can you give me proof of your abilities yet? I often wish I lived with you, that my productions might receive the benefit of your strictures ere they go out into the world, and myself enjoy your friendly conversation. But my lot is cast otherwise. Adieu, my dear friend, and whether near or distant, believe me, ever yours, Joseph Wright. J. L. Phillips. King Street, February the 19th, 1794. My dear Sir, the day after you left us, I set to work upon the picture of Vesuvius, to remove the stiffness of the line of lava made across it, and which always dissatisfied me, by bringing the trees more over it, but it would not do, for what proved beneficial to the one was injurious to the other, by bringing the group of trees and rock much in a line. I have therefore illumined the ground over which the lava is about to pass very strongly, set fire to the plants and raised the fresh smoke, which here and there passes across the lava and effectually does the business. I have also increased the quantity and brilliancy of the smoke which arises from the upper surface of the lava, so that the centre of the picture is more lighted up, and the general effect much improved. I have added the forked lightning, which ever attends the dark smoke, and which increases the horror of the subject without disturbing the effect, and on Tuesday I intended putting in your figures and the finishing touches to your picture, when, alas! I was suddenly seized with a sore throat and fever, a common complaint here. My lungs, a weak part, have suffered much. I have a very bad cough. My frame is much debilitated. The fever is abated. Thank you for your attention, which is ever awake to serve your friends to ye exhibition business. As they have long ago thrown me on their shelf, I do not feel inclined to sue for protection, but perhaps when my nerves are more settled I may see it in another light. Yours, most sincerely, J.W. Your picture of Vesuvius and one at Dunkeld would have been at Manchester before now, had not the frames of the pictures which I exhibited been materially damaged at the Academy. Mr. Milbourne has orders to put them into good condition and send them to you when done. Derby, June the 29th, 1794. Derby, December the 27th, 1794. My dear Sir, your relation, Mr. N. Phillips, to whom I some time ago sold the picture of the city of Florence, called upon me last week, and engaged the picture with the rainbow, the cottage on fire, and the small sea storm, which I find he intends sending to America. I am sorry the two first leave the kingdom. He seems anxious that I should paint him the siege of Toulon, for which he will not exceed 100 guineas. The scenery must be very complicated, and so many objects and incidents cannot be painted for that sum. I some time ago refused a like sum for any sized picture I would paint of the siege of Gibraltar. Did you not give me some hopes of seeing drawings by an officer of the engagement at Toulon? Or have I dreamt it? Pray inform me soon, as I must satisfy Mr. Phillips. Joseph Wright. Your letter has poured balsam into my wound. I have heard nothing but humiliating observations on my pictures, which have tended much to the inactivity of my pencil for some time past. What a mere machine am I become, depressed and rendered useless by a little censure, and put into motion again by a little flattery. I really believe my enemies might easily persuade me I have no pretensions to paint. What a thing have these weak nerves made of me! February 1795, to J. L. Phillips. I am sorry to learn from my friend Tate that he does not acquit himself in the pictures of the lakes to his expectation. He is acquainted with my principles, such as they are. I wonder he does not with more certainty avail himself of them. But they are different subjects, and I have sometimes seen effects in your country repugnant to common-sense principles, and which I could by no means account for. I have a picture in hand of the sort of Keswick Lake. Did you pick up much painting knowledge in your late visit to the captain's, or only the quackery of the art? Would I had as much strength as the captain, I flatter myself I would carry the art a great way. 30th of March, 1795. My dear Sir, I am sorry to find Heath still procrastinates. He was to have begun on the Dead Soldier in good earnest last midsummer. Another is approaching fast, and nothing more done to it. I despair seeing it finished, and many of the subscribers to my portions of the prints are dead. Well, patience, as the Italians say, and you have as much need of it as I. The very severe winter we have had has almost demolished me. Just after Christmas, I paid a visit to my friend Gisborne. It was a young trick of me to sally forth at that time of the year, but he tempted me with sending his carriage. And wrapping myself up in flannels, I thought myself invulnerable. Unfortunately for me, it proved otherwise. I have been dreadfully ill ever since. I am now wounded at so many points. I despair of ever being well again. I have had Darwin's advice, and about a fortnight ago he ordered me to have a hot bath every night, from 94 to 96 degrees of heat, in which I stay half an hour. It has certainly braced me, and removed some disagreeable sensations, but I am still too much oppressed to think of handling the pencil, and what is worse, I feel not the least inclination to paint. I am glad to hear my friend Tate succeed so well in water-colours. I dare say, when the application of them is well understood, it is pleasant work. Make my best regards to him, to Mr. Phillips, and to all my friends, and believe me, with much esteem, yours most truly, Joseph Wright. May the 29th, 95. I wish for my own sake, as well as for your feelings, for I know you participate in the good or ill which attends your friends, that I could give a better account of myself. I have now been 5 months without exercising my pencil, and without a hope that I shall again resume it. I seem to have outlived my art. A reflection, though in no way favourable to the restoration of my health, will continually obtrude itself upon me. I am glad to hear my good friend has laid hold of his brushes again. Paper and camel hair pencils are best adapted to the amusement of ladies than the pursuit of an artist. Give my love to him, and tell him he should not avail himself of my long silence, the effect only of ill health. I wish to hear from him. I understand by your relation that you have built a steam house which is productive beyond credit, and that you are overrun with cucumbers. If this is really the case, pray let 2 or 3 run over to Derby. Am not I very impudent? Derby, October the 2nd, 1795. My dear Sir, I take up my pen with much pleasure to communicate to my dear friends at Manchester, who participate in my welfare, that a few days ago, after a truce to my pencil for 10 dreadful months, I felt the dawn of inclination to resume it, and on Friday last made, with trembling hands, some feeble efforts. Disuse and the loss of much strength has made the employment rather vexatious, but facility will come in proportion to my practice. I thought I should never have had it in my power to finish the pictures your relative engaged, but they are now within a few hours of being completed. The picture of the little elegant bit of scenery at Rydal, which my friend Holland mentioned to you, is not near being finished. The water indeed is further advanced than the rest of your picture, for I was keen to produce an effect, which I had never seen in painting, of showing the pebbles at the bottom of the water with the broken reflections on its surface. But I have not succeeded to my wish, and Holland, who sees all my works through the most partial medium, has coloured his description too highly. So highly finished is that little bit of nature, that to do it justice, it should be painted upon the spot. Your account of the Isle of Man makes me wish to see it. We often see fine-shaped rocks than fine-coloured ones. The patches of different colours are not large and distinct enough to have effect at a distance. The different hues are produced by small mosses rather than by original colours in the stones. Joseph Wright. Derby, December the 18th, 1795. My dear Sir, I am at all times very happy to hear from you, and if at any time there is the appearance of omission, the multiplicity of your avocations make your apology. I have had too many substantial proofs of your attention to my interest to doubt the sincerity of your friendship to me. I should be highly to blame, without cause, to deprive myself of so inestimable a blessing. I have put the last touches to your little finished bit of scenery of Rydal Waterfall, which you have commissioned me to send you, which I will do as soon as it is dry enough to pack safely, but that you may not take it upon the character of my friends, who, as I said before, are partial and sanguine, you shall, if it meets not with your entire approbation, have the power to return it. Your feelings upon the occasion may be different to theirs, and I could not have you buy a pig in a poke. It is a very intricate subject, and I never wished myself out of a wood so much in my life. I shall continue to work a little almost every day, and if the spasms upon my lungs keep off, I hope to gain strength. I cannot describe the pleasure I feel upon resuming the pencil when I am tolerably well. Joseph Wright. I have sent off to Nottingham your kinsman's pictures, where they are to remain some time ere they are to be sent to America. Derby, 11th of April, 1796. Ill luck ever attends my pursuit. A few days after you left me, I was again visited with an asthmatic fit, which was in a day or two succeeded by a second, whereby I was so debilitated I could not employ my pencil at all for many days, and have not since found my exertions equal to the great picture. have therefore given up all thoughts of exhibiting it this year at least, whatever I may be induced another, but, from abuses I have received from the Academy, I never feel very anxious to get among them. There are in general an illiberal set of men, and the less one has to do with them the better. Joseph Wright. Wright painted 2 pictures for Alderman Boydell's Shakespeare Gallery, namely Prospero in his cell, showing a visionary spectacle to Ferdinand and Miranda, for which he received 300 guineas, and The Storm in the Winter's Tale, for which 140 guineas was paid. Wright addressed the following letter to the alderman respecting the former picture. Derby, 12th of March, 1789. Sir, I should have sent you the dimensions of the picture by return of post, but it was still today so folded up it could not be measured with any accuracy. The exact size is 12 feet and a quarter of an inch, by 8 feet and 6 inches, to hang horizontally. It will be necessary to have a good straining frame, with the inner edge well rounded off, for if left square, it always makes a mark in the picture. The reason I mention a fresh straining or wedging frame is the one the picture is on has been cut in so many places to accommodate it to my painting room. It is too weak to use again, but for the purpose of painting on, if I should again have occasion for so large a one. The picture is now finished, unless a fresh eye discover anything in a few days to be corrected. I most heartily unite with you in wishing I may make a conspicuous figure in your exhibition. The picture, by the time you will want it, will, I hope, be dry enough to roll upon a cylinder without damage, which I think the safest way of sending it, for it is much too large to go flat. I am, sir, your very humble servant, Joseph Wright. Mr. Alderman Boydell, Cheapside, London. Before Wright painted the bear in the storm, he wrote to Gilpin for his opinion, who sent him some sketches of bears, one of which was introduced in the picture, with the following letter, a footnote, now in possession of the writer. End of footnote. Knightsbridge, Wednesday. Dear Sir, I send you the enclosed sketch as soon as possible, that I may have time to make a more finished one, if it does not answer your purpose. If it does not, please let me know by return of post, and I will go a bear hunting to the Tower, or somewhere or other, and sketch one from nature if possible. I think with you that the pursuit is better than the horrid act of tearing. Your sincere friend and servant, S. Gulpin. Hayley, in his Life of Romney, thus alludes to Wright and his engagement to paint for Boydell's Shakespeare Gallery. November the 4th, 1786, Mr. Josiah Boydell entertained the little party of friends to the projected gallery, whom he has named in his preface to Shakespeare. I wrote nothing in its favour except a brief sketch and a letter to engage my friend Wright of Derby to paint for the gallery. My application to Wright was made at the earnest desire of the alderman. It appears that when the time for payment came, Wright was dissatisfied with what Boydell offered to him for his picture of Ferdinand and Miranda. Whether Hayley, the poet, who appears to have been the go-between for the painter and Boydell, placed the matter before Wright in such a light that Boydell did not afterwards approve of, it is now impossible to say. Wright, however, wrote the following letter, which drew forth a characteristic reply from Boydell, who adopts the usual plan of abusing the plaintiff. Derby, July the 26th, 1789. To Alderman Boydell. Sir, I understood by my friend Mr. Hayley that forming a gallery of pictures from the works of Shakespeare was first agitated in a private party, of which he was one, that the artists were to be classed, ye first class to consist of Sir Joshua, Mr. West, Mr. Romney, etc., and your humble servant, that those in that class were to have 300 guineas a picture, more or less, according to the size and work they might have in them, and that he was extremely happy to find the artists had entered upon this most laudable work with a spirit and liberality that reflected the highest honour upon them, resolving to sacrifice interest to fame. On those grounds I began and finished my picture upon the largest size then proposed. In the course of executing my picture, which through ill health was much protracted, I learned from good authority that your original plan was quite deserted, that you bought pictures of any size and which were not designed for the gallery, and that the artists painted their subjects on such sized canvases as they thought proper and made the best terms they could with you. This I have reason to believe is the case from what I saw and heard when in town last. Upon your asking me, when in the gallery together, what I expected for my picture, I told you that, being very remote from the scene of business, I was unacquainted with the prices you had given, that I should leave myself to you, not doubting but you would pay me as you had yearest, upon which, pointing to one of Mr. Northcote's pictures, you answered, "We give him 250 guineas. And pray, said I, what do you give to Mr. West for this? Oh, replied you, was I to pay all your artists as I have done Mr. West, I might soon shut up the gallery. I felt much mortified at this unworthy treatment, for such I cannot but think it, and left you. Now, sir, I knew at the time, and have been confirmed in it since, that you gave Sir Joshua 500 guineas for his small picture, and a very considerable fee besides. Also that you gave Mr. West 500 guineas for his picture, and yet you were paving the way to offer me a much less sum. Is not my picture as large as Mr. West's? Has it not equal, nay, more work in it? Is it not as highly finished? And has not the public spoken as well of it? Then why should you attempt to make a difference in our price? Till you can give me a satisfactory reason why I should take less, I shall certainly expect the same. Had the work been carried on by the artists with that generous and laudable spirit which my friend Haley held out to me, I would have scorned to have been behind the most liberal of them. But for me alone, to adhere to the first plan would be the highest folly, as I should thereby not only lose the pecuniary advantage, but endanger my reputation, a point which I consider as of far greater moment. I mentioned the circumstances to some of my friends in town, and to others since my return into the country, and they all agree that I have strong reason to complain of your treatment. I am, sir, your obedient, Joseph Wright. P.S. I heard also when in town from very respectable artists that you had agreed to give Mr. Copley 1,000 guineas for his picture. If so, your conduct in this business is most strange. Cheapside, August the 3rd, 89. Sir, I sit down to answer the most extraordinary letter I ever yet received, wherein you inform me of a great many circumstances that I never heard of concerning the conduct of a work that I thought I was somewhat acquainted with. You begin your letter by telling me that you understood that I had classed the painters according to their rank, and you gave me a list of the first class, in which you place your own name. Now, sir, I never presumed to class the painters. I leave that to the public, to whose opinion and judgment I bow with great reverence and respect. At the same time, I am free to confess that had I ever presumed to have classed the historical painters of this country, perhaps Mr. Wright's name would not have stood exactly where he has been pleased to place it himself. In the line of landscape, I confess, it would have been a different consideration. I find it would be too tedious to go through all the ridiculous assertions that your very extraordinary letter contains. I shall therefore leave you to enjoy your notions, however unfounded, and proceed immediately to business. I never offered you any specific price for your picture. You asked me what I had given for pictures of that size. I told you the prices. You knew that 300 guineas was the utmost stipulated sum, and in one word, sir, I will not give you any more. And this I offer, not so much for the merits of the picture, as that you nor no man may have reason to complain of my want of liberality. You are indeed the first that ever has complained on this subject. With what justice I leave the world to judge. When I look at the merits of the picture, it deserves no such sum, for however excellent the landscape part of it may be, the figures are very faulty, and so much out of drawing that it will give no little trouble to correct it for the engravers. As to whatever prices I have given, or may hereafter give to any artist, in this or any other undertaking, I shall certainly not consult Mr. Wright, and his attempting to dictate to me on this subject is perfectly ridiculous. I am, sir, your humble servant, John Boydell. Copy J.R. Harrison. Notwithstanding the alderman's disparaging remarks, Wright painted two other Shakespearean subjects, viz., the tomb scene in Romeo and Juliet, and another of the storm, with Antigonus pursued by a bear. The former he never sold. The latter was purchased by Mr. Henry Phillips. Reference to these two pictures will be found in the following correspondence. Derby, June the 17th, 1790. My dear friend, I cannot stomach the application you wish me to make to him to come forward in my defence, nor, if I could, do I think it would be of any use. Long, who our friend Tate knows, is his most intimate friend, and whose judgment he holds in the first rank, is intimately connected with the proprietors of the work. Therefore, there is but little room to hope he would do anything to serve me, that would in any wise injure a work they themselves were the first planners of. I am extremely obliged to you for the very flattering account you have sent me. Things seem to work to our wishes, and the alderman's conduct will, I hope, soon be completely dissected. I much wonder that Vasari has not appeared again ere now. Perhaps he is intimidated. There appeared an odd paragraph in one of your papers a few posts ago. The Prince of Pickpockets has given instructions to his attorney to prosecute a printer for a libel on his character. As yet, nothing has appeared that will come under that denomination, I hope. I would most willingly write to Mr. Heath respecting plates being made from the two pictures, but I hardly know what to propose to him, and if, on account of the picture of Romeo and Juliet, which has been so much decried, he should have objections, it might embarrass him to decline it to me. You have had so much trouble on my account, I really am sorry to ask you to write a short letter to sound him in the business. But he would be more explicit to you than me. J. Wright. My dear friend, the two pictures are exhibited last year in the Royal Academy of Romeo and Juliet and Antigonus in the Storm were certainly painted too dark, sad emblems of my then gloomy mind. I have simplified the background of the former, enlarged the parts, and thrown more light into the tomb, so that Julia is bright without being a spot, and the picture of the storm I have near gone over the whole, rendering the parts clear and distinct, without weakening the character of gloominess, and, if a man may be allowed to judge and speak of his own works, they are much improved indeed. I wish Heath was to see them now. I think he would like them, and perhaps indulge us with plates from them. I have a strange wish to see them well engraved as they are, though unworthy of adding to Boydell's collection. I intended to have exhibited them at the Lyceum, but they have quarrelled amongst themselves and don't make one. Footnote: the Society of Arts who built the Lyceum. End of footnote. Do you think Maclean would hang them in his room a month or two? For I wish to have them better seen by the public than they have been. I communicate this to you to judge of, because I well know you regard both my interests and honour. I have heard nothing from Maclean respecting my painting for him. Tom Tate some time ago told me that Rogers of Liverpool, who is concerned in the work, asked him if he thought upon proper application being made, I would undertake any subject, for it was much their wishes that I should be concerned. Maclean used me queerly in his first scheme, and his application, if he does not wish to engage me, will now come with an ill grace. Joseph Wright, St. Helens, 14th of February, 91. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of the Life and Works of Joseph Wright by William BEMROSE. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. Death of Mrs. Wright. Removes to Queen Street, Derby. Wright's last illness and death. Mr. J. Lee Phillips on the character of Wright. Sale of Wright's pictures in London and Derby. Letters from J. Holland and Rev. Thomas Gisborne. On August the 19th, 1790, Mrs. Wright died of consumption, aged 41. This loss inflicted a crushing domestic blow to her husband, whose health now began seriously to fail, and from his manuscript book we are enabled by the following receipt to fix the time when Wright left St. Helen's house, which was soon after pulled down, and by the name of the owner of the property, Mr. Bainbrig, we are enabled to identify the house in which Wright resided down to the time of his death. The receipt is as follows, quote, May the 1st, 1793, settled with Mr. Wright for half a year's rent, £20, due Lady Day last. Thomas Bainbrig, Jr., end quote. The house is number 26 in Queen Street, and is the first house in the parish of St. Alkmund, St. Michael's being the adjoining parish. The family vault was in St. Michael's Church, but we find the painter's family are interred in the church of the parish in which they lived. His niece, Miss Wright, says, quote, He removed to a house in Queen Street near to St. Alkmund's Church. There the windows all looked into the street or upon buildings at the back part. The gardens being beyond them, it was a dull prospect for him. Unquote. The house was roomy and substantial, with a large garden, which in Wright's time would be open to the cherry orchard, now Orchard Street. The premises now open into Chapel Street. This house afterwards became the post office until the year 1840, and is now in the occupation of Mr. Allen. The buildings appear to be in much the same state now as they were at that time. Some outbuildings obstruct the view of the garden, an archway giving the only glimpse of what was then open country, and this peep was obtained by looking through a very pretty wrought iron gate. No doubt from the hammer and anvil of Bakewell, who has left many examples of his art and skill in the town and neighbourhood. A drawing of the gate is here given, as it is worthy of preservation. During the latter part of 1795, he became too ill to use his pencil, and when his first grandchild was born, in 1796, he talked of introducing her in an unfinished portrait of her mother, in the place of a music book, but the picture was left unaltered, as were the portraits of his brother and his wife. He was so pleased with his brother's portrait at the first sitting that he said, he should be afraid of touching it again, lest the likeness should not be so good, and so it remained. In the month of May, 1797, he took to his bed. About this time his nose bled to such a degree as to prevent his lying down, and from the feeble state he was in, he had not strength to hold up his head for long together. A broad ribbon was therefore tied to each side of the head of the bed, upon which he rested his chin, and this simple contrivance afforded him great relief. His sufferings from a complication of diseases were very great, and he gradually became weaker. His daughter, Harriet, attended him night and day during this his last illness, and on the afternoon of the 29th of August, 1797, he expressed his pleasure at having those around him he had always loved. About 2 hours before he died, his friend, Mr. Tate of Liverpool, having come to Derby, was anxious to see him, and was admitted. Wright seemed pleased to see his old friend, though he could scarcely articulate, but he drew with his fingers upon the sheet, as if expressive of it, the pleasure they formerly enjoyed together in following that pursuit. He was buried on September the 1st, 1797, in St. Alkmund's Church, and the following inscription was placed on a tablet erected to his memory. Footnote: When St. Alkmund's Church was rebuilt, The tablet was removed from the pillar and affixed to the wall of the south porch. End of footnote. In the middle aisle, opposite to this pillar, are deposited the remains of Joseph Wright, Esquire, painter. He died August the 29th, 1797, in the 63rd year of his age. His well-earned merit in his works is shown, where taste and genius mark him for their own. On an old paper on which was written the above couplet, there was also the following lines. His age and death alone are here expressed, all friends to taste and genius know the rest. Mr. John Lee Phillips, who wrote an account of Wright shortly after his death, thus writes of him, quote, "In his person he was rather above the middle size, and when young was esteemed a very handsome man. His company was then much courted on account of his pleasing vivacity and convivial habits. His eyes were prominent and very expressive. In his manners he was mild, unassuming, modest to an extreme, generous and full of sensibility, with the perfect carriage of a gentleman, honourable and punctual in all his transactions. He entertained the most utter contempt for everything like meanness or illiberality, and his good heart felt but too poignantly for the misconduct of others. I may truly observe of him that he steadfastly acted on the principle of always continuing to learn, from conversation, from examining pictures, and above all from the study of nature. He was constantly endeavouring to advance in the knowledge of his art, and to this habit, as wise as it was modest, of considering himself through life as a learner, no small share of his excellence may be ascribed. This disposition was naturally attended with a candid readiness to adopt, from the practice of other artists, new modes of proceeding, when they appeared to him rational, and to make trial in studies on a small scale of such as seemed in a tolerable degree promising. We shall conclude our account of Mr. Wright in his private capacity as a man, with observing that he repeatedly evinced much liberality by giving valuable pictures to individuals among his private friends, or to persons to whom he thought himself obliged. In various instances these gifts were manifestly disinterested, and they were always conferred in a very pleasing manner, which declined rather than sought the expression of gratitude. In addition to the character which he merits for the executive part of his art, it is pleasing to record that in his works the attention is ever directed to the cause of virtue, that his early historical pictures consist of subjects either of rational or moral improvement, and he has succeeded admirably in arresting the gentler feelings of humanity, for what eye or heart ever remained unmoved at the sight of Maria, Sterne's captive, or the dead soldier. In his works not one immoral, one corrupted thought occurs to wound the eye of delicacy, or induce a wish that so exquisite a pencil had not found employment on more worthy subjects. His pictures may be considered as the reflection of his own delicate mind, and will be ranked by posterity as treasures worthy the imitation of succeeding generations." Unquote. The following letter from Mr. Phillips to Dr. Wright is of interest. Manchester, November the 18th, 1797. Dear Sir, you will receive herewith a dozen copies of my account of your late worthy brother, which I have got printed more carefully than was the case in the magazine, in which several errors had escaped correction. Some few still remain, as they were printed in London, and I had no proof sheet sent down. I will thank you to present a copy to Mr. Holland when you have an opportunity, with my respectful compliments. I have only to lament my inability to do justice to the character of my much valued friend, as it requires abilities much beyond my scope to point out the beauties of his works, which go far beyond every modern effort of art, and I do not expect to live to see them equalled. Believe me, with great truth, dear Sir, your faithful humble servant, J. Lee Phillips. P.S. My friend Tate brought me a mourning ring, for which accept my grateful thanks. Derby, Irongate, 27th of November, 1797, to Mr. Phillips. Dear Sir, I was honoured with a parcel last Monday containing the copies of memoirs of my late brother's life. I return you my most grateful thanks for them, and think myself much obliged for the very great attention you have shown in publishing the history of my brother's life, wherein you have exhibited with great judgment and accuracy everything needful to adorn his character and abilities. The errors you have corrected in the magazine are considerable and make the production more valuable. Richard Wright. Prefixed to this notice of Wright by Mr. Phillips was an engraved portrait of the artist by Blake. Amongst the effects of the late Mr. George Cumberland, who was an intimate friend of Blake's, was found an etching, evidently the one that served Blake as his copy, on which is written Wright of Derby, etched by himself. This is the only instance known of Wright having used the etching point. I am indebted to Mr. William Atkins, not only for this information, but for the unique etching itself, which is here reproduced. The following is a copy of the catalogue of the drawings and paintings, finished and unfinished, that were sold by Christie on May 6, 1801, with the prices realized and the names of the purchasers. This, with a copy of Wright's manuscript book, to be found in the appendix, will form a very complete list of his principal works. A catalogue of the genuine collection of pictures, being a selection of the most capital performances of that esteemed artist Mr. Joseph Wright of Derby, deceased, comprising a view of Ullswater, several others in and near Rome, Naples, etc., the old man and death, the widow of an Indian chief, and a capital view of an eruption of Vesuvius, besides many other interesting subjects, which will be sold by auction by Mr. Christie at his room, number 118, late the Royal Academy, in Pall Mall, on Wednesday, May 6, 1801, at 12 o'clock. May be viewed 2 days preceding the sale, when catalogue may be had in Pall Mall. A catalogue, etc. Wednesday, May 6, 1801. Pictures.
Purchaser
Colonel Denby. 1. Ruins, small unfinished, upright.
sold for
10 shillings 6 pence. Vernon. 2. A view of the lakes, ditto. £1 1 shilling. Jennings. 3. Ditto. £1 13 shillings. Borough. 4. A view with a bridge, ditto. £2 3 shillings. Inn. 5. A mountainous landscape, ditto. 12 shillings. Rook. 6. A castle by moonlight, in dead colour. £1 15 shillings. Marshall. 7. A fire in a forest by moonlight. 11 shillings. Inn. 8. A mountainous and woody landscape, oval. £2 and 2 shillings. Dorset. 9. Ruins of a Roman temple by firelight. £1 9 shillings. Heath. 10. A boy with a dog. 15 shillings. Denby. 11. A landscape in the style of Artois. £3 15 shillings. Maria Wright. 12. A hilly landscape with a slated barn. £7. Golding. 13. A small mountainous, ditto. £2 7 shillings. Vernon. 14. A small pleasing view of a harbour by moonlight, and an unfinished landscape, the companion. £5 15 shillings. Jennings. 15. A lake scene unfinished. £5 10 shillings. Borough. 16. A warm mountainous landscape, small, upright. £5 5 shillings. Golding. 17. A view of Carnarvon Castle by fire and moonlight, unfinished. £5 15 shillings 6 pence. Vernon. 18. An Italian landscape with ruin. £6 6 shillings. Rawlinson. 19. A landscape, a rock scene. £6. Vernon. 20. A view of the Ponte Nomentano, near Rome, unfinished. £3. Heath. 21. The Dead Soldier, unfinished. £5. H. Wright. 22. A view of the Lake of Nemi, a warm evening scene, £12, 12 shillings. Long, 23. Lady and Beggar Boy, unfinished, £1, 7 shillings. Vernon, 24. The Glass House, sketch, the fire exceedingly well expressed, £3, 10 shillings. Shackman, 25. A small view of an eruption of Mount Vesuvius by moonlight, £4, 4 shillings. Brown, 26. A landscape, unfinished, £1, 1 shilling. Inn, 27. View of an eruption of Mount Vesuvius by moonlight, with a view of the Bay of Naples, £18, 18 shillings. Tate, Inn, 28. A landscape and figures with a tilted cart, a view of Matlock High Tor in the distance, very rich and glowing effect, £51, 9 shillings. Borough, 29. Portrait of a beggarman, £6. Mysticade, Inn, 30. A landscape with a monumental ruin by moonlight, £14, 3 shillings 6 Tate, 31. A landscape sunset, £10, 10 shillings. Mysticade Inn, 32. A pleasing view of a lake by moonlight, £9, 19 shillings 6 Golding, 33. An Italian rocky landscape and figures, £10, 10 shillings. Borough, 34. An eruption of Vesuvius by moonlight, viewed through the fog, singularly fine effect, £16, 16 shillings. Heath, 35. A view on the lakes in Westmoreland, £16, 16 shillings. Maria Wright, Inn, 36. A ditto, £15, 15 shillings. Rawlinson, 37. Virgil's Tomb, a pleasing high-finished picture, £17, 6 shillings 6 Mysticade Inn, 38. A mountainous and woody landscape, a view in the neighbourhood of Matlock, £20, 9 shillings 6 Jennings, 39. A small Italian landscape after Wilson, £21, 10 shillings 6 Joseph Wright, Inn, 40. A boy and girl with a blown bladder. The countenance is full of lively expression, and the whole delicately and highly finished, £40, 19 shillings. Borough, 41. A landscape viewed through a cavern by moonlight, £26, 5 shillings. Stairs, 42. A view of Allswater Lake and Skiddaw, £21. Vernon, 43. An upright view in the convent of the Latomia at Syracuse, £16, 5 shillings 6 H. Wright, 44. A rocky landscape with a river by moonlight, £47, 5 shillings. Smith, M.P., 45. A mountainous landscape in the neighbourhood of the lakes, £9, 19 shillings 6 Tate, Inn, 46. A landscape with a rainbow view near Chesterfield in Derbyshire, £59, 17 shillings. Borough, 47. The Cascade of Terni near Tivoli, £40, 19 shillings. Poole and Tate, 48. A pair of elegant views of the Lake of Albano with the Castel Grandolzo and the companion, the Lake of Nemi, £63. Inn, 49. Stearns Maria, an elegant figure delicately painted, £38, 17 shillings. Borough, 50. A landscape, view of the Lake of Albano, a beautiful warm scene, £53, 11 shillings. Inn, 51. Romeo and Juliet in the Sepulchre, a spirited composition, the interest considerably heightened by the shadow of figures approaching the tomb, capital, £47, 5 shillings. Tate, 52. View of a cottage in a Needwood forest, £63. In 53, William and Margaret from the popular ballad Capital, £39 18. Barrow 54, The Colosseo at Rome with Figures, a highly finished view of this grand and interesting monument of antiquity, £74 11. Barrow 55, a view of Ditto by moonlight, with a figure of a friar at his evening devotion to the Virgin, £85 1. In 56, A Philosopher in His Study by Lamplight, a highly finished and brilliant coloured picture, £19 19. Car for Arkwright 57, a large and romantic view of the head of Ullswater Lake from License Tower in Greystock Park, the seat of the Duke of Norfolk, £315. In 58, The Allegory of the Old Man and Death in a picturesque landscape, a river scene with Gothic ruins. A very correct knowledge of anatomy is displayed in the figure of Death. The alarm of the old peasant is finely expressed, and the lights throughout the picture are uncommonly brilliant. £51 9. In 59, Lusignan in Prison, the interior finely illumined, capital, £60 18. Smith for Wakefield 60, a small prison scene with a single figure, £31 10. Borough 61, a ditto, £17 17. In 62, The Alchemist in his laboratory with assistants. The admirable performance presents a happy display of the artist's talents. The effect of light issuing from the sandhead and reflected from the retort and surrounding implements is contrived with surprising effect, amounting to perfect illusion, truly capital, £80 17. Borrow 63, The Hermit, companion to the preceding, capital, £70 17. Borrow 64, The Indian Widow. The elegant painting is replete with poetical beauties. The contest of the day is over, but the war is still waged among the elements, and a volcano on the right adds to the turbulence of the scene. The apathy of excessive grief is conspicuous in the distressed female, who is thus admirably contrasted with the agitated objects of the background. £73 10. In 65, a grand eruption of Vesuvius, seen across the bay by moonlight. This magnificent scene, so often attempted by the pencils of various masters, has surely never been expressed with more grandeur than in this effort of Mr. Wright. The effect is awful beyond description. Earth, air, and water appear as but one element. It is thus that real genius can manage nature at its will, and the artist who transfers her to the canvas with so much truth kindles a light which will ever be reflected with lustre upon his own name. £304 10. Total £2,075 3. Finis. J. Smeaton, Printer, 148 St. Martin's Lane. Mr. J. Holland of Fort Hall, one of Wright's executors, attended the sale at Christie's, and on his return wrote the following quaint letter to Dr. Wright, the artist's brother. Ford, August the 11th, 1801. Dear Sir, on the 14th of July, and at 4 o'clock in the morning, Mrs. Holland and myself passed through Derby on our return from full 10 weeks bustling in noisy London. While the chaise was preparing at Derby, I could not forbear viewing the outside of your habitation, and wishing that the hour had been more reasonable, that I might have seen how you all would have admired the country squire returned, and that you, in your turn, might have had an opportunity to have discovered the vast improvements I had made in town manners, etc., etc. I had also with me your brother's drawings from Michelangelo, which I wanted much to have left with you. They are, however, very safe here. I was not able to forward the disposal of them, though I showed them to several artists, who commended them very highly. They were all of opinion that they should have been sold with the pictures. Do you remember Dr. Bates, who many years ago lived in your town and removed from thence to Aylesbury? Having been a long time in Rome, he knew the subjects perfectly, and thought them very fine studies. I want much to come to Derby, but cannot say when at present. I have very fine impressions both of Sir Richard Arkwright and The Tempest, which I trust to convey to those they are intended for in due time. I can say with my whole heart that there was not a landscape in the exhibition that could be compared to what used to be the production of your brother's pencil. But this I thought ill manners to advance in London. The artists, indeed, I must say, whom I conversed with, were by no means niggardly in their commendations of Mr. Wright's works. There were at the exhibition some fine coloured drawings, particularly by Turner, who appears to be a very rising genius. Sir W. Beechey, Hopner, and Lawrence seem all three pretty near an equality. I shall leave all my rare anecdotes till I meet the worthy circle, and then you shall be told the wonders and no wonders that occurred to the Derbyshire man's visit to London after 33 years' absence. My kind regards and wishes to you and yours, and also at Spondon. The accounts, etc., shall come when the bearer will be yours sincerely, J. Holland. It will be noticed that the pictures were nearly all bought by private persons and not by dealers. Also that several pictures were bought at the sale at Christie's in 1801, which were afterwards sold in Derby, in 1810, at considerably enhanced prices. The following is a copy of the catalogue, the original being in the Meyer collection. Note: I am greatly indebted to Mr. Meyer of Liverpool for kindly allowing me the use of his collection of letters relating to Wright. Catalogue of the genuine collection of pictures, being a selection of the most capital performances of that esteemed artist, Mr. Joseph Wright of Derby, deceased, comprising The Alchemist, The Old Man and Death, A Philosopher in His Study, by Lamplight, and A Capital View of an Eruption of Vesuvius, besides several other interesting subjects, which will be sold by auction by Mr. Shaw at the Town Hall in Derby on Thursday, the 11th day of October, 1810. The sale to commence immediately after the morning's musical performance. Footnote: for many years a grand musical festival was held in Derby in October and produced large sums in aid of the General Infirmary. The best musical talent of the day was engaged. On this occasion the oratorios, The Messiah, The Creation, Judas Maccabeus, and Israel in Egypt, and a selection from Handel, Boyce, etc., were performed in All Saints' Church, in which Madame Catalani, Miss Travis, Mrs. Shapley and Mrs. Bianchi, Mr. Harrison, Messrs. Goss, Elliot, Wall, and Bottleman took part. The chorus was supported by the celebrated female singers from Lancashire, also by performers from the Ancient and Vocal Concerts, London, and from various cathedrals. Messrs. Harrison and Greatorex conducted the orchestra of 150 performers. A ball took place in the new assembly room, and 2 grand concerts in the theatre. On the first day a sermon was preached by the Archbishop of York, the offertory amounting to £354.
Infirmary donations. Messrs. Cade and Chappell, being monies received at the exhibition at the Town Hall of the late Mr. Wright's pictures, £7 13 Derby Mercury, December the 4th, 1810.
End of footnote. May be viewed at the Town Hall from Monday the 8th of October until 12 o'clock on Thursday the 11th of October. Admission 1 shilling to be given to the infirmary. Conditions of sale. The highest bidder to be the purchaser. Should any dispute arise, the lot to be put up again. The purchaser to pay immediately the auction duty in addition to the purchase money. The pictures to be at the purchaser's risk immediately on the fall of the hammer and taken away at his expense. Lastly, in case of any purchasers neglecting to fulfill their conditions, the lots to be resold, and the deficiency upon such resale, should any arise, and all expenses thereon, to be borne and paid by the defaulter of the present sale. Thursday, 11th of October, 1810. Pictures. 1. A hilly landscape with a slated barn, 1 foot 8 by 1 foot 4 inches, unsold. 2. View of an eruption of Mount Vesuvius by moonlight with a view of the Bay of Naples, 2 feet 7 by 2 feet 1 inch. Price sold for £23, 2 shillings. Purchaser, Mr. Snowdon, Spondon. 3. A philosopher in his study by lamplight, a highly finished and brilliant coloured picture, 4 feet 2 by 3 feet 4 inches, upright. £43, 1 shilling. Mr. Tate, Liverpool. 4. Lusignan in prison, the interior finely illumined, capital, 4 feet 2 by 3 feet 4 inches. £105, Mr. Chappell, Arnold. 5. The allegory of the old man and death in a picturesque landscape, a river scene with Gothic ruins. A very correct knowledge of anatomy is displayed in the figure of death. The alarm of the old peasant is finely expressed, and the lights throughout the picture are uncommonly brilliant. 4 feet 2 by 3 feet 4 inches. £84, Sir R. Wilmot, Chuddeston. 6. William and Margaret from the popular ballad, capital, 4 feet 9 by 4 feet 1 inch. £105, Miss Wright, Spondon. 7. Romeo and Juliet in the Sepulchre, a spirited composition, the interest considerably heightened by the shadows of figures approaching the tomb, capital, 7 feet 11 by 5 feet 11 inches, unsold. 8. The Alchemist in his laboratory with assistants. This admirable performance presents a happy display of the artist's talents. The effect of light issuing from the sun heat and reflected from the retort and surrounding implements is contrived with surprising effect, amounting to perfect illusion. Truly capital, 4 feet 2 by 3 feet 4 inches, upright. £210, Colonel Wilson, Wootton Lodge. 9. A grand eruption of Vesuvius, seen across the Bay of Naples by moonlight. This magnificent scene, so often attempted by the pencils of various masters, has surely never been expressed with more grandeur than in this effort of Mr. Wright. The effect is awful beyond description. Earth, air, and water appear as but one element. It is thus that real genius can manage nature at its will, and the artist who transfers her to the canvas with so much truth kindles a light which will ever be reflected with lustre upon his own name. 5 feet 11 by 4 feet 1 inch, unsold. 10. Portrait of a lady, unclaimed, £15 15 shillings, Mr. Bateman, Foston. 11. Ditto of a gentleman, unclaimed, £3 3 shillings, Mr. Sewell, Leicester. N.B. These paintings have not been copied. Catalogues may be had of Mr. Shaw, Mr. Moseley, and at the principal inns in Derby. J. Drury, Printer, Derby. Matlock, Old Bath, September 3rd, 1797. To Mr. Wright, Surgeon, Iron Gate, Derby. Sir, on passing through Derby on Thursday last, I was on the point of sending a servant to your brother's for the purpose of making inquiries concerning him, meaning to go afterwards myself, if his health admitted, when I heard with much concern of his death. I feel sincere regret for a friend whom I had long known and valued highly. Mrs. Gisborne and myself, on our return through Derby yesterday, would have been glad to send our inquiries to Mr. Wright's, but I was doubtful whether it might not be premature to do so. I will therefore trouble you to express, at a proper opportunity, to Mrs. Cade and the rest of the family, our concern for their loss, and our sincere wishes for their health. I am, sir, your faithful and obedient servant, Thomas Gisborne. With these notices of the death of Wright, and the subsequent sale of his pictures, my task is ended. As the materials at my command have enabled me, I have striven to present a faithful record of his artistic and private life. As an artist, his genius was recognized in his own day, and it is satisfactory to know that his industrious pencil provided an ample income and enabled him to realize a very sufficient competence for the years when age and infirmity grew upon him. But there were drawbacks to his attainment of greater fame and honors. He was a man of great sensitiveness and of strong domestic feelings and habits. His retiring disposition and the depressing maladies from which he suffered during many years of his life indisposed him both mentally and physically for a residence in London, where an active life would have opened out to him more extended patronage and consequent advancement in his profession. As a man, the perusal of much private correspondence in addition to that here published has led me to form a high estimate of his character. Loving in his family relationships, he was a faithful and generous friend, and of large sympathies. His private life reflects as great honor on his name as do his works and his artistic repute. The latter his own hand has imperishably handed down to us, and his memory may well be cherished as one who has shed undying lustre on his native town. Finis.
End of chapter 9.
End of The Life and Works of Joseph Wright, A.R.A., commonly called Wright of Derby, by William BEMROSE.